Welcome back, COD fans. Time to get your Saturday started with 3 more CDL matches.
First up, the Vegas Legion are on their hottest start ever. And today it gets put to the test against the top dogs, Toronto Ultra. We'll see who gets the last word after this one.
Next, Optic looking to keep their momentum after what might have been the most ridiculous reverse sweep ever. But the LA Gorillas get a chance to play spoiler.
And finally, the stage is set for a comeback with the LA Thieves versus Miami Heretics. Both teams desperate to turn their seasons around.
All this and more coming up right now on the Call of Duty League.
Of course he can. World champ for the 1v2. Dude, it's happening everywhere on the map. Oh my goodness.
With how well he has been playing in challengers.
Papa Seam get another one in the window. That'll be 2. Hello. Unbelievable. We are in for one hell of a season.
Shadow. 3, kill him, Mark.
Music long.
Don't get him, just get a point. Long. They streak.
They look.
Come to the room. Come to the room.
Come to
this room.
Yeah. The one long. I think it's long.
They're close.
Long.
Long, that's
I have the door push.
Okay,
Wait.
step up.
Too long.
I have the door.
You just 2 front.
Let's get front. Watch your front. Nice up. Let's get late.
Long.
Sit down.
Come on.
Let's go.
Baby.
We're sweeping it. I promise you.
God.
The 3-11 comeback. Optic stay alive and control and somehow finish a reverse sweep over a Minnesota squad that is looking stronger every day. Welcome back in, everybody. It's the CDL. Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And there's zero reason Optic wins that. A lot of reactions coming out from the community. A lot of minds were blown yesterday, Alley.
Oh yeah, especially because that was the start of like one of the most insane reverse sweeps I think we've seen all season long, and a testament to Optic Texas not losing full.
And what was the best part of yesterday for you?
I mean, it was that reverse sweep. It was absolutely incredible. I mean, we had 2 nail-biters of maps, and then a Game 5 where Optics looked so comfortable. They had no business winning that series, but they're definitely going to feel confident after getting the dub.
Optic today is looking to keep fans on their edge of the seat once again as they take on LAG. And if you look back at yesterday's performance, I know everyone had big moments, but who do you give the MVP to?
It has to be Shotzi. I mean, starting off in that control, I mean, it was him making one of the biggest plays pushing up towards red side, and then even on the sub base, he's the player that stays alive server, gets a pick, pushes it out, and then gets the final kill to allow them to force that map number 5. And then even on the Karabji, he had a .4 defuse, 9-4 to round out the rest of the series. He was on an absolute heater yesterday.
I think one thing we've noticed here is Optic's strength, especially at the end of hardpoint games. They were able to close it out against Minnesota. And today, when we're looking at the numbers here, Nameless, who has the edge in games 1 and 4 against LAG?
Yeah, it's going to be Optic Texas. They have been unbelievable at hardpoint. Like, you feel like you have them beat, and then they still are able to edge you out. And they're trying to, grow their map pool as well. And in, a couple of the reels, it's looked pretty good. So for Optic Texas, I think they have the edge today. And on the other side of that, LAG's been regressing.
They have the edge, but to that point, it's only a 20-point margin for the LA Gorillas when it comes to hardpoint. So maybe some opportunity. I'm trying to look on the bright side.
I like that. You're staying positive. We are going to need that today, Allie, because these matches could be quite one-sided. Despite what Las Vegas did yesterday, you're matching up against Toronto. But if they are going to pull off an upset, you're looking at Nero to do it again.
Yeah, Nero was unreal yesterday. And, Nero, there has been times where he's put up performances like this. It's just been on kind of an inconsistent basis. But I think the most important thing right now is because Vegas Legion made that roster change, maybe that adds some consistency for Nero to be an SMG that the entire league needs to put on watch. So for Vegas Legion, good looks to get this win against Miami Heretics and the composure to pull off our second reverse sweep of the day.
If you want to check out Nero's action on Invasion, I highly suggest recording that VOD and learning from this man, because he was doing everything right and the team played around him. Here's what he had to say after the match.
I'm back, baby. Put this over my hands and I'm back. Holy crap. Today was insane. I don't know. I was really locked today. Like, I hit a lane and I knew it was going to work, and that's just what happened.
Yeah, for sure. And
Simple as that.
Simple as that. There you have it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, for Nero, he's going to be asked to do a lot on this team, and he can rise to the occasion, right? Like, he had the AR out on Invasion, just absolutely slaying, doing everything for his team, and then we get over towards that Rio, and he's just pinching every life, making it absolute hell for the opposition, and that's the type of guy you want in that position. They have Attach, they have Geo to fill those lanes. This team looks so much better structurally.
Allie, for the first time in Vegas's history, they start off 2-0 in a stage. A perfect start here in our Major II qualifiers. Today, they run up against Toronto. If it's not Nero, who else are you putting eyes on?
Maybe on Attach, because he's had to go up against these guys for many, many years now, and he's one of the clutchest players in the league. So for Vegas Legion, they're just trying to change the narrative around this franchise, right? They didn't have a hot start. Now they're 2-0. They couldn't win controls. Now they've won 2. You know, they're pulling off reverse sweeps. So for Vegas Legion, it's a tough matchup today, but, you know, who cares? You got it.
If it goes to a Game 5, look for Attach. He's been crucial in the search and destroys. And if you look at the leaderboard, his opponent has the #1 spot. Attach 2 spots behind him at 3.
Yeah, I mean, Attach is known as the clutchest player ever, right? It gets to a 1v1 and you're just putting your money on that guy to clutch it up. And also, like, the preparation. I feel like Attach has been a pretty good leader for this team. Like, coming into that series versus Heretics, we get to that Game 5, they just out-prepared them. Like, their pushes over towards Cafe were beautiful. Smokes in the right spot, getting those trades. They knew where they were going to be at. So, Las Vegas, they look like a force right now, man.
We got to take a look, though, at the top dogs. The Juggernauts from Canada have our #1 spot, and they have not lost any momentum.
I mean, if you look at that leaderboard, 3 out of those players were wearing purple for the Toronto Ultra squad. You put them, Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they are just leagues above everybody else right now. These are going to be our top 2 Titans to try and beat. And for Vegas Legion, who's trying to be on a roll here, this is going to kind of suck because they're going to have to go against the Major 1 winners who are top 1 in almost every minute category, not only in like hardpoint, search and destroy, but you really dig into the stats. I mean, #1 in attack, #1 in defense, #1 in converting those opening duels. So it's going to be a tough mountain to climb.
They're the best. That's all we have to say about it. Today we'll find out if they can stay consistent against Las Vegas. Another team, though, that is looking to improve is LA Thieves. You're at the very bottom of the leaderboard, and they made a change after Major 1. They bring in Crimp, they bring in Nasty. The team, though, is still looking for their first dub.
Yeah, I mean, this team, they made a roster change to fix their hard point blank and period. We've seen 1 hard point since then on a Rio where they brought in some sub players and they got cooked by Optic Texas. Now, granted, that is the first match and only match they've had since that roster change, so we need to watch some more games out of them, but that is the focus on this team. Can they win at HP? You can't go through every series losing both of those, and for this roster, they're bottom 2 in basically every statistic when it comes to that game mode, so any improvement is on the upward trend.
Their map win was against Optic on Invasion Control. We saw Miami play Vegas on that yesterday. Could be in the mix once again. But let's talk a little bit about Miami here, because this is a squad that looked red hot at the start of Major 1 qualifier. They had a top 3, top 4 seed going into Boston. And now they're winless since January 20th. Close games, but no finishes with dubs.
Yeah, close games. They got reverse swept by Vegas Legion yesterday. And for Miami, you know, I said it yesterday that this is going to be the last series that I kind of put my face into them. And maybe some opportunity because LA Thieves is kind of in the same boat currently. They're in the middle of half their roster changing. They haven't really found any footing in any game modes. So this could be a confidence matchup for Miami Heritage.
And it's a pretty important one if we're looking at the standings here, Name. Let's break down the impact here if LA gets a win or if Miami's able to start getting the ball rolling.
I mean, yeah, especially for like winners bracket as well going into the next major. You can see the standings though, like Miami Heretics, they got to get some more dubs. You can't keep losing like this because right now, I mean, 0-3 lose this, they'll be in a tough spot, and then they could potentially lose 1 match and be out of the tournament and get eclipsed by like 3-4 teams. Boston Breach is going up, Vegas is going up. It's not a great place to be, and you know, for Heretics, I think they were just ahead early on, Chris. Like you talk about their control, they were steamrolling teams that game.
Yeah.
Lost 5 straight, and they've lost their best map Karachi 3 times in a row. So they're gonna have to figure some things out.
Maybe they've been figured out. We'll find out a little bit later. Here's when all the matches go down. We're kicking things off Toronto, Vegas. Right now here at 3 p.m. we got 4:30's Monster Energy matchup of the week with Optic Texas taking on LA Gorillas. And we close it out with a much-needed win for both LA Thieves and Miami Heretics. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, it's the first battle of the night. Stay locked. This is the Call of Duty League.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Check out all of the awesome in-game rewards you can earn for free just by watching the Call of Duty League. What's on tap this weekend? An all-new lineup including a weapon blueprint, emblem, calling card stickers, and XP tokens. Just link your YouTube account now to start earning.
I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having the safest place. I'll take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Givenchy, my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint event is spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
It's time. Saturday starts with Toronto versus Las Vegas, and we got to kick things off talking about the squad from up north. Toronto is 12-1 after their 13 matches. They won our first major. No one has come close to them in recent matches. Do they have an Achilles heel? Is there a weakness you can exploit on the squad?
I don't know so much about a weakness to exploit. If you talk about maybe anything, it's the search and destroy. But even to that point, we saw the leaderboard before we headed into this match that 3 of them are leading them, and they just 6-0'd Game 5 Minnesota Rocker on Invasion S&D. So for Toronto Ultra, it's just about cleaning up some small steps. They did go to around 11 at map number 2, but even then, they had the game plan. They committed to fire on Karachi, and they played out accuracy in that back bridge. So they've got a game plan. Honestly, I don't see weakness right now, Ant.
I will say I see a little bit, but it'd be really nitpicky.
Yeah.
And I will say it's like the control map pool a little bit.
Okay.
Invasion, they're 3-2. High Rise, they're 0-2. So clearly need to get another map in their repertoire there. And then when you talk about like Search and Destroy, they have 3 maps in the game that they're only 1-1 on combined with Terminal, High Rise, and Rio. So they have to figure out one of those. And they're giving a stab at Rio here once again. They have won one time. So there are things that this team still needs to work on and they can get exploited. And we saw that in the Minnesota Rocker series where they squared up on some of the Rocker good maps and they ended up going to a Game 5. But for the Monster Energy pregame, the Hardpoint falls and the S&D rises. 14 HP win streak was snapped versus Minnesota on that Rio. And then they've won 10 Search and Destroys in a row. The win streak is still active. But I will say, like I said, people have been playing into their trap a little bit, playing their good maps. And then also still the #1 Hardpoint team by far. First in hold, first in points per 60 seconds, highest average score margin. They do a lot of things really well.
They do. They got all the numbers to back up the W, and Jazzy in the chat says they also have the best team intro. I don't know if I can disagree right now. Let's take a look at our maps and modes as we break down what's going to be going down in this series. Allie, do we get past Game 3?
Maybe. I don't know. I like seeing Toronto actually play high-res control and kind of box up with Vegas Legion because this is going to be a situation where it's just going to be team diff. That's kind of how high-res is going to play out when it comes to getting in those spawn traps. Like Ann said, though, that Rio back-to-back, it clearly seems like Toronto Ultra is trying to push that map pool.
I mean, like I said, I think Vegas is extremely happy with this, right?
Yeah.
I think we see that, you know, that invasion yesterday, and they're like, oh man, this is going to be a little tough if we play that map. So Toronto goes ahead and they pick High Rise, and that's a map Vegas has been good at as well. Also, them double Rios. You got to give Vegas the edge on Rio Hardpoint right now. You have to on Rio Hardpoint. So I think this does potentially go the distance.
Well, it's time to make it official here as we lock in our Scuff pick'ems. I'm going to kick things off here with a Toronto 3-0. Vegas, you won your 2 matches. Take a day off.
I'm going to have to go with my host on this one. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra for sure.
Listen, I want to pick the other team, but I can't. These are the champions. I'm going to go 3-2 Toronto Ultra.
Game 5.
All right, chat, where you at? They're leaning with Toronto as well as we kick this party off right now with our casters. We got a ton of Chance. Chance, how you doing today, bud?
I'm doing fantastic, Puckett. I appreciate the information as always, and lovely to hear from the desk. I know, like, ton of focus point of the desk was talking about the potential weaknesses of Toronto. Obviously, the acknowledgement was there. Some things like their control map pool. They've only played High Rise twice. They're 0-2 on it. This is the series where they're getting all of those reps in. So any weaknesses this team does have, Toronto Ultra are already thinking long term. They're thinking about trophies. They're thinking about championships, and they're going to deepen that map pool as much as they can. So a lot of fresh looks, a lot of opportunities. And if you're nervous, which I know some people are when they play against Ultra, grab your stuffed animal and get comfy.
I always wonder where that actually is on Rio, if I'm honest with you. I was a bit curious yesterday when we were coming out. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't had enough time to browse the map yet, Chance. But yeah, I think, you know, we said straight away when we seen the map picks, it is very much one of those ones where Toronto Ultra are wanting to improve on certain aspects of their game. And, well, they get a good opportunity here against Vegas Legion, at least on Rio, to go up against a team who are doing very, very well on this map. Can they do the same, though, against the consensus best hardpoint team in the game at this moment in time? I think it would be hard to argue against it, but Toronto Ultra have bled on this map already. Things starting to kick off between these two teams. Of course, it will be Vegas Legion on the so-called better side for P2, which will be coming up in 60 seconds or so. But we do have P1 to deal with so far. Pedge into the point, can find one, can find the second as well. Decent clear out from Vegas Legion to kick things off.
And that's beautiful as well. And you see, like, maintaining the spawns. It's the, quote, better side for, like, the rotation, but it's not the better side to actually get to that initial time first. So an absolute give and take off these opening hills for Rio. But you already have players on Toronto Ultra, number 6, Envoy, working the flank, trying to get that timing right. Vegas watching it. Funnily enough, it's actually Kleenex that takes down his teammate on the pinch. So a lot of time right now still being collected by Vegas. The start they're looking to have. And I know Purge has been the focus point for the team. Strong start, 3-0.
Keeping things rolling. Toronto Ultra will be the first ones here over towards P2, but this break from this side could be tough if Toronto are set up nicely. Connects with the first initial kill, and that will help things down for this defense. That's going to start rolling on through. Big kill coming in from Geo. Pushing towards the back now, and just nice and patient here from Vegas Legion. Nero with one towards the backside. Kleenex just trying to finesse, stay alive, but the wipe comes through. Only scrap momentarily left. The live second shot's not going to be there. It's a nice break from Vegas Legion.
Yeah, it's a necessary break as well. I know if you were watching the Rocker series yesterday, you can be without the back spawns on this hill from the side Ultra's working from and absolutely just spawn kill relentlessly and set yourself up on rotation. So that is absolutely a break that Vegas is going to need to get, and you can see how much attention they're actually placing on the hill. That was basically all 4 players stacked up in a very tight area to make sure you secure it. Trades out and about, completely on point. 20 seconds of scrap going to go their way, and I mean, Vegas, as far as hardpoint goes, this is the best start you could realistically have. Of course, going into P3, it is a money hill. Ultra are there first, but already a couple guys being annoying. Nero working on some potential pinches. Guys like Geo doing the same.
Really good job from Vegas Legion. So far, so good. Showing that 2-0 record is no fluke whatsoever. But Toronto Ultra, very, very happy to be the team that's going to chow them on it. And why wouldn't they be, right? Their hardpoint record this season has been absolutely incredible. Some good holding so far over towards this hill. Scrap with the pistol, my word. Not many people are doing that on this game. Can he find a third here as well with the push that's coming in over towards the stairs? Gets a little bit unfortunate with the stairs just messing around with them. Geo finding this second there onto Envoy 2. So potential break coming in from the bridge side here. Which starting to come through. Nero will find one. Attach over the top. Not going to find inside, but he should be taken down pretty quickly. And that is all off the back of a couple of kills coming in from Geo on the other side. Finds 2 to follow it up. 4 spree for him. Vegas Legion are finding these breaks relatively easily, but will have a bit of a fight on their hands for the rotation that's coming in 10.
Absolutely. And the great thing about that break, too, is these are still the spawns you want for the new rotation as well. So Geo, the man that was popping off on this map yesterday on a 4 spree, 10 kills to his name. He is rising to the occasion against the best hardpoint team in the game. Still got to make the break, though. Scrap, think about the pinch. That's a freebie kill for him there. Effectively lining up for him, and why not give him all 3? Making it look easy. The barely shot back. The teamwork always showing off for Ultra.
Movement comes just on point for Toronto Ultra in that scenario to allow Scrap to do what he does best. But, I mean, it's going to count for very, very little. 35 seconds remaining here, and Biggest Legion break on the second time of asking. Itachi now just going to lock it down from the bins. Not going to be able to find anything. Good shots coming in from inside, but Purge has got a job to do here. Ultra, it feels like they're bleeding a lot of the time when they are actually finding this rotation. Biggest Legion breaking really, really nicely. Can Ultra answer back in turn with 20 seconds to go? Big fight here between Scrap and Purge. It's going to be for around 15 seconds or so. Envoy was there to help back him up, so they will get those final few seconds. It really does feel like Ultra are picking up literally just the Scrap so far. Biggest Legion seems to either be the first ones there or finding a break nice and early, picking up 30, 40 seconds and waltzing their way to the next hill. Good start from them as we head over towards the last hill of this rotation. And once again, Biggest Legion first ones here.
I mean, always. You seen the kill feed, though. A little bit of trades coming through, so Ultra not going to make it easy. Scrap again, popping up in the feed, but he's there just to get traded out. The battle around the time. 3v7, Nero versus Insight on the minimap. Nero continues to shred with the Rival 9 coming out on top, but it is just like, look, it's a Chow map, and this is a square uphill as well. The first thought about flank coming through for Purge, but right now, he's just an annoyance. It's number 5 on the minimap looking for Purge still, but that just means he can reposition, shoot a couple players in the back, dish out some extra damage, and nice decision making there from Purge. Gonna push out the extra mile just a little bit, and for a 50-point lead that they have at the moment, Vegas, they continue. They're just making plays.
Really good play coming in from Vegas Legion. Envoy reads that, though. Once again, Toronto Ultra will pick up that Scrap time, which is going to keep them within contention here. It's going to be about a 50-40 point game by the time we head into the second rotation. First ones here are going to be Vegas Legion. They'll try to lock down some time once again. It's been a curious one. Toronto Ultra have found themselves in a couple of decent positions, but Vegas Legion are punishing them a lot every single time that they get the opportunity. Ultra now going to try and find a push through from the escalator side. Will be happy to keep a hold of these P2 spawns if they can. Be wary of the next couple of hills after. A lot can go on in between that time. Vegas Legion trying to lock this one down. Scrap's the only one who could find a kill. Is he going to find a second? It's going to be Envoy. Kill starting to fall his way. Don't find all 3 that were remaining. And that's a break for 30 seconds. Potentially on the cards now for Ultra. They'll put them right back into the game.
Yeah, no, Rio is a map where aggression can be your best friend. Envoy might have been tagged up one shot, but he was just flying forward to look for the next and catch a couple players off guard and just keep that ball rolling. That's going to be number 5 in a row. Cruise missiles, certainly nice to have in the back pocket, and Envoy absolutely going to be able to get it. Nice little tear there on P1. And I was going to say, as the hill popped, like, Vegas had a very nice first half, but this is a map where endurance is a factor. It's a Chow map. You have to be on point the entire time. You slip up for just a moment, you lose the spawns, you lose the rotation, you got to deal with a cruise missile, maybe deal with an Ultra that are getting the hot hand.
Feels like Vegas Legion have been on the front foot throughout the majority of the game, but that lead that they had has been decimated. Toronto Ultra holding for what feels like the first time very, very well. Scrap towards the front side, has to be careful of the car. That will explode very, very quickly, you would think, but great lockdown so far. Envoy just holding from the middle of the map. He will be there to help the rest of the team out when needed, but Vegas Legion may well just walk away with their tail between their legs. One final push. Kleenex can't find the kill on the Purge, but everybody else doing their job. 20 seconds remaining, and just like that, Toronto Ultra, they're going to have a solid lead by the time we get over towards the next hill, and they've got time to transfer themselves over there. And that could be the hold that really does start to get things going here now for Ultra. Push towards this backside, going to start coming through. Envoy will get taken down. Insight is there for backup. But a really good hold for Ultra. They're going to be 30 points in the lead now. They headed into this rotation about 40 down.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Envoy was on a 7 spree before we saw him fall in that moment, so he went an entire hill and a half without dying. So you see Ultra, I mean, the comeback is already in. They have the lead. Now we get the treat. Tom, we get to go to a listening with Toronto Ultra.
One shot, he's caution steps. Side, I think. Yeah, caution step, Teddy. I'm waiting. Just press turn, bait.
I'm looking back there right now.
Another one, dead. Another one, weak.
I'm one shot here.
On the armor truck.
Back train.
Right door. Armor truck, one weak.
He's in him. Nice. One back right.
Back right armor.
Back right armor.
On the whale armor.
I'm gonna wrap full.
Yeah, just try and challenge him. Quick.
Charlie, KC push down.
On the back, dead.
Another one there. Caution. Right now. Caution. Top of this, he's well. I could be cautious dead. Push dead. Purge. Dead.
Laying down. Dead.
Nice. Could be one more. Yeah, one more caution weak.
I've caution.
He's in the corner.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Jump down here.
I'm coming right. Here, go right, quick.
We have a streak as well. I'm just slide for you, okay?
Already here, close. Dead. No, ramp.
Running down ramp.
Ramp.
One shot.
Another one top.
Top. I spawned TJ. Stay.
Yeah, I'm holding my push.
One single
Definitely garage. Definitely
Wait, I'm
garage.
coming close with you.
Flat me, dead. Once we garage.
Yeah, I got stun mid, bro.
I'm not cruising.
Flat laying down weak. Almost mid. He's still flat laying down watching the fucking toilet. He's front armor truck. Got mid.
Push now, not behind the white van.
Still behind the red van.
White van weak.
Laying down
Dead. Another one so weak.
Nice. Last guy attach. AR.
Down that hop up. Cop car dead. Shit, this is the game. Hold this.
Yeah, hold this. I push up. Cop.
Sorry, I'm getting up.
I have all mid.
You have a whole mid? Alright.
I'm coming. One top left leg. Give mid up.
I'm just staying in.
Cool as ice, as per usual for Toronto Ultra. It's just so calm in every single stage. I just love the small nuances of their callouts as well. Like straight away, just coming in from Kleenex, just attach A out. So you just relay in that gunfight. And now Nero's just going to find with the SMG there. So that's 3 kills going to start coming on through. And Vegas Legion maybe on the comeback here. But Toronto Ultra done a lot of damage over these last few hills.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the tale of two halves. Vegas had a lot of steam in the first half, but again, Ultra just caught that pace and seemingly have never looked back. Maybe a small window of opportunity, but caught timing like that. Ooh, maybe it doesn't make a difference. Purge caught unaware, but the gunny absolutely on point. So, look, it's going to be a fight if you want to make this comeback. It's Rio. It is not an easy map to secure time on, especially not on the next 2 hills that we have. But right now, Vegas keeping the pressure up. Got players pushed out mid-map. Purge waiting for kills to fall in his lap, and for the moment, they keep falling.
It's not the hill that you really want to start the comeback on, though. It is difficult to lock down some good time. Standing behind the pillar and just praying. Kills start to come through, though. Now for Toronto Ultra, Geo left all on his lonesome and will get wiped out. Ultra can just about win it here. If they are perfect with it, he'll do very, very well. Nonetheless, oh my word, what is that? Snap from Nero. Says no thank you. 3 kills come through. Some potential good time on the cards here for Vegas Legion now. What is going on here? Purge and Code just starting to absolutely fry. And this was the moment that we've seen Ultra turn around in that last rotation. Can Vegas Legion do the same? They're still 50 points away. Ultra 18 away from the win. Vegas Legion will have to be very, very good if they want to win this map number 1.
Oh, and Ultra were setting up for the break, too. They wanted to get the timing on the pinch, but Envoy's going to fall before anyone else actually pushed. And now you can see Ultra starting to reposition, sending players on the flank out through Cat, and maybe feeling the heat, calling in the cruise. Very open building, gives you one and forces the second kill through, but it's still just a square up over towards the time. But Geo, last man standing, he doesn't have the help. Ultra have done enough to at least get this hill. Now they're just going to hold on.
10 seconds or so for Toronto Ultra now. They can very much do it here over towards P1. The setup's looking very, very good. But Attach will find the gunfight. Oh, sorry, the nade on the scrap. Purge will find Envoy. So it's a good break coming here through from Vegas Legion. 3 kills fall their way. What can Kleenex do? Nothing. Vegas Legion now find a break back through. 13 seconds or so remaining on this point, but Scrap's going to try and take it to them. Need to try and get through this hill to get to the next one. Scrap's trying his best. Nero will shut him down. Rotation's going to be important here, but Toronto Ultra can't win it here at P1. They'll get the final few seconds. The setup is there for Legion, but only 2 of them alive at this moment in time. Toronto Ultra do have time to try and find this break. Vegas Legion need to still be perfect.
And Vegas Legion might need it perfect. It also depends on the contest time that can be coming through. So Vegas right now, pressure on, juggling a few different things, but they at least have the position and the kills for the moment, slotting their direction. And number 3, Nero, might be going on a dagger flank.
Oh, this could be crucial. Nero will find one. The player coming off the respawn will find him, though. Kills traded across the map. Kleenex will find one more. Geo just quaking in his boots as Kleenex runs towards him. And that might be game. 3 seconds away for Toronto Ultra. They lock it in off Kleenex. Finding the break towards the end. The potential Vegas Legion comeback is stopped in its tracks. Toronto Ultra 1 to the good.
Man, what could have been if Nero, well, he actually did read the guy coming off spawn as well. Just didn't quite win the gunfight. Maybe that slight hesitation in those pressure moments where you feel the need to run back towards your teammates. But I'd say a nice attempt towards the end for Vegas. But Ultra, again, hard point. It is just where they're at their strongest. And like you mentioned it, after the listen in, it has become tradition for the Toronto Ultra comms of how calm and situationally aware they are always going to be. Always heads up. And I mean, I think when the listen-in first came through, we had a moment where we watched like Envoy through boxes, going over to P4. He falls and Insight's calling out. He's like, I'm just staying alive and watching my push. And he buys his team enough time that they don't have to clear out any corners. They don't have to check anything. They can run up right to where Insight already is and then make the push as a team. So I think Insight always does a fantastic job as a facilitator and doing a pretty good job overall. But This really was just the game of two halves. Vegas really did get off to a scorching hot start early on, but as soon as that P1 popped back off, Envoy gets one highlight reel play, and Ultra virtually never looked back.
Fantastic work from Toronto Ultra. Good work from Legion, honestly, to bring it back, but I think they'll be kicking themselves as well. It was about, what, 40-point lead that they had at one stage as we headed into that second rotation. But as you said, it really is one of those where you have to have the stamina. Couldn't quite keep up with Toronto Ultra for that amount of time if you're Vegas Legion, but that's a nice one for Ultra to get back, right? They lost Rio last time around that they came out here up against Rocket. Now coming out and beating Vegas Legion, that's going to be a good feeling to get the Alpine run back on the road. But Legion definitely still showing some promise there. It was what, 8-point game in the end. One good break comes through from Ultra. Just left yourself maybe a little bit too much to do, but Toronto Ultra going into this series, let's just say, definitely worth squaring up, looking to try and fix some problems on some maps that they're not 100% on yet. Looking pretty good on Rio now, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, this is a look at the moment just for the, the backside of the P2 hold. Obviously, the moment before where Nero's going on the pinch, but I mean, again, that is a championship caliber team versus a team that has been on a hot start as of late throughout the Major II qualifiers. And you can take a look at the game flow just to see, again, first half, Vegas completely on point. As soon as Ultra hit form, though, it is just a gauntlet through like the middle section of the game. And as much as Vegas fought, again, just not quite enough towards the end. But it really is those like little moments of like, if Nero could just read or like have that hard commitment to stay calm and win that gunfight on the back, who knows what could have been. But those plays are absurdly difficult to make, and that is what sets Ultra apart. But that is Rio number 1 out of the way. Rio number 2 coming up shortly. And again, for the side of Ultra, very much just flexing the map pool, trying to expand things as much as possible. Even the high-rise control, Ultra are 0-2 on, but they're getting that third rep in. But it is a good opportunity for Vegas in this series. Square up, map number 1 looked fantastic. Obviously didn't get the win towards the end, but very competitive. And I do think the S&D and high-rise control are going to be the exact same.
Yeah, 100%. I think, we were talking about this series today. We're just having a quick discussion around it. I was like, oh, this is potentially a one that Toronto Ultra could walk through quickly, but they have offered up a map set that has at least given us some opportunity for Vegas to show what they can do as well. And Vegas Legion still, there's work to be done for this team, but they are very much starting to get there. I think it's hard though when you're going up against Ultra. It's always going to be a tough one. They're the best team in the game right now, no question. The Search and Destroy coming up though on Rio is another opportunity for Vegas Legion to maybe get themselves on the board here, but Toronto Ultra themselves, absolutely incredible in terms of Search and Destroy. Insight leading the way across the league. But having a look over towards it, 3-0 across the Major II qualifiers for Search and Destroy for Toronto Ultra. No surprise to see that. 1-2 for Vegas Legion. I suppose for you, where's it going wrong for Legion? I know it's early doors in the season here on the Search and Destroy side of things, of course, for Major II, but it's not necessarily working out too hot for them yet.
I mean, no, the first bloods is not exactly fantastic. Like, you at least want to be close to 50-50, if not on the positive side of that. Under 40% is a little bit low. Their conversion's on points, so it's not like they're playing bad S&D by any stretch of the imagination, but just slightly below middle of the pack. Maybe bad news is Ultra, like, S&D was like sort of an initial pain point at the very first like qualifying stages of this year, and then they just go on a massive undefeated streak, which they've really kept up and continued. So you're dealing with a team striving for perfection. And I mean, for Ultra, it is quite literally, if you just put a bucket of all of their stats in and you reach in and pick any random one out, it's gonna be a good stat from Ultra towards the top of the league. But on a map like Rio, different strats might come through. Vegas and Ultra might have very different concepts of how they want to play, and I mean, that's a lot of pressure towards the middle of the map. Purge working the outer edges, gets that first blood. He absolutely got spotted making his way towards these back steps. Ultra know he's here. That pressure on the gunfight, though, might be tricky. Gio, in the meantime, able to win his one, attached there for the trades, and just like that, 1 versus 3 for Insight, where he can make nothing happen. And Ton, I don't even have time to say it. Rio, some rounds are going to be incredibly fast. Occasionally, you're going to have a slow one. This one, certainly in round 1, no trophies coming through. Just a bang out there by Vegas, putting the pressure on the wings of the map, and, I mean, executed flawlessly.
I think, it really is epitomized by that first gunfight coming through from Purge. Absolutely deletes Kleenex on the bridge side of the map down the street. Fantastic work, and that was just what got the ball rolling. Vegas Legion, really good slinging ability coming through. Trades just working in their favor. 2-0 from attach in the middle of the map. Didn't get to see much of that, but a really good opening kill coming in from Purge. Set them on their way. It's coming through again. Trophy's still not really available by the looks of things. Vegas Legion gonna have to back on down here, and we'll give up big control through the middle of the map. Scrap gonna put the pressure on here as well. Has to be very, very careful. Finds himself in a difficult spot. Not quite sure he needed to slide that way. Gunfight over towards the backside though. He's not gonna go Kleenex's way. Purge gets the better of him. 2 rounds in a row. Good shots coming in from Envoy. The bomb is down. And Insight's left in a 1 versus 3. We've seen them before, but not with Purge behind you like that way. 2-0 Vegas Legion. Yeah, really nice hit. Retake there from Legion. Toronto Ultra, not much he could do about that.
Yeah, Purge is on point right now. I mean, that's back-to-back rounds, first blood, and he just makes the play. Not only does he push the exact same side of the map, but then just perfect repositioning spot behind the van. Knows he's not going to get spotted, just falls into his lap. So I know Purge, bit of an S&D kid as well. That's where he has the most experience and showing off some of the goods now. That is back-to-back perfect rounds, and I mean, that is sort of typical. That is like more of the default strat. Like if you're running in ranked play, you got to expect the middle of the map just to get hit out pretty consistently. In Ultra, they dominate it. The stuns and nades completely clear house. Scrap pushes up the steps and say, hey, it's all clear for the bomb plant. But in the meantime, Purge is just busy making plays. So right now, that is the rookie, the man that I think Ultra need to shut down. His aggression has been the focal point for the team, and I mean, right back, same direction, outer lane, but look at the adjustment. Insight, you can't go that way anymore. Got to reposition right back and pick a new place, but of course, in the meantime, that is now 3 for 3 on the first blood front for Vegas.
Purge doesn't get it this time. It's going to be Geo. And that may well open up the route over towards the A side. Nobody over towards Garage. They will just happily rotate over here to run Ultra, but are you going to expect this from Purge in the spot? There you go, another kill, just playing this one so smartly. Now he's got this whole side of the map just locked down. Elbow on a complete lock. If Scrap doesn't find this kill onto attach, the round is pretty much done, but it is very much now done. Purge looks very scared, not going to find it. It's maybe a little bit greedy with a kill onto Scrap, who will now find himself in a 1 versus 3. It'd be a 1v4 if he could do it. With 25 seconds to go on, Vegas Legion will give him very little opportunity for this one, chance.
Yeah, and it's just, yeah, the pillar spot that Attach is playing, if you're in Scrap's like position, it is so difficult to actually see those players. I know the brightness settings for the players are going to be a little bit different than mine, but not easy to spot, and Attach just gets that early intel. And I got to say, Purge playing incredibly well right now.
Very well.
Like, he had the one sort of snappy gunfight that he needed for that, like, initial first blood in round 1, but outside of that, he's just out-thinking, out-maneuvering, and out-playing Ultra for a bunch of these kills. He's just getting to positions quicker than they are expecting. So Purge, young man on point right now. Vegas, complete cruise control so far in this game, and Ultra need to adjust and need to adjust quick, and the adjustment will happen straight over towards the A site. Only 2 defenders right now for Vegas.
They're playing the Garage side. Does have Geo behind him. Vegas Legion on the way over though. The smoke will cause confusion, but that should be an easy first blood coming through from Nero. Really good positioning. We'll back on down. And now it's just a question that has to be asked, but Purge is already here. He's already found a kill. And it just keeps on rolling. This train from Vegas Legion. Insight now, left in a 1 versus 3. And just the most difficult of positions, which is beam attack. Will he be up at the second? Can't quite find it. Night. Nelly. Toronto Ultra will find nothing more there. Vegas Legion with another round. Good shots coming through from Nero. Insight already a little bit weak. And this has just been an absolute blitz so far from Vegas Legion. Every single time they figure out where Toronto Ultra are, they seek onto them, and that is the round.
I mean, Vegas just has their cruddy angles on point right now. Even there from, like, Nero, the perfect angle to see, like, the footsteps underneath the van if they approach from, like, the ramp side of things. And obviously, if they jump over the van on the right side, just easy gunfights win. So Vegas Legion quite literally just a step ahead. You can see they have absolutely done their homework, but 4-0 doesn't mean it's over, but the first blood front seemingly is, and Purge, no time wasted again. He has been finding the freest of kills this entire map. And Vegas Legion simply outclassing him, a 2v1 Insight. He is the clutch master. So the round is not done, but I mean, Nero's got the cruise, got the bomb down. Just don't line up for the 2-piece, and they get out just in the nick of time.
Insight loses them. And all of a sudden, this becomes a little bit more difficult. I don't know if he'll be expecting this on the right-hand side. He definitely won't be expecting the Charlie come in from top bridge. Another round for Vegas Legion. And right now, Legion are making this look like a rank play game against the Major I champions. This Search and Destroy is flawless so far, Chance.
I mean, yes, everything is going right. Every single first blood going their way. Every bomb retake on point. They got a cruise missile if they want it. They got a 5-0 lead. This might be one of the last times that, well, not that Ultra are going to square up against it, but it is certainly a learning experience right now for Toronto. They have had absolutely nothing to offer this team. Now it's just about the final one. Again, Nero does have that cruise missile in hand. I don't know if you're going to hard commit to use it. There's no reason to. Just treat it on gunning. Go for these aggressive flanks. Purge, again, has been sprinting around this entire map. They've gotten every first blood. Already a 4 versus 3 that they have with the double flank coming through. And freebie kill after freebie kill. Ultra getting outclassed.
Oh my God, Purge. That is flawless from Vegas Legion. The S&D streak has been blown into smithereens. Absolutely fantastic game from Vegas Legion. That was just flawless. 1-1 in the series, just like that. It's run. Honestly, I'm shell shocked. I mean, winning the map is one thing, but doing that to Ultra, incredible.
I mean, I don't know how many 6-0s we've had this year, but that is a very short list that we have on it. And I mean, that is Vegas adding on the positive side that direction. Geo the flawless 4-0, but that's because he was hanging out the entire map. That was the Purge and Nero show. I think that might have also been 6 for 6 on the first blood front, maybe 5. I don't know if Ultra on the third or fourth round collected one, but utter domination on the Rio. That is a sweet spot there from Vegas that has bounced back in the series. And I mean, tell them we got to see in the player cams, Geo's over here bouncing around, smiles on their faces. That has to feel good.
Oh, it's going to feel great. A very, very close map. Number 1, 6-0 on the search and destroy, though, to tie things up here. That is utter domination from Vegas Legion. And thinking about it here, Chance High Rise Control coming up in a second as well. Karachi Hardpoint, of course, we will need to see, but a flawless search and destroy coming through from the side of Vegas Legion. Toronto Ultra are definitely going to need the bounce back here. Are they going to be able to find it with the map number 3 coming up in a second? It is not necessarily being the map and mode that has went their way. But let's see if they can get it done. We got a series on our hands.
Slice up your competition with the Your Game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Of course he can. World champ for the 1v2. The cruise wasn't bad enough. The spawn trap might be worse. There's nowhere you can go. Abizi gets dealt with, but it is just, I mean, you're stuck. You're done. Oh, hell no. That is insane.
Bad waking up top.
Oh, hello.
Wins! All the way to the back. That's 2 already. Flying out the third will fall down from Awakening, and Kleenex is left alone. And Lynch will get his third. Unbelievable. There was a gap and it was exploited to the fullest.
Linz is straight up making plays.
This is what we want to see. I mean, right? I mean, with how well he has been playing in Challengers, winning them these situations in map 1 and now doing it here in map 3.
Papa Asim get another one in the window. That'll be 2. He'll earn another.
Sticking to mid-map control. Vickle trying to find it, but doesn't check for scrap inside a bending corner. He's able to take down 2.
Okay, this guy is just trying to get sassy with it now. 10 and 6, and you are seeing it here. Give him all 4. He is dialed. Envoy to 1 versus 2. Time against him. Position against him. Surely there isn't a win here.
You just want the kills. I think if you get the kills, you'll take the win in that regard. That's number 5 in a row. Maybe he can win the round because it's Envoy. Of course he can. World champ for the 1v2.
if you went and made yourself a cup of tea, you might have missed the search and destroy, to be honest with you, because Vegas Legion absolutely lights out. A 6-0 is your scuff play of the game, because it was just a relentless chance time and time again. First bloods, retakes, just solid S&D play. Yeah, a couple of bullets going in, extra there from Perch. We didn't see that during the broadcast.
No, missed that one. That's a scary sight. It did not curse them in the map, though, as you pointed out. Very hot 6-0. And shout out to Turtle. Turtle always comes correct with the stats. That is the third 6-0 that we have had this year. And the funny thing is, Toronto's been a part of all three of them. Normally, they're the ones providing the beat down. This time, Vegas just brought down the wall upon them. That was a very fast game, a scorcher of an S&D, and that is just a map where everything, it's just flow state for Vegas. Every first blood going their way, every retake completely perfect, simply outclass the best team in the game. And I mean, that sets yourselves up. We're now tied up 1-1, going into a high-rise control, and you can already see Attach's stat in this game mode. He has been bonkers, out of control, a 1.74 granted over the stretch of like 2 whole maps, but still very impressive stuff. And for an AR player on this map, that is exactly what you need. We mentioned it a few times, Ultra trying to work on their map pool because High Rise has not been their best. 0-2 on it. One of those 2 losses also by the hands of Vegas Legion. So these Legion players have been here before. This is the map that you need to take advantage of to try to win this series.
Oh, 100%. Toronto Ultra will still be feeling good about maps 4 and 5 if we do indeed get that. Interested to see how Vegas Legion are going to do here. Toronto Ultra could do with the bounce back, because that's a kind of performance where you lose that 6-0. You're not feeling necessarily too good, but they have got plenty of experience, plenty of cool heads, as we know. Nero just trying to get something done down this side street. Typically the MCW down here, but the Rival 9 doing just as good of a job. Good defensive hold so far from Vegas Legion. Toronto Ultra, nothing to speak of yet.
Yeah, no, cleaning house. I mean, everybody is like trying to get contained. You actually have players on the mid-map turned around. So the one player that was able to sneak through, you Vegas Legion very heads up to make sure no funny business happens. But a couple kills get traded. Vegas Legion defense thinned out just a bit. You're getting the intel. A lot of players down B Street. One guy on A trying to keep it contained, but easier said than done.
Oh, Pedge has done well. Bring around the Rosie over towards the A side, but a little bit of control lost over towards B. Gio needs to find something if he can. He cannot. And the kill's starting to flow now. A team kill alongside of that as well. Toronto Ultra starting to open up a couple of routes that they can maybe take advantage of. Near through the middle of the map is going to find one. Can't find the second B. Now underway here for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, trade's on point for the moment, but inside the lone man on it, not an easy place to try to survive. Finally, the reinforcements there. CleanX swoops on in, gets the kill, and this could be a triple stack coming through. Going to be a lot faster if these players can get on the point. CleanX is going to fall, but right now, this ticket progression nearly going to be in. The final maybe stretch of contest, going to get to the radio tower, and it forces the team kill. Last-ditch effort. You have Vegas Legion that were desperate to fight for it, not going to collect it. Now down on 2 lives. Ultra, maybe not an advantage in the round, but they are halfway there.
It was almost a bit of an overcommit from Vegas Legion to make sure they try to make that last as long as possible, but Attach wins a couple of gunfights after that, and all of a sudden, welcome to the blender. If you're Toronto Ultra, you're going to have to fight your way out of here. Have you got somebody blocking the spawns down low? If anybody else pushing up, it's not looking likely. That's why Nero just sitting on the outside. Scrap will find 2, though. And the pressure relents. Perch will find 1. Nothing else. Scrap finds his 3rd of this life, and now will force their way out. Vegas Legion having to back on down just a little bit. Lives in their favor, but only ever slightly. I'm trying to play this out. Sorry, Chance. I mean, just trying to lock it. We'll get there in the end, mate. We'll get there in the end. My little pauses, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, day 2. We got to hammer the chemistry out. But no, I mean, Ultra right now struggling as much as I am in that moment. They can't get past the 50-yard line. They're barely making it out of their spawn. Anytime they even make it to the helicopter, they're just getting picked apart. And these moments are miserable to be in because you have to work so hard just to jump out of some windows.
I think Nero just actually, unfortunately, unaliving himself there. Touchdown this right-hand side, though. It will matter very, very little. Good defensive hold coming in from Vegas Legion. 9-6 from Attach is a good way to start the map. Scrap and Envoy left alive. Scrap in the middle of the map. Very, very dead. Vegas Legion, nice defensive hold. They will lose 3 ticks and they will lose B. But irrelevant of that, nice hold from them.
That really is super clean work. I know you mentioned it of like the potential overcommitment by Vegas defending the B site, and I mean they threw away an extra few lives to make it happen, but quite literally, as soon as they got that clean sort of 4-man down, everybody else on Ultra is spawning up all the way in the depths of their spawn. They never looked back, never lost control for a single moment, and I mean this map has been a pain point from Ultra. It is sort of the theme. Either you have to avoid getting spawn trapped at all costs, or you have to be able to pull off some magic to get out of it. And that is magic that Ultra have not yet been able to string together. And this is aggression over towards A, off the rip as well. Couple nade kills coming through as well. Attach able to get one. Huge. Final kill for Geo there, and he's going to be on a 4 spree as well. This is a map where you absolutely want to get a cruise missile if you can play for it. Geo, the key man on the map right now for Vegas.
Taking his time. Potentially dangerous position here. Scrap will find Purge, so immediately all that pressure that was put on here from Vegas Legion is just going to be put into maybe Geo finding himself a cruise missile. Gunfight's going to head his way in just a second. A couple of pick from will continue to survive. Vegas Legion have to be careful just to stop playing for this a little bit too much. You don't want to get caught in your spawn, but there it is. Geo will lock it in. A little bit of pressure over towards the A side as well, which way these next couple of kills going to fall. Envoy finds a crucial one over towards the B side, and another. Done so well down B Street, and now all of a sudden Geo is isolated, will get taken down. Toronto Ultra can force their way up here. Next couple of gunfights are going to be big. Oh, that's huge.
You know, if we had the opportunity for Ultra to try to pull off the magic to get out of their spawn, well, this is the exact same thing, but now on the other side, Vegas are going to have to dig deep and see if they can find a way to make it out. Nero's at least crossed the 50-yard line, and hey, he takes down Insight from top helicopter. You eliminate a power position. That frees up so much of the map, and they didn't really waste any time. It's only 2 players on the A zone, though, and the coverage not quite there. CleanX does get traded, but Nero left out to dry. Reinforcements just a little bit too slow. The spawn a bit too far away, and now you are effectively back to square one. Gio, the most aggressive player up on the map. Scrap trying to hunt him down. Process of elimination, though, and he figures it out. So that is a very aware player. We talked about cruise missiles. Scrap might get one of his own.
Huge kill to find the 5th. And looking like this round is very much going to go the way of Toronto Ultra unless Vegas Legion can pull the rabbit out of the hat, but not going to work this time around. Scrap just continues looking for his 7th. We'll get a little bit of help, but it's last chance saloon now for Vegas Legion to try and find a way out. 2 of them get wiped, and that is a very, very solid defensive round from Ultra. A little bit cleaner than Vegas Legion's where 1 tick is all they managed to get a hold of, Legion, comparatively to Toronto Ultra's 3. Really, really good job. Scrap being the epitome of everything that was working out nicely. Find themselves 6 or 7 in a row. Cruise missile on both sides of the coin now.
And this is very much a map that, like, it is closer to 50-50 in terms of offense and defense, but there's also a wide array of teams that have different skill sets, right? There are certain teams that are electric on offense, great at getting the spawn traps on the flip side, and maybe struggle a little bit on defense, and there's teams that are lightning fast on defense, but so far between these 2 teams, defense has been king, which means advantage towards Ultra just for the extra 2 ticks. And nice little first blood coming through as well. Very quick to jump on this A zone, and the more pressure you have, the better. Unfortunately, no trophy in an exploding propane. The propane has a fantastic KD.
Oh, it's doing well. It's doing very well. A couple of kills already coming on through from Nero. Over towards that side as well. He'll just be lingering around underground and inside. He's not a player who's going to necessarily be running into him up top here, but he's the only player who's currently left alive from Toronto Ultra. Trying to survive. A little bit of control, and means Vegas Legion have to concentrate on him a little bit, which may just allow his teammates to get out of spawn that a little bit easier. Shots in the Purge were good, but not quite good enough, and up the ladder you go. Nero will say thank you very much. Now for Toronto Ultra, it's same old story. You try and get past that 50-yard line. Incredible shots coming in from Scrap. And those are gunfights you just have to win if you're Vegas Legion. Momentarily, it's only Geo left on the map. Starting to come in off the respawn now, but an opportunity here for Ultra over towards B.
All right, a lot of pressure as well. It's going to be 2 players stacking the point, so going to be about 20 seconds to capture it. But right now, Vegas going to be very far away. Geo tries to flank. Scrap there to read it. Maybe more players trying to flank through blue. Scrap's been living on that side of the map, so he continues to get it. And you force out the early investment of this cruise missile. Now, they can be devastating, and it looks like it's going to find the kill, but Insight right back on that B zone, and it's going to be secured. And it looks like CleanX actually got traded out maybe a moment before he got a cruise of himself. But Ultra, that is as good as it gets. You force out the cruise missile. You still get the objective. Maybe, unfortunately, a couple kills after the fact don't go your way, but it's not like you're back to square one. Envoy and Scrap Still have plenty of real estate up on the map, and of course the cruise missile they have in the back pocket. Ultra, if they string together an offensive win right now, they are going to feel incredible going into the next round.
Couple of kills that just didn't go Ultra's way on the way out of that as well. You could see Vegas Legion were hunting for insight. Get rid of him, and then all of a sudden we can try to push up, we can try to work together. Pins are on Ultra, and still a couple of gunfights that could be influential. Gio gonna go for the challenge around the outside, drop shotting round and find Scrap as well. It's an awkward gunfight for both players involved, but Phoenix will find a kill underground, and all of a sudden Ultra can find themselves a little bit of real estate. My God. Sometimes it just leaves me speechless. Some of these guys with a rival 9 in hand. Mine does not do that. A couple of kills coming through for Toronto Ultra now, and a life advantage alongside of it. A little bit of map presence here as well. Over towards A. If they're going to do it in an attacking round, this is their opportunity here, Chance.
Oh yeah, but look at like the coverage. You got Gio jumping up top, shooting from the sky effectively, and then you got guys like Attach running in circles, crawling all around you. Purge doesn't get the trade though, so this is actually the moment for Ultra to keep up the pressure. One trade doesn't go through, but they're eventually there to close that door. Small window of opportunity stuffed, and Attach just continues his controlled destruction. Cheeky little cruddy spots getting played by Gio on the flip side, and a 6v5 on the life count. It's looking like you're mostly stable for Vegas. Last attempt with no respawns remaining. It's basically around an S&D for the final 8 seconds, and Ultra flooding through blue. Purge lining him up. If he can take him down, that's great. The trade's not there. You got a 4v4.
Oh, they managed to find a second. It's a 4v3. Onto the point we go. Attach will fall as well. All of a sudden, it's only Gio and Purge who have to go absolutely huge for the team. Second kill going to come in from Gio. Can he line up the third as well? Potentially staying alive. The third tick about to come through, though. If you're Vegas Legion, you have to do something. Gio left on his own. Big win for Toronto Ultra.
And that is as good as it gets. That is a nail biter towards the end, but they just effectively burned the cruise missile, still won the round, did it on kills, got the extra segment, and CleanX, by the way, you see how he's shooting. You see the gunfights he's winning. 26 kills he has so far, and we're only going into round number 4, so right now, Ultra momentum on their side. Vegas feeling the pain so far on high rise.
Yeah, try and turn around for Vegas Legion now. Look good on the defense so far until that round. Now it's their turn on the attacking side. Vegas Legion got to try and find something on what is their favorite map. Let's go for a listener for the Vegas Legion.
Underground.
Hard here. Outer weak.
Phoenix, they're underground.
Top propane. Yep.
Nice. Phoenix was there underground.
Propane, Scrappy.
Could be
Scrap got me. Bleacher, Scrap.
Dead. Nice.
That's how we push up on our right. Some on mid. Our stairs 100% somewhere.
Stairs.
What's left? I'm still going to be. I'm getting on point.
Our stairs, yeah, our stairs. Very weak. I kill that shit. I'm
one shot. I'm on bullet.
I'll kill deep left.
I'm staying on time. I'm one shot. Shot me.
I got
it. He's on time.
Always underground stairs.
Black left. I need to. Hurt. Trying to stay tucked in the cubby.
Yeah. Underground stairs weak. And one's out the mid.
Yeah, he's there. 2B. Clinics to someone else.
Yeah,
I don't see him B. One out of propane. They're
Okay.
Don't go look at the
I'm scaling the stairs.
He's on B point again.
Need a B. Oh, he's on top of B.
I don't know where we shot from. Hold me dead. First Scrappy. Last guy. One bullet. You got big tick.
Yep, I need her.
I'm sorry for you guys over there. Mid windows as well. I guess you're mid. Big fans on me.
Nice good shit. I'm getting on B.
Yo, fans one shot. Envoy. What's open?
Dead. He's dead. One shot. Inside their mid hop.
I got it.
Okay. Say so is their mid hop.
Pushing up on B. I'm trying. I got no trophy.
Flying mid, hitting your mid.
I'm dead then. Yeah, he's
streak.
Left window, one shot. Come at the street.
Okay, underground.
Outer propane dead.
Underground, Kleenex weak.
Phoenix underground looking for inside. Scrappy was in the streak.
Struggles continue here for Vegas Legion. The attacking side. It's had its moments here and there, but Toronto Ultra fighting back every now and then, just putting them further and further back where they can. But Vegas Legion have made some inroads, but it hasn't been the cleanest round so far. Lives pretty low.
I mean, they're about to get this B zone, though. That's a triple stack. That's going to flow through instantly. So they were basically fighting a two-front war, working both zones at the same time. It can be dicey when the clock starts to tick down, but they still have a ton of progression up on the map and now more time to work with. Still need the kills, though, and that is not a trade to be found.
Detach basically left in this dust. The two-piece can't quite collect. Ends up getting traded out. And again for Vegas, right back to square one. And you only have 8 lives to work with. That's the pain point. It's been the slang. And you simply, I mean, a minute is a decent chunk of time, but 8 lives, not a lot of options. You gotta try to make this clean. You see an Ultra do it with the deficit last time. Not quite what Optic did yesterday, but it still can be done. One decent wave of kills falls your way, and all of a sudden you can find a way through over towards this A side. Kleenex now. Just finessing. Knows he just needs to survive. Now 6v10. Vegas Legion are chipping away at this. Have some map presence. You feel as if the next round of gunfights are the most important. Insight is able to find one on the purge, so Vegas Legion momentarily 3v4. Scrap finds one under Geo, and that might just be the dagger now, as it's only 3 players left from Vegas Legion. You've got to find everything. 22 seconds to go. Nero will find one into Insight, but it's just such a difficult round to win from here. Nero over towards the backside, trying to make something work here for the team. Insight should be dead to rights here from Nero. Envoy finds a kill, though, and all of a sudden Nero is left all alone. Not going to happen. Toronto Ultra win the first win of the year on high-rise control at the most crucial of moments. 2-1 up, back into the lead. Vegas Legion had opportunities, just didn't take them.
Yeah, that really is the sort of difference maker in the series. The biggest opportunity you can get, but I think Ultra feeling that pressure, sort of kicking that intensity out just an extra notch. And I gotta say, I think when we look at the stats, that might have been a bit of a Kleenex show. High Rise is definitely a map that you expect the best on the damage front out of the AR players, and for Attach, that range true. For Scrap, he's up there, but Kleenex primarily on the SMG, maybe 50-50 on High Rise, but either way, 5,800 damage, 35 kills. He owned that map, he owned that lobby, and again, especially on that third round, Kleenex just started going crazy. The sort of X factor there for the team.
As the head of the Kleenex fan club, you'll be very, very happy with that one chance. Really, really good map coming out from him. And it's just, especially on this map, you know, as you mentioned, he probably did swap over, but to be honest with you, I don't know if I did see him with an AR on his hands at any stage. Definitely felt like a majority of an SMG performance, but for Toronto Ultra, that's a good one to get a hold of. I think, you know, you're always wanting to test maps out, wanting to get better at certain maps. You find yourself one apiece, though, going into the map that you haven't found a win on all season long. Nervy moment, and they make it count with that attacking round where they clutch up towards the end. Hold their defense, get the map win. And now they're going to be feeling confident for a win in the series. Vegas Legion, that felt like a potential opportunity to get yourself a win here. And now you're faced with a very, very difficult Karachi. Hard point coming up in a second. Backs against the wall at this stage for Vegas Legion. And what have they got about them? Can they swing back?
It's going to be tough. That is a absolutely tough sell. Again, Rio is probably the map that you think you have the better advantage of, but Vegas has certainly shown a great deal of grit so far out in this stage. I mean, the roster move they made has turned out, at least initially, to be incredibly beneficial for them. Because this is a team that, like, they are on the hunt just to stay in that top 8 range. They're currently 9th in the CDL standings. They are 5 points behind LAG. So that is why there's sort of like that extra little bit of intensity from this team. But as you pointed out, Karachi, the map they need to get it done on. And obviously from Ultra, definitely more of a comfort pick for them for the map 4. So Toronto, they just want to be business as usual, take care of the series, get out of the way, and then maybe retalk over that Rio S&D, because we got the confirmation. That was the fastest S&D map we've had this entire year. Again, Vegas, that is a hot 6-0 under their belt, but doesn't mean a whole lot if you don't get the win in the end.
Yeah, the conversation might be that we just might ban it after this, because honestly, it was a very strange one from Ultra. But look, I mean, they're a very, very good S&D team. I mean, they've got Insight on the squad, they got Kleenex. We know these boys are phenomenal search and destroy players. They may well turn it around as the season does go on, but some work to be done there. But certainly no work needed here on Karachi. Having a look over towards the Major II Qualifiers, only the first time in quite some time that a hard point was lost by Toronto Ultra was, of course, last week. Ranked first in hardpoint overall, but Vegas Legion over the Major II Qualifiers haven't looked too bad. It didn't look too bad in that first map, to be fair, Chance. Very, very close one. They win the lead for the majority of that first half, at least anyway. And then things got turned around pretty quickly by Ultra. So can they do anything here as we go over towards Karachi? It's a 4-0 record, though, for Toronto Ultra on this map specifically. Got to be feeling good before we go into this map. If you're Ultra, the chat will be very much feeling positive on that side of the camp.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you're back to like the comfort zone. The one loss they have in Hardpoint as of recent was on Rio. You get it out of the way and you get the dub. You go back to, as you pointed out, a map you are undefeated on. So you are feeling incredibly confident. Not that there's not more to learn on the other maps that they have a record on, but right now Ultra are really like setting the pace on a lot of these Hardpoint maps, Karachi included. So they feel much more in control, not in the series, but also in the map as well. Of course, though, for Vegas, they've had some fight in them. Like almost every single little thing you want to see like on an improvement from this team, they've been executing on. Even Purge, like I know his slaying has been a focal point, but in this series, he's been pretty solid comparatively. Looked very strong on Rio. Pretty much lights out in the search and destroy as well. Geo, the new man, has obviously shown off the gunny as well. His KD has been pretty solid so far from out this stage. And I mean, Atash and Nero obviously trading sort of like superstar caliber performances back and forth. So the potential is there, but it is a wall of not Canadian, but Canadian representatives that they are going to be going into. And CleanX leading the charge. That is an important man to take down for that first blood.
Oh, I mean, if he keep playing like just on high rise there, then it is going to be a very, very difficult time for Vegas Legion. And by a little bit of control up towards the top trip sides, but initial control on the hill. Coming through for Vegas Legion. Some time on the board, but not much of it. Embo just finessing up top. Eyes just not on him, and all of a sudden this locking from Toronto Ultra. I hope to God Geo is weak. Shots coming in. It's 4-0 for Envoy to kick things off.
Yeah, Envoy, no one's even shot back. He's just getting freebie kill after freebie kill, and I love the look at it being like the SMG players that go for that top third control, because you see how powerful it is. You win the gunfight against the MCW player, and congratulations, you now have the MCW in your own hands and the power position, and you can let it ride. You have Nero, though, on a 3 spree, trying to soften up the landing for this rotation, because, I mean, it is effectively tied up on the scoreboard, but you have Ultra. It is the clean setup over towards New. No flanks coming through, at least not just yet. Vegas are trying to set up for the kill, and Scrap, this is a spot we got very used to yesterday. It's a day one spot. It still works.
Holding that down, but the kills have been traded here. Two-piece, and all of a sudden CleanX has to deal with some pressure, attached with some good shots, and Insight momentarily left all on his own. Players now on reinforcing duty and can find their way through here for Vegas Legion. Potential break on the cards. Good shots coming in from Nero, and Envoy is there to answer back. We'll try towards the back alley. Need to find a way out here, but all that Vegas Legion haven't found a perfect break yet. Let's stop an Ultra getting some time that you would expect to. Rotation now is going to start coming in, but I think for Vegas Legion there, at least they stopped a decent amount of time going over towards Ultra, 10-15 seconds or so. This lead would have looked a lot better. Rotation now going to start coming on through. Setup is there. Can Vegas Legion manage to hold it down? One player seems to have made a slight step past.
Oh, that player's gonna get caught. I was gonna say CleanX might have found the open route, but Purge from inside the hill actually gets the identification. Meanwhile, Geo kind of in hell, like dealing with a bunch of players pushing through the red side, but he's been very like on pace, very controlled, no sweat on his brow, and continues to get a couple kills over towards the junkyard side of the map. Maybe a tad bit over aggressive as he's gonna fall, but right now all the pressure on the flip side. Purge can feel it. Looking on the Coop side of the hill, eventually the trade's gonna come through. CleanX has pierced the setup and made his way around to the back of the time, so it's good for the break. Nero, though, playing to just retake it as quick as he can. These are gunfights you need. Nero's going to deliver, but it looks like Ultra, the swarm, the eventuality is going to be there. That is nice, clean P3 break, and Ultra, the score continues to climb.
Yeah, really nice break coming through. I think you were looking at Vegas Legion players finding their way back into positions after a couple of kills did come through from Ultra. Ultra wait on them, and then the break comes through. Heading over towards the next hill. Vegas Legion will be the first ones here, but we know it can sometimes be inconsequential as we do head over towards P4. That's just trying to lock down the market side. It's just going to be about jostling and find what you can, but what Toronto Ultra are finding is plenty of kills over towards the market side. That was momentarily 3 dead. Purge is the only one to answer. So some time on the board here for Toronto Ultra, and that lead is starting to grow. For Vegas Legion here, it's just felt maybe a little bit softer in a couple of the rotations. I mean, the only time they have had control was over towards P3, and that was it back into the game. But now you find yourself even further behind. Envoy starting to fry, sitting at 12-5. It hasn't really slowed down from the get-go. All spree for him, working on a cruise. An Insight in this kind of position is just something you don't want to see if you're a Legion fan.
I was going to say, they should be freebie kills. That was an interesting spot from Purge. I wasn't quite sure if his toes were going to be peeking out, but that is enough real estate there for Insight to get the kill. A couple freebies there from Scrap, and this is the fight he's got to earn. Can't quite get it. Purge with the Rival 9 there to shut him down, but I mean, that is a hill that is effectively just a wash. But in the meantime, look at how easy this rotation is right now. Zero pressure from Vegas Legion coming this direction, and this is the hill where you can get the full 60. Shaq's not easy to deal with, and Ultra, 2 players pushed to the depths of their spawn. These are near impossible gunfights to win. You are just running into a Scrap and Envoy blender. Is about to be a clean 4 down.
Oh my word. Vegas Legion, just no answer for the setup from Toronto Ultra. Great shots coming in from Scrap and Envoy to lock it down. Now it's going to be a push coming through the red side. And you managed to find something now. Scrap will be locking it down from Coop. Nothing to really worry about. One player coming on off flank, but from the front side, it's looking like Toronto Ultra starting to hold this down. Attached with some shots over from Trips. That might allow his teammates to try and find something, but the defense is looking resolute so far. Kills traded, but Insight is there for the final one. 10 seconds or so potentially on the board now for Ultra, who are starting to walk away with this. It could get ugly if it continues this way. Chance Vegas Legion, no answer for Toronto Ultra so far.
Yeah, and I mean, now you're rotating over towards the P1, but saying rotate to P1 is a bit of an interesting concept, because if you're in the hill and your teammates have already fallen, you're going to die. It's just a matter of what direction. And Envoy basically just took a world route as this hill spawned to end up and go and get that break. 16 and 6, make it 17, by the way, and looking for the cruise missile. Envoy right now is in his bag. This is the comfort zone from him. He doesn't get the cruise. His teammates let him down, but good news for them. They still have a 100-point lead, and the kills still flowing their way.
Clean looks from up top. Rival 9 in hand. He says, no problem, thank you very much. Here's another one coming his way as well. Make it 3. Can he find the 4th one to Nero? I'm not going to offer it up. The P2 rotation has to be here for Vegas Legion. They absolutely have to lock something decent in. 50 or 60 seconds would do you very, very well, and you may well find yourself back into the game, but you find yourself over 100 points behind already. You need to find a decent holdout of something. Scrap with a bit of pressure over towards Red. Pidge will just get his head down. Toronto Ultra walking away with this one. It's going to be 120 points or so by the time we head over towards P2. Vegas Legion, a couple of opening kills, though, might help them lock it down. Not if Kleenex has got something to say about it. Eventually, we'll find him. Ultra now. We'll have to try and find a break. Vegas Legion, you must hold.
And this is looking like they might get some good time as well. Ultra want to be extra annoying, though. They're sending Scrap right now on the deep flank, and, well, Geo read it, dies before it happens, but honestly, Scrap might be far enough away that the player's on time. They still can't hold this. Not going to be easy. Nero and Purge trying to work together. And Nero, it's got to be the timing. Go on the pinch, try to find these players laying down. Freebie number 1, front side of time. It's not free, but he earned it. And this is going to be maybe not a perfect full 60, but still a good chunk of time solidified there by Vegas. And if there's any way to work the comeback, that is certainly a good start, but now things get much more difficult. You don't have a power position. You don't have bodies on this rotation, and Scrap picking you apart along the way. That old safety net top third, Scrap really just locking it down. He's fighting off the entire team.
Scrap's just holding it down for the squad. Eventually will fall. Not after finding 3 or 4, though. And now the setup from Toronto Ultra looking nice and tight. Vegas Legion going to make a push. Conservative one through the middle of the map by the looks of things, but it has to be quick, and it's actually just going to be 3 members pushing over from the top 3 side, but Kleenex can find 2. Locking down the back side, and it's just looking so solid here from Toronto Ultra so far. 35 seconds remaining on this hill. Can't quite win it yet. But a bit of a pinch potentially here for Vegas Legion. Nero to one side. Stun starting to come through. If you could find this gunfight, something potentially on the cards. Now is Inside trying to lock it down.
Okay.
Fight coming through from Purge. But it was 30 seconds pretty much uncontested from Toronto Ultra before the break comes through from Vegas Legion. But it was a break they absolutely needed.
And that is not an easy hill to break either. So the teamwork and coordination absolutely there. The problem, as you pointed out, you did have to trade away 30 seconds before you can actually make that move. But now you're keeping the Ultra players at least pinned far enough back on the right side of the map, or maybe they spawn out coming through for junk. But you're gonna get to this new hill first, and I think this is almost primarily a game of keep away. You want the time if you can get it, but that's almost secondary to just making sure Ultra do not get any at all. Of course, though, Ultra, they have a big lead. They have extra time to play with. That's why you're taking the absolute deep routes and really just turning heads. Too many directions to look, in a perfect break exactly when they needed. Beatdowns and rotations on point from Ultra. It's looking like their victory lap.
Yeah, they can win it. Yeah, I doubt they will over towards this P4 side. It's very difficult to hold some good time down, but things are looking nice and rosy. Vegas Legion will find a break, though. Off the back of a two-piece coming in from Nero, so maybe can they find something here? Just any sort of time will be good, but they really want to try and find a break with 15 seconds to go. Over towards the next hill. Setup already coming through from Ultra, and this is where they really put the dagger in. From that first set of rotations, there's just no way that Scrap should be winning that gunfight. But triple control now in for the side of Vegas Legion. Can they manage to find a break here? Nobody pushing through the red side. It's looking like it's going to be mid to try and find this break. The next going to try and hold it down, but time potentially enough here for Toronto Ultra. They can close it out with 20 seconds. Vegas Legion need to be pretty perfect. And boy, locking it down towards the backside. They went hunting. Can they find him? Yes, they can. That's the second one done. Attach can find a kill over towards the side as well. It's only up to Kleenex. It's a nice break from Vegas Legion. 40 seconds on offer here. All of these points will find them passing the 200-point mark. And this is kind of a similar situation to what we had on Rio. A comeback from Vegas Legion started to come through, but is it too little too late?
Well, this is an interesting moment, too, because Attach is actually, he started taking routes towards the middle of the map, and Attach is going to pick up a big 2 kills. I was going to say, there's enough time. If Ultra got the break on this time, they could still win it on the junkyard, but that is so much trust coming through from Attach and the players on Vegas Legion. They know they have to make some exchanges if they want to get back in this game, and that 3v4 moment for that hold is maybe going to pay off. You got to swarm around the outskirts of the map on this rotation of P1, but again, it is Operation Keep Away. Kleenex inside of this new time as it pops. If you're Vegas, you got to get him out immediately. Geo and Nero are going to execute. Ultra still not collecting the time, still not getting the kills. You just got to wipe him out. And honestly, Vegas, they might be good to go.
210 is broken. Vegas Legion can technically win it here over towards P1, but kills starting to come through here for now for Toronto Ultra. That might be game. Geo will find his 5th, but he needs to find a few more. We'll find them on the scrap eventually. 6 kills in a row. Cruise missile is there, but have you even got time to call it in? Geo just continues to do great work. It's a 7 spree from up top. Ultra still only 8 away. 25 seconds.
And you might want
to hear at P1. They're starting to rotate. Ultra giving this up.
I was going to say, you might want to call in the Cruise just because they're not going to be fighting for that old time. If they're fighting for new, but it might be too little too late. It might be a gunny action that you have to deal with, and the Ultra players dancing around towards this new time. Attach, you just jumped on his head, and now you're taking a deep route. The Cruise is going to come through. It's a tight setup for Ultra over towards new. You find a single kill, and you have the swarm. They can get this done.
They just managed to find a way through. How many crazy games have we had finish here over towards the Diner side? Nero and Purge have found the break. 12 seconds away now for Vegas Legion. Scrabble will find one towards the backside. Toronto Ultra have got to get moving. Make it now 5. Attached with a big gunfight towards the backside. 2 players over the top of the dumpster. 3 seconds away for Legion. Contestion. Nero has to hold it down. Can't find anything. Geo's there to find it. Ultra now. 5 seconds away. Geo can't find a breakthrough. It's looking like Ultra are going to break their hearts. 1 second away. Contest comes through. Gunfight goes Ultra's way and just about get the job done. Vegas Legion bring it all the way back. But Ultra don't look happy and relevant. They iced up when they needed.
Dude, that is like, I don't even know. What do you say about that pun? That is an absurdity. Here's the second look, and this is a system of everything going right. It's not just the kills. Look at where Scrap spawns on the map. He is so far away and out of the picture, but it is just the perfection of Ultra, I guess, of just enough contest time coming through. The back spawns that they're able to get, and right now Vegas just not able to keep them away. This might be a moment where you want these players to like get off time and kill these players before they make it. Nero instead elects to go from the wall bangs for some damage, but the players get grouped up together, and then the gunfights just end up going by way of Ultra. I mean, that's an absolute mix fest in that final moment, but I mean, we even talked about it on the reel. Like, when things get mixy in that moment, it is impossible to think clearly, to stay on top of the spawns, and really execute in those high intense moments. A team like Ultra, championship caliber, the comms as calm as they always are just so good at staying on top of the comms in those moments to make those better plays. And I mean, that's not to shy away from Vegas at all. That was an incredible run towards the end, just not quite enough. But I don't know, I'd say tip the cap, man. You go toe-to-toe against the best hardpoint team in the game and you look like that. This Vegas Legion team clearly have shown up and have come to play here in the second qualifying stages. But that is just a look at the comeback. Literally from the jump, they were down from the opening break of P1, and it took the entire game to push it down to the wire. But I mean, that is resolve and testament. Again, it might be a loss, but I think in the end, that genuinely might be a moral victory in the Vegas Legion camp.
120 points was as bad as it was for the side of Vegas Legion. What a game between these two good hard points. Yeah, I agree. You know, for Vegas Legion in that scenario, they'd be more than happy with how their performance went. But I wonder what the desk made of that one. An intense game again. Brilliant series, but Ultra get the win.
That was some good Call of Duty, right?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty great matches that we just witnessed. Welcome back in, everybody. Toronto Ultra able to stay perfect, but this matchup way closer than a lot of people would think. And Vegas showing that they may be the best second half hardpoint team in the game.
Yeah, no, Vegas did incredible in the later half of both these hardpoints in the series. Not to mention that Rio 6-0 search and destroy.
Oh, yeah.
You're Vegas Legion. You're walking away from this series obviously not feeling great because it's a loss, but you're feeling confident because you just took our Major 1 winners to a game number 4 and kept the hardpoints both within 20 points and 6-0'd them in a map number 2. For Toronto Ultra, we were talking about weaknesses heading into this matchup. Maybe now it might be that hardpoint just a little bit. I mean, they had to crawl their way back in the end of that Karachi and that Rio. Even then, 20 points. Envoy had to go on a 7 spree for them to get themselves back into the game and end up stealing the map 1.
Yeah, I like that call, especially with Karachi hardpoint being Toronto's best active hardpoint map in the pool. You saw at the end there, though, I just feel like they wanted to close that game out so bad. Some of the fundamentals went out of the window, and Vegas were able to chain a couple of hills together. But in the end, Toronto's able to clutch up, which is what they do. You know, coming into this series, some of the maps here feel like they were testing. You know, high-rise control, 0-2 on that map, taking it over Invasion.
Yep.
And they come into this one, and they win a huge offensive round. Geo calls in a streak, finds the kill onto B, and then Vegas was slaying. But what happened with Toronto is one player stayed alive each and every time to avoid getting put in that blender trap. It was Envoy one time in elevators, then it was Scrap at bottom heli stairs, just finding just enough kills and enough timing to get your team out and make a play. They end up winning that round to lives.
Joining us now in the Monster Winner Spotlight, it is Envoy. Welcome back to the show, my guy, all the way from Toronto. And Envoy, you clutched up. If you're looking at the kill feed, your name appeared 3 times in the last 5 seconds. Walk me through the end of that hard point.
Yeah, I mean, the end of the hard point got really mixy. Obviously, we decided to rotate instead of hitting the P1 scrap, which ultimately paid off, but Jamie got cruise missiled inside of the cubby. I was kind of mind blown, but then he got a blessed spawn right behind the other team. So that's what won us any moments of the hard point, but definitely need to clean it up.
Maybe a little bit, but I mean, you popped the final 3 to make sure you get those last couple of seconds. I want to kind of route back to the beginning of the series, Rio versus Rio. Obviously, you guys have struggled with Rio a little bit already at the beginning of this season. The split, you win it by 20 points, but then you head into the search and destroy. Obviously, it was a 6-0. How are you guys feeling as you move forward after testing the map pool?
Yeah, I mean, you can only laugh off that loss after we get speed ran in 4 minutes. So that's all we were doing. We got up and we just were laughing. You know, getting 6-0 to lose your S&D streak isn't the best, but we just got to go back to practice and I think play a little slower. I think in scrims it's really easy just to bang out everything, especially on a small map like that. And I think Vegas really hard countered what we did in our previous matches and worked the map better than us. But
awesome.
I mean, like we've said before, I think a lot of the teams love Rio, so I'm looking forward to playing it still.
Envoy, talk to me about control. You know, coming into this series, I think the last 4 you guys were 1 and 3, excuse me, in your control coming into this one. How's it been for you guys in practice trying to work on that game mode? I see you guys squared up and picked high rise today, which is an interesting shout and results in a W.
Yeah, I think high rise control was probably one of our main focuses after stage 1. Just because, you know, playing a map like Invasion, a defensive heavy map, I think it's really easier for teams just to win that. And I think high rise, you can take offenses if you're the better team. So that's what we did today. And yeah, it was great getting a rep on it.
Envoy, anything you want to say to the fans who've been supporting you since the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, thank you to all the fans for supporting and coming out to the watch parties here in Toronto. And we look forward to seeing you guys at the Major later this year and the Miami event.
Keep crushing, my guy. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
That is Envoy. Toronto gets the first win of the day, but we still have 2 more battles. And if you want to know when your favorite team plays, Allie, what should you do?
You just got to sync and earn. The calendar sync is still available, guys. If you haven't gotten the squad up calling card yet, me and you might have to 1v1 because I've told you this about 4 times. Make sure you scan the QR code on your screen, callofdutyleague.com/schedule. Make sure you know when your favorite and your least favorite teams are playing.
Bam! When we come back, it's Optic Texas taking on LAG. Can the Gorillas continue the chaos? We find out after this.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
You know, we knew we were going to come in and handle business. You know, they're a pretty team. I don't know what all the hype is about around this match. I mean, look at the scores.
I did.
Fans roaring early in Kenny.
What is this route?
Finding picks. Shotzi. The guy's Michael Phelps on. He's going for a deep swim around the flank. Shotzi. Or is it Aquaman? Coming up from the depths.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
Elevators, man.
Holy shit! What the f? What the f?
All right.
My best memory competing is probably last year with the Florida Mutineers, playing Optic in the main stage in the first event. We lost against them 3-2, but then we had the opportunity to play them again the day after, and beating them 3-2 was a really good memory for me.
A little bit, but composure still there for Gorillas as rotations continue to be the talking point. A little bit of a scary spot as Draza turns on to App off the ground. I don't know how that gunfight was even possible.
Oh, one's MP5.
Got him. One's back garage, one back to garage, two to garage, two to garage, two to garage, dead. Last guy's on point.
One shot time.
Got him.
Do you think you could beat Kenny in a dance-off?
Yeah.
Oh, he's lying.
Wait, did I? Really?
Yeah.
In my head, I'm thinking he's unstable on his feet.
He's lying.
No, no, this is broken because I'm dead ass not lying. I could smoke him. I'm just thinking about his front door porch where he was like trying to control his legs and he crippled on the floor. That's like the first thing I got. Damn, I'm lying on that? That's bullshit. What?
I mean,
I'd smoke him. Where is he?
From a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Welcome back in, everybody. This is the Call of Duty League, and we're gearing up for Match 2. It's Week 2 of our Major II Qualifiers, and Optic has had one of the most electric games in Call of Duty history. That happened happened last night as they completed the reverse sweep over the Rocker. Today they take on LAG. Allie, thoughts coming into this one?
I mean, this should be a fairly easy matchup when it comes to Optic Texas. I mean, going up against LAG, who doesn't really have any game modes under their belt that they feel super confident in, versus the #1 hardpoint team in the game, and coming hot off an insane reverse sweep after round 5 on Karachi Control, and then moving to a sub-base hardpoint, only 5-point differential. And then Karachi, where Shotzi decided we're going to end the series here 6-3. So for Optic Texas, the confidence should be high.
Yeah, you know, this is a series where Optic feels pretty comfortable in going into, especially clutching up yesterday. You know, they've been playing great. I mean, Dashy had 20K damage in the series.
Oh, yeah.
He was able to get them out of some tough situations. That bodes well. I know some people are criticizing the way that he's been playing. Well, he rose to the occasion. And they're going up against LAG, who has been regressing as of late.
Let's take a look here at our Monster Energy pregame for Optic. It's pretty simple, right, Allie?
It is pretty simple. I mean, I'm sure it's just going to be, you know, continue those hard point strongs. Yep, 16-7, second overall in the league right now behind Toronto Ultra with 32 points in per 60 seconds. I'm assuming the follow-up here is going to be strengthened that search and destroy. Right now, their defense on SND has been severely lacking. Bottom 3 in the league right now, as well as that post-plant positioning. So when it comes to their search and destroy, if they have anything to work on, it's got to be those 2 and 5.
Yeah, we'll say, I mean, this is a really big series in terms of maps for Optic Texas. They really need to be good at Karachi Hardpoint for their map pool to go up against the top teams in the game. They're playing that in map #1, so we'll learn a lot about the progression there in practice.
That's Optic Texas. You can see Dashy getting some last-minute stretches in. The crew ready to go as they're just waiting on Pred. On the other side of this battle, we have the Gorillas, a squad that looked like a Challengers team at times, but they've stuck together. This roster, they've been able to pick up 4 wins so far. Nameless, what have you seen from our Purple squad?
Yeah, you know, in S&D, they've had some decent moments. It's really been Fame. I mean, they're #2 in opening dual win rate percentage. You would think it would lead to a lot of round wins, but they're converting those into wins. They're 9th in the league, so it hasn't been great. You know, in Respawn, I think they were hoping that Estrio would be like this high-impact player picking up kills. Sort of what we saw from Nero yesterday. That hasn't been working. It's really just been if Diamond Con goes off. But then on the flip side of that, their other AR in Assault has been lackluster all year long, which is leading towards the inconsistency in the series that we've had for them. Hardpoint has not been kind to them over the last month or so. So LAG, back to the drawing board, feels like.
Yeah, and it's tough because so far I really like the chemistry of this team. I think what they have built is really good. It's just about translating the scrims to matches. And so when it comes to hardpoint, I mean, they're worst in the league when it comes to rotation and in hold, which is funny because when we first got a look at LAG, this was a team that was good at hardpoint. They were good at the fundamentals, and they've seemingly lost their way just a little bit. If they have any shining light, they are second in break. So, I mean, fix up the fundies, maybe you have a chance. And then for search and destroy, they kind of have the flip side when it comes to Optic Texas. They're actually a pretty strong defensive team where they lack and struggle happens to be on their attacks.
Nameless, I've heard from the Optic camp that they don't like to play last. But when they played middle, they still looked asleep in games 1 and 2. Can you take advantage of that if you're LAG, or do you think Optic learned from yesterday?
I mean, LAG will have to play their best Call of Duty right now. You're going to need big games out of Diamond Con and Fame. Those have been the stars of this roster. They're going to have to be lighting it up.
All right, it's time to get some predictions in here. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Let's do it. It's our Scuff Pick'ems. I'm going to lock in with Optic on this one. 3-2. We're going to a game 5.
We're going to a game 5?
It's happening.
I can't believe you're manifesting that. I'm going to go with Optic Texas 3-0.
3-0.
I will echo that. I think Texas win this 3-0.
LAG, show up for me, fans. Where you at? They're with Optic as well. All 4 of us picking Optic, but we'll find out how close this series really is as we send it over to our casters. We got Merc and Maven on the mic. Hi, Maven.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Let's get it going. Listen, Optic have had this a couple times this year where they come out a bit flat. You think of what qualifier 1? I think it was like Paris. They come out, they're kind of asleep in the first 2 matches.
Vegas.
Why do you keep saying Paris? These
well, we were just talking about it, yeah.
Vegas, yeah. Oh, that's true. We were talking about those early rosters. You said it was like the Australians back in 2019. I forgot that was a thing. But yeah, they've come out flat though and had to pull off these reverse sweeps. So yesterday, I mean, you said in the green room, you're like, is Big Ken sick? Like, I don't see this guy smiling at all. Turns out he was feeling a little under the weather, but you got to get rid of these slow starts sometimes.
I mean, we saw the tweets afterwards, right? They're just happy they won the match. They shouldn't have won the match. How did we win it, right, was the big question mark. But they clutched on up, and sometimes when you have the individual talent and sort of that clutch factor like this roster has shown at times, you're going to find yourself in a position to get some victories. But you can see right there, Karachi Hardpoint. We talked about LAG. They only have 1 winning Hardpoint map. Well, it is this one, so at least you have that. And yeah, Nameless was talking about it, the map pool in Hardpoint. trying to get tested here is Karachi 0-1 for Optic Texas.
Yeah, it was interesting. Like early in the year, we saw sort of between like FaZe, Ultra, and Optic, they all kind of had their strong maps, their insta vetoes, and there was a lot of difference in strengths and hardpoint. Usually as the year goes on, but the top teams are battling in your hardpoints. Yeah, the more you can widen that map pool, the more you can be a threat across the board. It's big, and Nameless kind of gets to it. I mean, you've talked about this in years past with Optic in different rosters. Just like one more hardpoint here, one more hardpoint map, and they're a bigger threat.
Last year was a prime example of it. They always, yeah, the last couple of years, they've always had an auto veto, right? That the time just couldn't rely on. So, and when you were playing the top teams, it's just got to be better in that map pool. That could be the difference for being a championship caliber team. So we'll see if it gets a little bit better here. But LAG, a nice time there at P1. They're going to find 3 kills. Off spawn will be Pred, the first man up over towards P2. He's going to get taken down. And yeah, we talked about DiamondCon. He has been the pillar, consistent for LAG.
And this team, you know, we thought at one point during kind of qualifier 1 that they had a legitimate chance to kind of be a threat, as DiamondCon's now up to 6-0. The respawn looked to be there. You thought it'd just be subtle improvements, and maybe they kind of elevate themselves into like a tier 2 type spot, but then the inconsistency sort of hit all over the place. They have not been able to find that form.
No, but it's a shot right there by Shotzi. I mean, nice little jump. The headshots connect, but Assault able to step on up. He finds a double, some great time here for LAG. They're going to have close to a 50-1 point lead. And now you also have the rotation. You see all the purple arrows over towards P3. So Fame, he is the first line of defense set up here for this third hill.
Well, Fame now, we'll see what bit of magic he can get done. Of just 1 kill so far in this one, but a big opportunity to maybe make a play, and he's just tucked away. Surprise!
Pops under the bed.
Able to get both. Fame. Great play there.
Yeah, I mean, just very patient out of Fame, taking his time. Doesn't shoot the first play, allows the next one to come on through, and he continues to go. That's 3 in a row there for Fame. Finally taken down by Pred. But this has been a couple of clean early holds. Finally some pressure on the hill. Some gunfights going down. Pred able to win 1, but on the hill, it looks like Fame's going to find a double with Estriel. So control back over to LAG.
So far, enjoying this 50-point advantage, and they've got it locked up for the moment. You know, and kind of mentioned they were hoping. You know, we've had some of these rookies that have really been the leaders for their team. When you talk about the signing, that Lins or somebody that comes to mind, they're hoping Estriel can maybe unlock and be that guy for them. The consistency has not been there, but he has had his moments. As he now looks to get involved, can't find the player, can't get it lined up, but Fame will get it from the hard point. As you get close to that 100-point mark, and a great start here from LAG. Once again, Optic Texas, they've been guilty of these slow starts. Slow one here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Again, you still have that cruise missile to jump into play, but over towards this new P4, Assault set up. Fame trying to get top AC, does get spotted, but buys enough time to put some shots in. Switching between the guns, nice slide, able to snap, so he's on 4 in a row. Maybe thinking about that cruise missile, gonna play back bridge. They have an idea of where Optic is, where they're spawning, but he's gonna get done by Dashy.
Yeah, big kill. Make sure he doesn't get a little bit closer to any kind of streaks and maybe push out this lead any further. Still 30 seconds remaining in the hard point. Assault able to win it here from the counter. Shotzi just getting in the point. From an angle, it's going to force Assault to have to reposition, not be able to use the heady, but then Fame comes in right after it. And honestly, nice centering on the last player. Gets a headshot tag, but can't quite get all 3. You start to chip away with some time now if you're Optic Texas, but as you look at that mini-map bottom left, you get it so late, it's an easy setup now for Gorillas at the next hard point.
Yeah, I mean, very similar to Hills 2 and 3.
Yeah.
You get these early rotations, and you're going to get set up. It's just a question of can they hold again this first push. They're able to do so. Shotzi a slow start here at 3 and 12. Here comes the first push, and Pred's going to take him down. So now all the pressure here on LAG. The collapse is in. DiamondCon just trying to play his life.
Yeah, I was going to say, Shotzi heating up is probably going to help these situations where you're breaking constantly if he can get going, but they do it sort of without him. As he's at 3 and 13, Pred gets the opener as you highlighted, and now they get into position as Kenny's able to win a fight. Now DiamondCon, his streak into the fray. That'll take Pred out of the mix. It's a the spawn comes in, Diner side for Gorillas, and they now try to force their way through, but just running by players, getting shot in the back. Nobody in the hard point for now.
I meant to take this, though, if you're Optic, right? With 20 seconds left, they invest in the cruise missile around 25. They don't get time until the final 12, so I guess you have the cruise missile out. Now you're going to go back to a P1 where you're going to have the early setup. You're down 70 points, though. They're going to need to get going here, and it starts right now.
Yeah, I mean, how often have we seen a game change in the second set of rotations? You got a chance to do it, but so far the kill's flowing for LAG. Pred maybe, opportunity to now be the difference maker. Able to pick one up in red, but that's about as far as it goes. Is Assault able to combine with shots onto the point? Fame now locked up inside. Fame, what a game so far. He's 14-7, and so far, looking a lot like our first set of rotations. It's LAG in control of the objective early, and DiamondCon lighting them up. Optic Texas can't get close.
You are so staggered here if you are Optic. You're going by 2 by 2, right? Like, you have to just play together and go as a 4. But Optic down 90 points. Let's go to a listen in with Texas.
I'm gonna top. He's a secret. I'll top. We're missing one in. Hey, last guy new Fame, bro. Yeah, let's go. That's on the bus. We all hit tickets. One just cross ready. I stun ticket. One's in the room. Back alley. Extra. In the room. He's showing you long. Watch out. Top three assault. Coming to me, that's going at yours. I spawn close. Hold on. Trying to pinch. Let's spawn down. Yeah. Spawn down. One's gonna be short. We're playing dual. Flash, shoot on. That's 2. One time. Back. One's BL. What's your time? He's in the back room, watch out. Yeah, back alley. That's gonna be back alley. 22 dead. Nice job. One more top single, boys. Alright, one top single. I'm front ticket right now. Front ticket, DiamondCon, absolute. Front bus. He's front bus. And one's front ticket. Trying to pitch mid, bros. One at me. Pitch fire. No, what do we get back? Top fire. Window, there's one village. I'm top single. Give me a second. Soul's back alley. Soul's back alley. Good. Soul's back alley. The widow. Two. I'm behind him. One top fire. Hold on, gentlemen. Yeah, me and go on you. Oh no. Alright, miss one now. Yeah. We're missing one. Yeah, he's on you, extra. Where's he? I'm flying from. Oh no, me, watch out. John's got back right. Nice, let's go. Play left, then. I have time.
We coming out of it and back to the action. Joe, obviously Optic Texas in a big hole. Did you see or hear anything during that listening that was frustrating for you?
Still a little staggered there in the P2 push. You have Shotzi going a little bit quicker than the rest of his guys, but they're able to at least find this rotation over towards P3. Assault, though, did get them off the hill. So you have Assault and DiamondCon trying to deal with all of Optic. And, well, they find 3, and they're going to find all 4. DiamondCon with the snap in the break at P3.
Oh my God, it's not often you see Big Brucey put to sleep, but DiamondCon with the absolute snapper puts him into the blender. Dashy right off spawn, they're able to get a little bit of revenge and they'll try to get through, but you see 39 points right now. If you are Gorillas, it's gonna take a wild effort from Optic Texas, but I don't know if you saw yesterday and you're an Optic Texas fan, probably not too worried because, well, you're used to this. They come out a little bit slow and then they turn on the engines.
I'd be a little worried. Honestly, it just has not been the best sort of look. You're relying on a lot of things going your way, and sometimes it's just not going to happen. But again, it's just only a couple of maps. We'll see if they can turn things around. But right now, you just see the scoreboard here. LAG are just out slaying the hell out of Optic.
Well, and you see also why this is one they're trying to work into their hardpoint rotation. They have work to do here. It is one they are trying to get better at, and maybe seeing some of the frustrations coming through for them. But DiamondCon keeps the heater going on 5 in a row before he drops up to 28-16. 30 points needed for Gorillas. They've got control of the hard point. Spawning out and trying to break will be Optic Texas. You get all this time, you get the map 1 victory if you're Gorillas.
Yeah, just putting the pressure on Optic to have to push this one more time with 20 seconds left, and it's working out. They find 3 kills. The last player alive is Dashy up top 3. He's able to take down Fame on the hill, so at least buy them a few more seconds. We'll go to a P5 where you're going to have Kenny and Pred in position. Shotzi's thinking, I got to put more pressure on this just with the seconds that are left. While that's going on, his teammates are cleaning up here, trying to get set up. But DiamondCon, I was going to say, he's done it before, but not going to do it again.
Yeah, and when you've got that one-on-one going down for Shotzi, who struggled throughout 11 and 25. His teammate's going to spawn kind of near old, but an easy rotation over to next, so they'll still be in a good position due to the fact that you won the early 2. If you're going to get this done, you're going to need the guns to get hot. If anyone can do it, maybe it's Optic Texas. They have been heroic, but not looking like it. DiamondCon has simply been too good, too consistent. Back into the point and go. Gorillas chance to close it out now.
I mean, nice teamwork there from Estriel and DiamondCon. A nice little slide across, gets the shots going. DiamondCon flies on through. Now Assault, who's on 4 in a row, finds a double. LAG with a great Karachi hard point here to start us off.
Well, Diamond Khan, I mean, early in the qualifier one, you're talking about him being one of the better hardpoint players statistically. You heard Ant say on the desk, you're relying on him to fry sometimes to get map victories. You said the same. Well, he came out and fried. Had a map. It's a hot start here from Gorillas. A flat start once again for Optic Texas. Once again, you have to bring it back in the series.
Yeah, and again, this is a map they don't play very often, but just looking at the stats, it's not just, I mean, everyone is positive. When do you normally see this for this Optic team? This is not something you see very often. Yeah, minus 15 there for Shotzi. We'll see if they can get things going, but you're going to a Rio search. They're trying to implement again into the map pool. They haven't played it quite yet, but a definitive win here for LAG.
And it's weird because it seems like a map where, like, for a player like Shotzi, you should be able to really get loose, play like a lurk role, have an impact. You know how nutty he can get on the map. It seems like one where he should have a field day, but obviously not getting into a rhythm there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one that, a lot of the time he cannot go your way.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, there's not many sub maps. Now, at least you have Rio, but before Rio, there weren't a lot of 2 sub maps.
Yeah.
This was really it from what we saw throughout Major 1. But yeah, I mean, just right from the get-go, you get that spree going from Diamond Con. They were winning rotations, P2, P3. Able to find the big brace, but they just had such a huge lead and put the pressure on Optic to have to break and win rotations, and we just know how hard that is.
Yeah, and I mean, where Optic Texas have absolutely been the better hardpoint team between these two teams, you just seemed a lot more disciplined if you were Gorillas, whether it came down to the rotations or, as you were talking about Optic Texas, the comms were there, but like the pacing of the actual pushes sometimes a little bit staggered, not waiting for each other. Whereas if you were Gorillas, you were doing such a great job of that. Playing together, playing as a team, you get the map victories. We'll take a look at the game flow here from map 1, but it was basically Gorillas, Gorillas, Gorillas throughout. They got the lead early, never looked back.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at that second P1. There was just a point where it was 2 players from Optic died, 2 players from Optic push died, and that's just, you can't do that. You have to go as a 4. The teams in the CDL are too good. That is day 1 hardpoint.
Well, and sometimes it's like, when we talk about coming out flat, I think everyone just sort of thinks about the gunning, because you see the KD, you see them losing some gunfights, but we've talked about this in the past. Like, you also sometimes it's like the comms aren't warmed up, and when the comms maybe aren't warmed up, yes, you'll hear them talking to each other. Maybe the comms like sound okay, but it's more like how you're reacting to those comms,
how you're listening,
how you're playing around it, how you're listening. Like, you need to warm up your mouth and ears sometimes a little bit more than it is the gunning at this level, and maybe that's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of talked about it. Like, sometimes you're playing these games and you're having a good day just because you're paying attention to your mini map, your teammates' arrows. You feel like you have a good flow for the game. And then maybe the next day that doesn't happen. Could be the same thing here for Optic just throughout this map 1.
I think we've all been there. Like, it's just like sometimes, even if you're playing ranked or something or playing with the boys, like if it's happened with you, like some days you say stuff, it goes in my brain, I digest it, I react to it. Sometimes you say something, it's in one ear, it's right out the other ear, instantly, and not reacting in an appropriate way. It can happen to everybody, but we're taking a look now at our S&D matchup as we get ready for map 2. Joe, take me through.
I mean, it's just Major 2 qualifier, so not the largest map pool here. And again, for Rio, you are 0-1, for LAG 0-0, but so far 1-0 here for LAG, 2-1 if you are Optic Texas, and some big clutches in that map 5 last night.
Yeah, I mean, they have had to pull off some incredible clutches just on the year. Yesterday, obviously, being one of the bigger one. Squad's now just getting ready to rock and roll, maybe trying to get a little fired up. Ken did say in the interview yesterday, maybe not feeling well. We expect this guy to kind of be a huge leader for this team when you're talking about how you want to play the game, calming in game. Like, we think he is huge for them. So maybe a little bit under the weather. Maybe that's not at 100%. And maybe as he starts to heat up, warm up throughout the course of this, they'll improve. But we get ready for Rio Surge.
Yeah, and obviously LAG. Okay, so LAG's 1-0, obviously. And I must have wrote down the wrong Rio as 0-1. I was probably looking at the wrong team, or maybe I was looking at the Rio hardpoint. Yeah, they're undefeated in S&D throughout this major qualifier. And Diamond John, he's been a big part of that. But they did lose to Vegas.
When you're pouring over your stats, Joe, it's my favorite.
3-1. Sometimes you're just looking at the different things and you write down the wrong thing and then you look stupid.
Well, sometimes, I mean, the spreadsheets, it's just so much info sometimes that you're looking through some of our team pages we have. I'm like, there are so many numbers and so many names. Well, Shotzi, who struggled maybe in that map 1, bringing it now. Incredible start here. Fantastic little drop shot onto the second player. Going to leave Diamond Con, the hero of map 1, by himself trying to clutch. You get him to reposition with the nade. You chow right after. Beautiful play to win that final one-on-one.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to take a look at this from Shotzi. And maybe you're happy to see this, working that flank quickly, able to find a freebie, and then just the timing. It looks, I mean, yeah, Fame has the first shots, and he just kind of loses them. He has like the first 5 bullets there.
No, he got PP'd on a little bit there, Joe. Yeah.
Nobody wants that to happen, not at all. But we kind of talk about it with the rival. Those first shots don't hit, and then that recoil gets away from you, and it's a little windy.
Yeah. Dude, that's a hell. It's just wild to see that kill from Shotzi after he goes like 12 and 700 in map 1. But bringing it now to the map 2. Can he get involved into the mix early in this one as he starts out 2-0? Spotting for info, but it's going to be a first blood for Esriel. Pred ripped out of this. Bomb, though, still in Shotzi's hands. You look to develop something offensively here if you are Optic Texas. What kind of timing does he get this time? Not able to snap a little bit out of his range. Assault puts him down. Quinn behind everybody, though, is Dashy. Can you take down 2? Maybe 3. He gets them all as they line up for Dashy. Fries them, and suddenly it's assaulted at 1v2. Frustrating one for Gorillas here.
Yeah, just I actually love the play. They gave up middle of the map after finding the first blood and just said, give them the bomb, let's retake, but we're into a one-on-one. It does not matter. Dashy with the ace. I don't know what the timing was, but LAG sends 3 on the flank, and then he's just behind it. We're going to take a look here from his point of view. Yeah, they all run by him, and basically he just takes them all down. So he's going to find the ace in the round.
And it's just one of those where, like, you know, you don't really take much damage, if any, from the first 2 players, so you're able to win the third, too. Just lurking there, they run by. Dashy with an ace, he's 5-0, 1 away from a cruise, and woo! That's one where you get the first blood if you're Gorillas, and things just, wheels come off in the round.
Yeah, again, I think it's the right play. Just, you don't spot him, and he gets all you.
Well, usually you think if there's 3 of us together, somebody's going to trade, but in that particular situation, not the case. Pred, with a bit of a Christmas present there for Dashy, blows him to pieces.
Yeah, a bit of a present maybe for LAG, too, to get them back in this game. Still a 2-on-4, turn to a 2-on-3. Kenny and Pred trying to see if there's any magic left, but finally LAG get on the board with the help of Pred.
Yeah, I think he's like, listen, we felt bad how that last round went. You guys all lined up for Dashy. You know, we've been there. We've been on the receiving end of all lining up. You know, we're all friends. So we're going to give one back to you.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah, no.
I'm sure that's how it went.
Yeah.
Just like that.
I always think of like a refs in the NFL.
No, I'll tell you what,
get
bro.
a makeup call, bro, after a bad call or something. Give him one back.
Sometimes nades just get away from you in this game. They hit like the top of something, invisible, and they bounce back in your face.
Yep. I always love the ones that just like, they make no sense from like a physics standpoint. You're throwing it at a flat surface, but it just comes right back, and you're like, okay, is there some surface I'm not seeing there? No, it doesn't appear there is. That physics I learned a little bit of, and that is impossible. But yeah, no, they can certainly get away from me. It happens to Pred there. Esriel in a fight top mid. Takes a bullet, repositions, trying to keep Shotzi at bay. He'll be your bomb carrier. They're starting to work up a bit towards A. You've got Dashy in position offensively. Diamond playing deep, but as much as you've got a presence towards A, bomb working its way towards the other site.
It's kind of a 2-2 split here for Optic. What kind of timing is Fame going to get? It's not going to be good timing. He looked away for a second. Shotzi, that is just what he does. Able to catch him with that hop up. But again, still pretty split. Is Esriel going to try to take some space, and instead he's going to find the other Optic duo in Pred and Dashy.
Yeah, I'm assuming Diamond had some info, so you're thinking there the 2 of us can cut this off, maybe. Cut off the cross. Now you wrap it all the way back, though, if you're Optic, and you still got Diamond here. Things start falling apart a bit. The shots get through. You can't quite finish the next if you're Gorillas. Optic makes them pay at the tail end of it, and they get their 3rd round on the board, but all over the map there if you're Optic.
And again, right, what these teams are thinking is we have a first blood, let's just group up and trade on out. And it's happened out at LAG. It almost happens there to Optic when they're kind of going through this transition to start to group on up. There's just some timings maybe not going their way. It almost catches them off guard, but nice patience there. Yeah, Dashy, he's 6-0, but again, he has the team nade death, so that comes in, so he does no cruise missile.
looking for an opening now. This is LAG, but the opening comes through a nade. This time, Texas connecting with the right player. They still get the first blood, and Shotzzy at 4 and 3. Obviously a much better showing here than the map 1. Starting to work their way up towards mid for a second. Looked like Gorillas were ready to pounce, but just playing for info. Maybe a pick as of now, trying to bring this back into a 3 versus 3. But Optic's getting aggressive, and as Fame slides, 2 of them pushed up the map. Again, Shotzzy finding some early kills in the round.
Yeah, Optic just gonna power up together. Again, just challenge everything after that first blood as a 4-man.
I mean, Shotzi's got, what, 3 first bloods now? He's working on an ace, too, right? He hits the nade. They're all lining up in front for a second as I don't know who got the final kill. I know
It was Ken there.
Okay. I just, in case maybe it was another ace for me, it was Ken that was able to get it. But Assault gets damage into everybody, I think.
Yeah, it hits a couple of wall bangs on the last player, but again, just the numbers too much. And yeah, those first bloods have been just so impactful here for Shotzzy.
Well, yeah, he had him round 1. He had the nade in this one, obviously, with bomb in his hand in the previous round, able to jump up and catch Fame. He's on a 3 streak now at 6 and 3. But he's certainly dictating the tempo early in these rounds. Put himself in a spot to catch a good timing, catch somebody unaware. Kind of similar setup so far to what we saw in our last offensive round. Eventually, Shotzzy kind of worked his way towards that hop up. But this time you get a lot more aggressive on the other side. So Kenny is going to push up. It was actually Dashy in that position, their previous offensive round. Kenny plays here, gets way more aggressive and able to catch Diamond Con. So you get an opener that's an instant wrap towards A. Not able to catch Pred in the corner. He's able to get the drop shot and win the fight. You've got commanding edge, again, if you're Optic Texas, up 3-2.
Yeah, they were able to find Dashy on the flank, but Estriel just goes a step ahead of his teammates and then gets caught, loses the 1-on-1. So now it's Fame, who's left in a 1-on-3, pushes this into a 1-on-2.
And they need him to clutch up badly. Well, they'll be in a 5-1 hole with a loss here. Tries to snap, not able to win it. Texas, take the round win. A round closer, tying us up at 1-1.
Yeah, and again, it's just both teams kind of, on their attacks, just playing maybe a little bit around the information that they have. And Ken just goes right up to the bomb site inside a garage where there is one player, just wins the 1-on-1. And after that, you just saw the green arrows. All right, bomb site's ours. Let's go. We have the man advantage.
Yeah, I wonder if that was sort of a comm from last round where him and Dashy, Diamond and Dashy were kind of dancing down there like the whole round. If there was some sort of comm, but Dashy's like, he was playing it like this, and Ken's like, all right, I'm going to hit that.
Well, I think he was just in garage. I don't even think he was showing. I think he's maybe just playing info, holding an angle. The way LAG have been playing, have been so mid-heavy where they're like, hey, bomb site's probably open.
This time on bridge side, it's the openers from Gorillas. They will pounce. Estriel and Fame both able to get one. They haven't had a lot of success with the first bloods. Here they're able to do it. Ken, though, trying to get away. He gets out. He's on 4 in a row. Maybe a chance to bring this back, but it's all going to be on Dashy now. 1 versus 3. Oh, he had a triple earlier. Can he do it again? They're all out in front again. This time they're looking at him, though, not away. They'll deal with him.
Yeah, and he ran out of bullets in the MCW. Maybe if he's got that out with a full clip, maybe something can happen.
Yeah.
Switches over to the Renetti, and yeah, it's just a tough one again. They just swarm. It has been so important on a map like Rio with how quickly you can traverse the map. That first blood has just dictated these rounds.
You're going to have to rip off 5 straight to win this map. If you're Gorillas, step by step, you're able to get 1. The Shotzzy have another first blood in him, though. So he's found about half of them throughout the course of this game. Looks like it might be fast and heavy over towards A. Remember, Kenny gets aggressive. Takes out Diamond Con the last round.
Yeah,
Diamond Con this time, different position.
Yeah, plays it much safer. Backs all the way up, finds the info.
They're playing a retake then, yeah?
Yeah, playing a retake and maybe just playing for the info. Maybe they think they fake this back to B, right? But all 3 players starting to work the flank for LAG, not going through the middle. Bomb not yet planted.
I was waiting for you to start the bomb.
Well, yeah, I mean, the longer they wait, the more time they give this LAG team to start to work the flank. You maybe catch a timing on the Dashy, but now he's got some help.
Yeah, now you're able to get it down clean. Not get caught in like a 4v3 with a bomb planter. 30 seconds to go. collapse now coming in. Several in front of Pratt. He's at least able to take down one. You trade well, though, for both sides. You've been going 1 for 1. That's where it changes. Ken able to stay alive. Shotzi then wins it on the other side. And Optic Texas will get your search and destroy victory here. Came out slow, obviously, in that map 1. Really took over, dictated the pace of this map 2 instantly.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, Shotzi obviously a big part of that, but just their teamwork. Their teamwork was better in that map than what we saw in the hard point. Just playing together,
100%.
making sure we're fighting, being in position to help each other out.
That's why sometimes I think it is just like, it's just getting the comms and the ears warmed up, man. It really is.
But just a team effort on the side of Optic. And I mean, obviously, you have that dash around. That really changes things.
Yeah,
you know, maybe if it's 3-4, things look a little bit different, but true. Dashy, but he finds 3 in the round. Even one LAG find that first blood. And that's a tough one to recover from.
Yeah, where Diamond was so good in that map 1, obviously. He had a monster hard point. 2 and 7 here in the search and destroy. Can't quite replicate that success. And, you know, when the action did come to his side, at times getting caught. But we're going to take a look at our overall best of 5 again, see where we're going if this goes the distance. Striking first is Gorillas, answering back is Optic. Karachi Control will be next jump.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw this from Optic, right? This is one they're very comfortable with, and they're ready for all the clutch situations that they need here in Control.
Yeah, I mean, they've got plenty of clutches in Control, plenty of clutches in Series. They'll be looking to do it again here. We'll see if Optic can close it out. Maybe go 2-0 on the weekend. Gorillas doing what you can, trying to improve things, but we're going to head to a quick break. When we get back, we are back to the action, tied up 1-1, the swing game in Control to follow.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
welcome back to the Columbus studios as we continue on. This is where everything gets done on the Magic. Joe and I are in another room as we are commentating, but all the great people here.
Yeah, these are all the talented people. We're just the people, you know.
They do the things so we don't look like idiots, Joe. But
and we still do.
Yeah, no, we managed to make that happen ourselves. But we're ready now to head to a control. Tied up 1-1. Optic flat again early, but starting to wake up a little bit. And it's just been, I don't know, a little sloppy with Optic at times. Yesterday was a grueler. You survived that one. Was thinking maybe they come up with a little more, I don't know, like a little more hunger today.
Yeah.
Wasn't the case. But then you bounce back in the search. That's, you know, they got some bounce across the modes. Just helps when you come out flat.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, the control, it's obviously one-sided here. 2-0 for Optic throughout this stage. They've been doing on attacking defense, and this has really been their home on the year. Karachi control, they are 5-2. They've played it 7 times, so definitely their most comfortable control. On the other side for LAG, they played 5. They're 1-4. But this is the part of the series that gets a little bit scary for them. Maps 3 and 4. Karachi, and then follow up with a Skid Row Hardpoint. I mean, Skid Row Hardpoint, that was Optic's home there to kind of start the year. There you can see just the different stats in LAG. 11th and 12th in a lot of those, and that's not good.
Yeah, I'm imagining you're not going to get that same Optic team in map 4, right? Like, it's likely going to be a whole lot different, but we hop into it. Did we now get ready to go?
I know why they were showing that wall.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's the Benjay route.
That's the Benjay. That's the Benjay route. Stop. He's a demon, though. He's a demon. One of the best you've ever seen. They call him Bald Celium.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
But back into the game, Fame. Oh, well, he sticks the door. But him and Estriel on this B point already a tick done. And I mean, maybe you're thinking about giving this up if you are Optic.
You have to. You have to. I mean, this is done. This is done. You're not even close. You let them get this, and they see no pressure coming, so you just leave 2 on it. You start to maybe hunt a little bit if you're Assault, see if you can find any kind of openings, but B is done. 2 minutes now to work with as you set up now around this A point. We'll see. It's a little different than you usually see on this map. We'll see if they can pin it down for 2 minutes.
I think it's possible, but you gotta start finding some of these kills. Again, early in these rounds, no trophies quite yet, so it can hurt or help them. But Pred gonna find one. And he finds a second inside a fountain. Those railings see a little bit tricky, but Estriel, what a nice snap.
A pick here for Estriel. Wrapping all the way around through dumps will be Pred as he tries to get back into the action. It looks like they've got that. Well, they had it picked up maybe for a moment, but now he finds an opening. Pred does to get through.
Gonna have just a 2v2 on the either side of the map. Dashy and a wrap on back to help his teammates out in a big kill. Estriel was up to 4-0. Fame, though, still in their base. Now with a couple of players off spawn, he can deal with them. But he's just hoping Assault and Diamondcon and the rest of the squad can get out, and they have not been able to do so.
No, you haven't really found any presence here yet. And a minute's gone by, so this has been so great. You found an early kill. Now you get 3. Now hopefully you can find something behind this. I doubt this is going to come down to lives. You've only got 50 seconds to work with. Can you start to get some progress up towards the objective? But most of the kills kind of come out kind of far from the point, so no one able to get towards that, get set up inside the objective. Is there yet to really touch it? You might need some moments where you're at least going to stop the clock for a moment. They haven't found that at all.
Well, I thought maybe Shotzi was going to go up and get top 3 control first, but instead he's just going to find the spawn kill onto Assault. And this has just been flawless. Yeah, they have dealt with this so well. They have not got onto the 8 point. There's one player bridge. Shotzi going to find them. So they have recovered wonderfully. Still top 3 control over to LAG. 13 seconds to go. The nade connects.
You know, it just sort of feels like usually on kind of the first point, you get a sense of urgency where you got to sort of throw bodies at it to get it and extend it. There was never really any kind of sense of urgency to really make plays on the objective. They wanted to find the kills and make it be clean, but like Optic Texas never really gave it to him. The 3 down was the biggest threat, but you have no one really in a position to get onto it. Everything else was just sort of efficiently traded between both squads, so there was never that opening. And it's sometimes, I don't know, you just have to like hit it and get someone on the objective and then make Optic react. Like you just never really got to that.
Yeah, I mean, never really got out of their spawn, right? Well, yeah. Once they got to the B point, it was this 2-on-2, and then Optic just kind of set up this trap, never really gave up those power positions. Finally, you got the 3 dead, but Dashy responded with that first kill, and then got Shotzi right back to his place.
Yeah, I was just, I don't know. I mean, great hold from Optic Texas. Yeah. Unusual also from Gorillas, I thought. Let's see what you can do on offense. A little more standard here for Texas as you'll get right onto the A objective, something that Gorillas were never able to touch, but they did get their 1 point. They got their 3 ticks. We'll see if Optic Texas can answer in kind. It's the first bit of progress we'll go through. And now Trophy in for support as well, but as 2 players drop, one of those is the player cleared out of A. So back to square one we go. Looking for the openings onto the objective. Dashy killing everyone. Is Preds just snapping around, trying to find where shots are coming from? Dashy laying down fire.
Yeah, just from up top. I mean, they were dealing with Fame. Fame got 1 player off the point, tried to play his life. Was just trying to buy time, not able to do so. His teammates get taken down by Dashy, and Pred then get on that point. So now we're going to see can LAG hold over towards B. It was all offense yesterday, really, until that round number 5. The defense to start, and nice shots there from Shotzi.
Well, you kind of got junk side control here. If you are Optic, you'll look to progress this, but kind of getting shots in on your flank. It's Fame that's able to get the kill on the Pred, so heads turning for a moment, trying to pick that up off spawn will be Pred, but do you leave him and just try to hit this? Kind of leave him and take the numbers over towards B, but Estriel's got him locked in for now.
Yeah, Diamond trying to work the pinch. Not gonna happen. So Optic, they just want to make sure they have junkyard control. Maybe they can force those close red spawns if they get these players out of bottom red. But it's Assault and Estriel just kind of finessing, playing their lives. Assault goes for the reach out, but the trade is in. Is Estriel, he's on 5 in a row.
Yeah, now that all those fights over towards red and junk, you're able to get control if you're Gorillas. You still get spawns here if you're Optic, pushing all the way through. Sort to your opposite side development and dumpster. That will be Shotzi.
But they know,
trying to make a play there. But yeah, you see kind of the read here from Diamond Con. They know somebody got loose.
He gave it up, though, so he gets over the dumpster. So he's just sitting right there in the stun. He put it over, so they have no idea where he is right now. They know we're missing Shotzi, not a clue where he is. Diamond, surprise, I'm right here. The timings that just did not go his way. Now they are 3 dead. Unreal.
Yeah, you lose him. You play it for that exact play. You're aware of what might happen. Thankfully, your team clutches up and deals with everybody else. There's only so much that Shotzi is going to be able to do here by himself. He's eventually going to fall, but you win some of those fights if you're Optic Texas. Shotzi's still in that position. Things might unravel. Thankfully for Diamond Con, the rest of the team clutched up.
He's watching the alley. He throws the stun over the alley. He's into the corner. Child time at its finest with 20 seconds to go. Estriel up to 14 and 7. And Optic, they're going to have to wait for 1 player off his spawn. Trying to work this 4-man push. Here we go. Shotzi with the opener, but he has 1 HP. Just trying to get down.
Trying to get held back, but it takes a while and not going to happen before he's traded out. Now, 8 to go. Dashy at +5. Trying to get involved, trying to stop the clock as he's able to get on the point and stop it at 4.3. Kenny will drop in the process. Eyes for Dashy as they line up for him again. Trying to swing through, but the timing there when he goes for one, the other wraps in through the door and he drops. You get the kill out front, nobody else on the point. You can't stop it. Gorillas hold on, and we're basically tied up. If the rounds were, total opposites kind of where our fights are going down, but
honestly, impressive stuff, though, too, from LAG on this defense. I mean, we saw, like, Red, it's not always the easiest thing, this point, to kind of retake, just hold for 2 minutes. Normally, those red spawns come in, and sooner or later, they're just going to flood you out, but does not happen. They do a very good job, and that's behind Estriel and Fame with the SMGs. I mean, Estriel, he was great in stage 1, especially in control.
Well, I thought early in that round, when they had kind of that junk push for Optic, when they knew there was 1 player kind of on a deep pinch where Predator died, that they were just kind of send it, take the 4-on-3 and go, but they're kind of trying to deal with both sides of it, and then things kind of fell apart. They never got in that position again. They never really got an opportunity to lock it down and flood and flood and flood. It might have been there for a moment to set up, but it fell apart. This time, Optic trying to make sure they don't lose B instantly as they're able to do that. Granted, they showed us they can lock down A just as well.
And they find that first kill, just reposition. Estriel, though, was able to find that cruise in the last round, so they have that to work with as he went on that spree. Diamondchan just trying to hold this position, wait for his teammates to come off a spawn, but again, just very slow on this rotation. Over towards A is LG. Finally, they get on the point. So much to clear, waiting. And, well, he's going to have the right call, but Shotzi just runs right through the stun, able to find the kill.
Shotzi snaps. He actually gets a bullet to get to his soul, but freebie there for him with the high ground. So now you stop it at 38 seconds. You look to get some time. Lovely shots again from Assault. There's a couple of those that got to be headies.
Yeah, but the timing works out. The timing works out. It was a double flank. It was a double flank, so Assault gives this up. And as soon as he finds the first kill, followed up is Pred, and Pred's going to find 3. He times that out so well. If Assault just holds the top 3 dumpster, he finds both of those kills, and they probably get A, but he gives it up for a second. And then Pred able to take down 3 of his teammates.
I think sometimes you're thinking it's 1, right?
Yep.
Like there's only 1 that's gonna be working this surely. And then yeah, second player there, surprise. As he pops what the play could be. Now you're only down to 15 seconds.
And you use your cruise on to try to work A. Not even, you still have another point, so they're in a bit of desperation here. And this Optic defense has been so good here on Karachi.
I mean, outside of what? The opening 30 seconds of round 1, they've been flawless. Outside of just losing B to start that, as they get caught off guard a bit, and they've been flawless.
It normally, like, some sort of crazy clutch play that happens over towards B.
Yeah, right.
That's sort of the difference maker on this map, but that has not been the case here for either of these squads.
We still got some rounds to go, though. Maybe the madness is coming. Maybe some holes in the defense to come. Pred will take a 4 spree into this round as he works towards the cruise that maybe he'll better chance of the one we just saw for Gorilla. There's like 15 seconds on the clock and they're going for it. You're a bit surprised there, but Optic, once again, kind of a default setup right onto A. Pred is through for the trade as Kenny falls first, but everybody else pretty much dropping. You got to set this push up again if you're Optic Texas. Good first hold from Gorillas.
Yeah, trying to find Fame. Fame just wraps on back. I thought Dashy saw him. Not gonna spot him, so yeah, first 30 seconds off the clock. On the opposite side of the map, Shotzi able to take down Assault, who is working junk side. So just trades going back and forth. Right now, numbers advantage over to Optic.
Well, they got somebody on it again. Good job just applying pressure, stopping this clock, making Gorillas worry about somebody in the objective. You can see they're kind of worried about everybody else right now, making sure nobody slips through the cracks, and then they start to worry about the point. But the first tick of progress is done. Shotzi has just been inside soaking it up. He's got eyes over the top. Dashy was kind of the hero of the last time they got A, right? He's able to get that triple. We saw sort of Pred's POV as he's snapping around. Dashy's got topside. He's frying everybody. They decide now's the time to stack it up inside the point. The grenade will hit, so Dashy, once again, maybe a clutch moment, but they try to clear him out as they got the rest of his teammates out. You stop this with, what, a millisecond left on it.
I mean, that was all Estriel. Estriel somehow finds 2 inside a top secret, and that just is like, okay, because they were all wrapping a B. They were going to give that up, but behind Estriel's 2-piece, Assault then hits the flank, but doesn't matter.
Doesn't make much of a difference.
Yeah.
A couple seconds maybe in the overall clock. We'll see if it comes down to a couple seconds. Maybe it did matter, but I think it went from like 53 to 45 or something like that. They got back on it fast.
There's a quick trade, and now Optic just trying to find some spawn kills. Diamond just running for his life.
Look at Shotzi's lurking over to you. I was wondering where he was. I saw his arrow kind of like dancing over there towards Diner. As he finally does drop, spawns out deep, and looks to get back into it. Through the bust, the shots come in from Kenny. And they start to collapse on this push. And you've got to push kind of through dumpster side. You've got it progressing through red. You win some gunfights, and you might be some tough spawns for Gorillas, but you have 2 players here, and DiamondCon kind of gets the opener to stop this for now.
And they do get on the point, but again, just so patient here from LAG. But now you have those close red spawns. Yep. They found Estriel. That was really the first player that gave them so much trouble, and now you can see the close spawns come in. A trophy, though, does find a kill. Maybe gonna be the hero of the round here for LAG, but they have to go. It's 3 players on it. 1 tick already done. Dashy spawn has the close spawn, watching the cross. We'll see if the subs can get through.
That was a perfect example of what you were talking about, the red spawns, and you can start to flood and flood and flood. Thought it might take 1 flood and 1 group of picks, but they are able to regain and pick them off of it. Second bit of progress was done. You've got 30 seconds to go. I'll see if those 8 seconds might be a difference, Joe.
Yeah, but again, those close red spawns are coming on through. You're just trying to hope someone can make a play. And well, they're doing it so far, but it's just into a 2-on-2. You can see Kenny right back to it. He's going to spawn on up number 5, but maybe behind that double, you finally get some peace here if you are LAG.
1 tick to get, 20 seconds to go. 6 lives, verse 5. Who's going to be the hero here? Tries to pre-fire around to the edge. He is able to re-snap, but Assaultin able to get 2. No respawns remaining on the side of Optic. 7 seconds to go. You have a massive 3-player clutch that's able to come through yesterday. Not looking like any heroics this time as Assault gets a flurry of kills down the stretch that end up big for the squad. But if you're Optic, you finally get the close red side. You get in. You just had to get the win in that first push, and you kind of said maybe that trophy was a savior. It might have been. It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, you might have force-stacked that and maybe just had Dashi in a better position to help out with the dumpster. Because he comes off a spawn, and I think they just kind of know with the 1 kill that jumps through, like, we got to go. We got to go quickly. They throw their stuns, their nades. But it's been the SMGs. Fame and Estriel have been so clutch around B on defense. Is this what? Yeah, 4 defensive rounds. Is this one of those classic? Round 5 is going to be a little bit different. We'll see. But LAG have not found anything.
Assault got like 4 of your last 6 or 7 kills, too. He had a bunch of big ones there. He takes the 4 spree into this round. But yeah, who knows? 5th round. Usually some wackiness that comes with it. What's been mostly kind of calm and controlled outside of that last one. What do we got going on here?
Boy.
It's all Optic so far, and when this happens, you're into your spawn and you're into the blender early. That opening wave might milk a lot of time off this clock.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know whether it's just a poor offense here from LAG or fantastic defense here from... Maybe it's a bit of both. It's just not what we normally see, but it has been the trend of this map. Can LAG get out of this trap?
Yeah, can they get A? like in round 1, they have so much time to do it. They're never a threat. Here, best of luck. You are in the trap.
Someone does get out. Fame gets out, but
will it matter?
That may not matter.
Can one player be the difference? You're already at 18 lives. You blink, and almost half the lives are gone.
All right. They did it. They got out.
Too little, too late. We'll see. I know it can just be one great moment, one great swing for offense, and you're able to take control of it. But usually when you're going towards Diner, it's sort of that battle of attrition where you're throwing bodies at. And guess what? You're going to have a lot less bodies to throw at it now if you are Gorillas due to the poor opening here.
Optic want to go. They want to go for this. Why not? Why not? It has worked out so well for them. It comes down to a 1v1, and Estriel, with his 30th of the map, extends the time a minute.
So now the difference is due to the fact you go for it. You're not really set up perfectly. You're able to get to red kind of for free if you are Gorillas. You get off spawn, you try to get in position, but you're scrambling a bit if you're Optic due to that choice. Can you get some clutch kills here to be the difference? And the SMGs are doing it. Fred, Shotzzy, Dashi, well, yeah, he kind of go 1 for 1 across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Estriel, he was trying to work a pinch forever and trying to help out his teammates because they know. They need this close red spawn. He's on 4 in a row. Maybe he can find another cruise. Something to help them out. But Optic back in a position. Using their teamwork. Finding the first kill.
It's not a lot of time. A heater from Estriel on 32, as you mentioned, trying to work towards that streak.
That's 5.
There's number 5. The trade happens from Pred. You make sure no cruise missile thrown into the fray late in this round. Now 20 seconds to go. Optic trying to hold. Gorillas trying desperately to break, but they keep winning their ones. The gunfights they were losing all of that map 1. They're starting to take them as they're starting to come alive. They're lining up once again there in front of Shotzzy. Does enough damage maybe to seal it. You've still got one player really here trying to be a threat, but nobody is going to get close. Optic Texas behind a stalwart defense, able to get the victory there. And I think that was showing, you know, how great they can be on defense and also just the offensive woes of Gorillas. I mean,
that's 5 defensive round wins in this map. I don't know the last time we've seen it on Karachi.
Right, it's like we were playing a little Invasion.
Yeah, normally you see this on Invasion.
Yeah.
Rare to see even from day 1, but I mean, props to both squads that deal with that red pressure over towards B. And props to Optic in round 1, holding A for 2 minutes. But a great team map again, and you got Shotzzy Yo in 31 in 26 on Karachi, but you have 3 players over 5,000. Kenny right there. On the opposite side, a slow one for DiamondCon because Estriel and Fame slowed down a bit, but those 2 were contributing a lot.
Listen, I know the defense was great from Texas, and at times you had them pinned, like, you know, back in A. You have them pinned in spawn, but like, even when there were opportunities for Gorillas, it almost felt like sometimes someone just has to get on the damn point, and like you trust your teammates to win some fights and put the pressure on them to retake. Like, they were struggling to just like get a body on the point sometimes. I know partly that's the defense, but partly it was just like, it was almost like who's going to do it? Like who's going to get on it? I don't know.
No, it's definitely.
There were some change. You weren't pinning your spawn the whole goddamn round.
Yeah. Just I don't know. That's when they're gonna have to go again. They're 1-4 on that map now, 1-5. So
I thought Prep is the perfect example. You saw him kind of throwing his body onto it one time, and he's like, oh, "I'm dead," but no, Dash. He's like, "I got everybody. Don't worry." You gotta put some trust in your teammates.
Yeah, but I just think majority of those rounds they were stuck in there.
Yeah, no, there was a long time where they were. Yeah, that probably gets you like you're probably playing a little hesitant too. Like once you get out of that finally, because you're like, "Oh, we're at a life deficit. We've been getting destroyed." That's true. It changes things.
But Optic gonna clutch up in that round 5, go up 2-1 in the series, and like I said, this 3-4 looks great for them. As we really go to this Skid Row hardpoint where they are 5-1 on the year.
Yeah, they've had some phenomenal Skid Row hardpoints throughout the year. They look to shut it down, maybe get a little revenge from the map 1. Obviously for Optic Karachi, when they're trying to work into the map full Skid Row 1, that they have found a lot of success, one that could be their bread and butter, and they look to get going here as Optic look to close this out. We thought this would be a comfortable series for Optic. You know, maybe the beginning of this just partially coming out a little bit flat, partially just trying to work a new map into the rotation. But since that map 1, they've certainly heated up. The search looks strong. The control was a weird one, I guess, but like when the moments they needed to be good, they were great.
Yeah, great on those defenses. But yeah, we'll see if their Skid Row still up to par. It's one of those things where you start off of the year, then the vetoes start to come in, more teams will play you on it. But we'll see. We'll take a look now at those Skid Row hardpoint stats that we were just talking about. As you're gonna see here, I mean, LAG not bad on this map, 2-3, right around 6th through 8th in all the stats. But on the opposite side, 5-1. That is the numbers that stand out there for Optic.
It's definitely one they like to get to and one they're going to feel comfortable closing it out here, but you've said it throughout. Once you get to 3 and 4, it gets strong for Optic. They throw off the slow start. They get ready to fire and fry here in this map 4. Shotzi, just from map 1 to map 2, looked to be a man possessed. Dashi has had some brilliant individual moments. Everybody starting to go nuts. And now you're relying, I think, on LAG. It's like, okay, you know, map 3, we had a really good effort from Estriel. It was very close. Map 1, we won. DiamondCon went bananas. It's like, are we going to get that effort? Can DiamondCon just go wild again?
Well, you just can't always rely on that against a team like this, right? So you just need a team effort, right? You're going to need the Estra that you saw in that map number 3. Then I think you're probably looking at Assault and Fame to step up here a bit. I mean, Fame's been a guy, it feels like when he goes off, this team wins. It's just, well, winning those
It's like their little Energizer bunny, dude. Like, yeah, he gets rolling and they start frying because he's finding his zen right now.
It's important. You got to stay locked. You got to stay relaxed.
Yeah.
Don't stress it. If you get to the map 5, it's interesting. Both teams are 2-4, so it's a bit of a 50-50 there. Bit of a wild card if we get to that invasion, search, and destroy.
And can you survive this if you're Gorillas?
Don't know if that'll happen now.
Can you survive it? And, you know, we saw what we casted this last. I think it was, we had New York, Boston. We cast it on, like, you know, from the strong side. Then if you get the P2, like, this is one where you can go up 100 real early.
And then blow a 100-point lead.
We see a lot of comebacks on this map. Just sort of one of those ones. Take a deep breath, even if you're down. There are plenty of opportunities to chain hard points together and get back into it. Seems like no lead at times insurmountable here if you make the clutch plays. But right into it we go. Kenny winning is one of those is two, but then everything starts to explode.
Yeah, this guy's just standing in the middle of the hallway. No nades were touching him, but able to find that trade is Assault. So again, you know, find the early time, as we talked about, you have that better side. Here come now the trades off spawn. The stuns and the nades. But LAG doing a very good job, and you already see DiamondCon number 4 in position to lock down tunnel.
Yes, this might be kind of an exact sample of that. Like, where you might be in a 80 to 100 point hole early on, but just gonna have to weather the storm and then know your opportunities are going to come.
And that's why you just saw them kind of 4-man hit the last 20 seconds. They're just trying to get as many points as they can off of the P1.
Kind of soften the blow a little bit.
Yeah, to negate this. Of course, they're going to try to break it. Estriel, though, it will spawn up towards P3, so we're going to have a bit of a free pinch here, you thought? No, Kenny and Dashi going to read it, so it's going to be 2 dead. 2 on 4 for now. Now just down to 1 player in the hill. players off the spawn. You try to start to watch those crosses, but it's 5 in a row. Not going to find number 6 as Assault watches the staircase, but already great pressure here from Optic.
And he's just trying to stay up as long as he can, knows he has to take a fight, but Optic able to get in. So screw everything I said. We're from the strong side. You had a good opportunity to take this big lead. A clutch break and clutch kills from Optic Texas, get them into P2, and now this kind of switches everything on its head. You've got an advantage. Now what can you do with it if you were Optic? Gotta be frustrating there if you're Gorillas.
Yeah, I mean, Gen 2. 1 kill away from a cruise. We saw how impactful cruise missiles can be. I think Diamondcon gets that calm. That one player was pinching in Pred. And that was from his teammate Fame, but still loses the gunfight. But on rotation, starting to deal with Optic so far. So they're going to be set up here at P3.
It's just one of those maps where a lot of the big hard points, like some of the power positions, you can hit with the cruise. Like you're not inside a building. Like the P2, the B3, like you can find big kills. Now trying to answer back though is Gorillas. Now you're getting pinched though, or should be shortly. I thought number 6 Shotzi was going to kind of pinch that out with Dashy, but one player goes, you lose your one-on-one, you get everybody back into the point if you're Gorillas.
Well, he knows his teammates spawned up, and he knows that another player was going to spawn over towards Laundry, so he's just playing his life, trying to make sure
it works out.
Yeah, that they can focus on Ticket Booth's side, and yeah, he's just being annoyed. Have to worry about this man. A heads-up play leads to the break from Shotzi.
Beautiful. There from Shotzi as he's 7-6 right now, trying to make that map one a distant memory as he starts to make an impact, and the lead goes back the other way. Optic Texas now back out in front. Our next hard point getting ready to pop. A tight one so far.
Yeah, this is what we saw though a lot of the times in map 1. It's just that the first holds, LAG were dealing with it, right? But Skid Row, a much different map on some of these hills. And maybe Optic's a little bit more comfortable, as you've seen already. They've had back-to-back brace. They're going for it again. They've already done a 2 for 2. Can they find the third? No, Diamondcon with a nade connects.
And they need Diamondcon to be huge, and he's trying to do it in this hard point as they go back out in front here with the lead, trying to get trophy down. Going to be caught though, so that 3 spree will come to an end. The swarm will come through, but the reinforcements are there and the trades are on. If you are Gorillas, you still have a contest though in the point. They wait for the nade. They try to deal with this. The smoke though from the nade kind of makes it difficult to see, and then you win the fights. If you're Optic Texas, about 20 seconds remaining. Now we hop all the way to the other side of the map as we get ready for P5. Some key fights going on here on rotation.
Yeah, it's kind of a 2v2 on both sides of the map, but now LAG with 20 seconds gonna spawn it up, try to overwhelm. Nice shots from Assault. The headshot on the Shotzi to take him out of P2. You want to get a player in that position, but kind of the same story. You kind of split the hills. It's almost a tie game. LAG early with the hold over towards P5.
It's a swarm through Ticket side. But Fame is in behind. He's kind of lurking mid-map. He's able to give some help over to Assault and Diamondcon as they're holding. Now you deal with kind of the pinch man in Fame, and you try to brute force it through Ticket. You've got 2 players here. You've got trophy coverage. You've got eyes to the long cross the other way. You're just into the blender at Ticket. Yeah, that can happen. You're all stacked up. You're all getting fried. 5 in a row for Assault. We know this guy. I mean, get him to his spot, let him shoot straight, he can do that. You got an advantage now. You're trying to push it to a map 5 to elicit in now with Los Angeles Gorillas.
I'm coming with you because I'm 1 of us 3.
That's 1 6 steps. Well, try and pick your top mid, guys. Top mid,
yeah, I got you. Nothing there. Not far now.
Kenny,
I have a streak. I'm gonna come back to
back alley, Dashy.
Oh no, I bet you.
That's one deep. Try and hold for Dashy back alley.
I'm pushing back alley.
I think you're through, Adam.
Back alley? He's not.
Hey, Adam. Deep alley, probably alley.
Alright, give me a second. I'm trying to find your window.
Yo, window press. Window press.
Right now.
He jumped out dead.
Nice. Back alley.
He went to point. P3.
You can rotate on him. Got you. Keep alley shots. Weak. Absolute deep dead. 2.
On the road. Fire.
3.
Up doors.
After dead.
Nice. 4.
I'm one shot fire. Fast, Connor. See him? All back alley.
10 tunnel.
Up doors right now. I'm gonna go absolute.
I got stuck. I got tunnel.
Got him. I'm rotating.
I rushed right in. I didn't out in the cubby. Dead. I got him.
Please tunnel me. I'm stressed out.
I can turn it on.
One close hold. I'm hitting it fast.
One's on me. Dumpster.
Kill Skittle, I have a streak.
They saw me on time. I'm trying to hold my... He hopped up, Kenny.
Hold it down, got him. I have a streak on this. I have a streak.
I can take it as well. I'm going to take it as well.
I'm about calling out, okay?
Yeah, call it.
Actually,
close.
Alright, listen. Close dumpster, garage, tunnel.
I'm on top down.
I did it garage. Try to kill him, top time.
That's it. One low P2, low P2.
Low P2, garage or something.
Yeah, chop on top.
Let me take it. Cubby. No, Cubby not weak.
I'm trying Cubby in.
I heard Cubby push out. Cubby weak,
Shotzi.
I'm trying to live.
One shot.
Wait, need dumpster? I can. I need dumpster.
We should go middle.
You had a chance there to get a break of the big P2. The streak hits. There's a team kill, I think, that comes in the midst of it. You got a railing fight inside that could be so much fun. It's chaos, but the end result, Optic still holding it P2.
I mean, Pred just wins the big one-on-one versus Fame. That's it. If Fame gets on that point, things look a little bit differently. His teammates can maybe help him out. I mean, maybe he gets taken down, but he at least break up a good amount of time. Instead, it's Optic with a 20-point lead, and now breaking this P3 setup here from LAG, and no cruise missile to work with.
I swear, this P2 to P3 decides the game more often than not. When you can chain these two together, that is when you run away with it. What looks so good for Optic Texas for a moment, Gorillas are able to get the kills at the clutch time to get back into it, now trailing by 15. A flurry of fights on both sides of it. A contest here for now, but the nade will hit as Kenny will clear him out. And you have a chance to get a healthy amount of time if you're Optic Texas and push this into scary territory. You'll be, what, about 220, 230?
Yeah, you get that break there. Shotzi was on 5 in a row. I thought he went a little bit road there, but just started to push. Gentlemen, just that change. Cruise is so important, but it doesn't matter. They have that 50-point lead now to work with. All pressure on LAG.
A beautiful job trading those 2 points together. You got to be terrific here if you are Gorillas. Shotzi trying to disrupt, though. Gets one, but can't quite get out, but makes it a bit messy at the next hard point. Give a chance to the next line to push forward if you are Optic Texas. Into the point. Are Gorillas. Such a good time last time through if you were Optic Texas, just getting in and contesting. Just making sure you can test. Even if they don't get a lot of time, you just do this. There were dead nades on the floor, doing everything they could to make sure they couldn't wrap that corner, and then you fry everybody out of the point. And more than likely, you know what's better than 2 to 3? 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Joe, usually that works.
Yeah, it works out. Now you are 15 seconds away. Great plays from Shotzi. Again, Assault was able to find Kenny on God stairs, and that's really the key position that you want. But Shotzi there for the trade and then just chokes them out on the hill. Just such a key player behind the brace of Optic, and well, now Skid Row is done and dusted. The match is over. Optic with a 3-1 victory.
It was close until it wasn't. Pred wins a big one-on-one inside a second. You get a big break on 3. You break again on 4, and yeah, I usually get 3 hard points in a row in the second half of a game. That's likely to decide your victor. Great stuff there from Optic Texas. You bounce back after a lackluster map 1, still trying to work on that Karachi. Otherwise, looks strong.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think there's absolutely some areas where you want to improve on.
Yeah.
They'll go back. Yeah, you have the victory, and that's what matters most here. But just taking a look at the stats there. Shots with the most kills on the squad, but really it's just the entire team. Similar to what we saw from map 1 for LAG. I mean, just they were all positive. They were finding those breaks, finding the holds. Take a look at our game flow. The purple just kind of stagnates out, plateaus around that second P1. He had 10 points, well, 15 across the last 4 hills.
They answer back, they survive. I mean, you make a point, like, to Optic these past couple days look like they're in form to go win a tournament and maybe beat your ultra or your phases. No, it's hard to say that, just based on the start of some of these series, but I think you also know the point, like, you get a win, you get the points, you continue on. There's obviously still things you got to work on as you continue to try to widen that map hole, try to find more success. But you get the win. It's a clutch moments for everybody. Big Brucey hitting shots, dealing damage, winning some clutch situations.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you kind of heard Ken say yesterday wasn't feeling too well. I think you just kind of saw that in the camera, not his usual energy and sort of smiling self, but able to get through the victory. So maybe they just get healthy and rest on up for the next week.
Okay, well, we get over to the death thing. Chris Puckett not feeling so well. He's out. We just have the duo, Nameless Ali, on the desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much. What's up? Yeah, unfortunately, Chris is not feeling well right now, but I know Optic Texas is, even though with a really slow start in map number 1, just like yesterday, able to heat up in the later half of the series. I have to say, Ant, Shotzi was having a really tough map number 1, but I gotta say, by map number 4, he was on it.
Yeah, he was on it. I mean, they had some really good plays. You know, thinking about that skid row, it almost got out of hand there. That was a really tough situation. They had two people sitting outside a garage in that corner. They hit the corner, they get both those kills, and there's just one guy left in the hill. It's Pred. Fame gets up the stairs, and if Fame were to win that gunfight, this potentially goes a completely different route, and we see a game 5. But Pred does what he does best, hits the 180, finds the kill, and then Optic are able to run away with this one. You heard Clint and Joe talking about it. It's like P2 to P3. It feels like where this game just kind of ends sometimes in this map, and that's exactly what happens. But you know, I'm curious to see how you felt about the S&D, because that's a map that we were like apprehensive with Optic, how they would be on that map mode combination. What'd you think?
Maybe they were kind of testing it, just, you know, with Rio being in the map pool. Pred saying that he enjoys that it was added and was an addition in Respawn. Although a couple question marks around the search and destroy, Optic Texas though looked incredibly comfortable with that 6-2 victory. I know when we get to the scuff play of the game, Dashy was having a hell of an opening 2 rounds. He ends up going on a 7 spree, where 3 of the players for LAG end up lining up for him in the kill cam.
Yeah, for Optic in this series, I know going into it, you know, I was talking a little bit about like them trying to expand their map pool and playing that Karachi, because they're trying to get rid of Invasion. They don't want to play Invasion like any series, so they need to be good at Rio, they need to be good at Karachi, and it's just not there yet for them. It's just Shotzi's not comfortable with that SMG on that map. It seems like he started off the game 4-17, not able to get anything going. It's a tough one for them. So let's jump into the scuff play of the game, which I assume is going to be Dashy.
The scuff play of the play is Dashy in that 3-piece. So basically, they all hit this cut in this corner, and they just line up for him and chow one by one. Usually in this situation, you'd expect one of these players to trade him out, and they do a double chow, but for some reason, it literally is just Dashy gets the info. There's one, they turn around for the trade, and they don't chow together for some reason.
I mean, well, it's tough. So Dashy like reflanks around Taco. They're not expecting that. They're hitting like a 3-man wide wrap, and he just shoots 2 of them in the back instantly. He's not missed, and then he's full health for that last chow. The guy jumps back, and you're not winning a 1v1 versus Bruce when he's pre-aim. Finds last one top bridge and leads him to going on a 7 streak. Like, the guy was lighting it up.
Yeah, I wonder what's with Optic in these slow starts, because even yesterday they went down 0-2, but you know, whatever. I'm happy we got to see them on Skid Row, though. So again, Optic Texas, the second best hardpoint team in the game right now. LAG, though, I want to say in that control, like, they had a lot going their way. They just weren't able to round out that round number 5.
Yeah. I think LAG is just inconsistency in the individuals.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about DiamondCon, starts the series, I think 32-15. Fame had a big performance. You know, I'm looking over, we're talking about, like, those are the 2 guys that are going to have to take over for them to have opportunities. And then it just doesn't translate through the rest of the respawns. But right now we got the Monster Energy winner spotlight with Dashy. Let's bring him on in. How you feeling after that win, man? That was you know, a crazy match yesterday. Nail biter. You come into this one a little bit more smooth, although that map 1 was kind of tough.
Yeah, I mean, after map 1, we were thinking, I think these guys just run Karachi, so we'll just go on to the next 3, but give credit to them. They're a really solid team, but we just came out, responded after the map 1, and bounced back.
Yeah, for sure. Dashy, I want to ask you guys about Rio Search and Destroy. Obviously, one of the newer maps added into the map pool, and we already thought it was going to favor you in Respawn, but I then never saw that map number 2 Rio coming, especially from you. Did you think that was going to happen?
We kind of already saw it coming because we knew kind of the vetoes prior, but it's like kind of like a BO4 style map. You kind of just hit out lanes and have a lot of gunfights, so I enjoy it.
Brandon, talk to me about control a little bit. I feel like you guys just had these nail-biting control games. Obviously, you want that to be a bit easier. What are you guys working on in that game mode currently?
I don't know. I don't know why we keep getting these movie type of finishes on control, but I'm glad we're on the winning end of it. So I don't know. We're gonna have to probably clean up. But I mean, yesterday was our defenses. Today was kind of got unfortunate a little bit with the trophy kill that when I died on the point at least, but. There's just little things. Obviously, control is one of those game modes that is kind of just in the moment. A kill could change the entirety of a round, so we're going to watch the VOD back and see what we got to do.
Sounds good. Well, congratulations to you and the boys. I know you guys have had some crazy matches. It'd be nice to get a couple days off.
It's been insane.
Yeah, it's been insane. All right, take it easy, Brandon.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Dashy. And that was Optic Texas with a 3-1 victory over LAG. And after this break, we're going to be going up to the next final match of the day. It's going to be Miami Heretics going up against Niluk and LADs, who have changed half their roster. See you guys on the other side of the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. Whoa! He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1 down doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
Unless Priesta can come up with something magical, something historical. Few players falling. Priesta ends up getting traded out, but Standy's still here. No respawns right now for Rocker, but hey, we've got to put ourselves on pause. 1.5 seconds on the clock. Atlanta FaZe, they've got to push their way in. They've got to dig their way through. Nades, tacticals, utility tossed out. But take a look at this. Take a look at the right now from Minnesota, and they do not push on to the point.
I got it. I got it. I got it. Oh my god. A bro popped off like me. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Get to the window and Shotzi just lying in wait. He's waiting for the call from his teammates. The moment of pounce, he's trying to bait these guys out, and the bait indeed. You got the 2 players on the flank coming through. They've got the spawns. Now the pressure's on Cammy. Looking for the second, looking for the third. He takes them down.
Oh, Cammy! To find out in a very quick manner. Arshni's putting in a few bullets toward the tractor. As here comes the nade, that could be big. That's massive as Octane's able to find the first classic. Everybody explodes, and that will be it. That will be it, Seattle. Getting one of the biggest upsets in CDL history.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking for big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line.
Welcome back. This is the Call of Duty League, day 2 here in week 2 of Major 2. It's actually crazy amount of 2s going on. And we got 2 on the desk, just me and Allie. Chris is feeling a little bit under the weather, so we're gonna bring it home for you guys. And we got a good matchup coming up. We got Miami Heretics versus the LA Thieves. Now, Miami has been falling as of late. It hasn't been pretty, but we know they played two powerhouses in Atlanta and Toronto. We thought that they could potentially come back and get that W versus the Legion. Didn't go their way.
I said it yesterday. I don't really have a lot of stock left in Miami Heretics right now. As Chris have touched on at the beginning of this show, it's been over 30 days since these guys have gotten a win, and they got reverse swept by Vegas Legion yesterday. So for Miami Heretics, they don't really have a game mode they can call themselves on their own, but they are going against an LA Thieves team that's sort of in a similar situation, so there's still some opportunity.
Absolutely. There definitely is still some opportunity, but at the same time, they are falling in the standings. They made a roster change and brought in Eric Boom. It hasn't been that pretty. I will say versus Toronto, he was the best on the team to me throughout that series, but let's get into our Monster Energy pregame. You know, for this team, they just have to bounce back. I mean, you got a matchup served to you on a silver platter. You're going up against the LA Thieves. The slide continues. 5 series losing streak, 1-4 in last 5 S&Ds, 5 control losing streak, 5-15 round count as well.
Yeah.
Last 5 controls.
I have to say maybe the only opportunity in this series for them right now has to be in those hard points. They have to try and lock up those 1-4s because there might be 12th in the league when it comes to breaking, but in everything else, like their fundamentals are there. And they're going against an LA Thieves team who is bottom of the barrel when it comes to respawn. I mean, bottom 2 in almost every category. So again, if Miami Heretics are going to take any maps, it might be 1-4.
Yep, and they're going up against the LA Thieves, a squad 1-13 in hardpoint so far this season. They made a 2-man change. They come in, first match versus Optic Texas. They lose by about 128 points, which obviously isn't ideal, but I feel like we owe them at least another match before we make some like grand opinions about them just yet.
That's fair. And when the Monster Energy pregame ends up on the screen, I have to say, at least for LA Thieves' sake, that, you know, they made a half-team roster change, and that's difficult to come out swinging after replacing 2 of your players, especially when team chemistry is so important in this game. So, you know, find a mode to build on. 1-13 in hardpoint, 4-6 in search and destroy. I will say a lot of their control losses have been off of round 5, so they're just there. They just need the ice and close it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's been their best game mode, you know, this year. It has been control. You know, they found a way to really be great at defending on invasion. They're the best at that, basically unscathed there. And then, you know, for this roster, it's really just those HPs. They're not a great search team, so they're getting, you know, out-talented in a lot of these situations. Hate to say it, and that's why they made this change. They brought in some younger players, some players who can run any weapon like Nasty, and Kremp, who's high engagement. But let's get into the maps and modes and look how this one shakes up. And, you know, I will say for Miami, they're switching it up a little bit. They kept trying to play Rio. That hasn't worked, so we got Karachi and Invasion in this series, and we also get a high-rise control, a map we never see those guys play. They've been losing Karachi control, so I kind of like it.
Yeah, but I think the force of high-rise control is in a lot of these series, we're seeing that it's coming down to literally just team diff and kill diff when we're spawning in that map number 3 on high-rise. So I think Miami is just hoping to bully out the new LA Thieves roster with a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we heard, you know, it was Envoy, I think, in the interview talking about high-rise control. What separates teams is like offense.
Yeah.
He's able to just not get in that trap, stay alive, finesse longer. Typically gets that W, but let's do some pick'ems. Who you got in this one, Allie?
All right, it's the Scuff Pickens. I'm going to fill in for Puckett here for just a moment, but I'm sure we're thinking the same thing. It's going to be LA all the way for Chris as well for me.
You know, this is like, after going through it, looking at the data and stuff, I've wanted to go Heretics, but I'm just going to go with LA Thieves. I feel like they're going to have a bounce back here. Ghosty's been pretty solid. I think he has a big one. I'm going LA Thieves, but who's the fans, guys?
I mean, you're so real for that, too. I'm looking at the stat sheet, and I'm like, dang, Miami kind of has the edge everywhere in the series, and the fans might be onto something. But on the flip side, let's go ahead and get this matchup started. It's the final match of Week 2, Day 2. Hi, Tenna Jance.
Thank you very much, Allie. Hi, how's it going, guys? Holding it down.
It's going.
Nice to see you guys. I mean, poor Chris. I hope Chris is better. I hope Chris gets better. We all want Chris Puckett to be better than what he is right now, but hopefully he is feeling just a little bit better. For this one, Chance, now, it's going to be an interesting one. Both these two teams heading towards the bottom side of things. It's a crucial game for both of them, right?
Yes, I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent. If you look at the year that Vegas Legion had last year, if anybody remembers their run, it's going into the final Major before champs. They needed to place like top 4, top 3 and have placings work out so they could make it towards the 8th slot to qualify for champs. They almost pull off the crazy run, don't quite make it. If anybody remembers that team. It's not even like the final end. If you were to go back and pay attention to the year that these guys had, their biggest fault was losing against the bottom teams. So the squad, you got to get your guaranteed points, I think is the short version. But I know for both of these teams right now towards the bottom, both Miami and LAT, they need all the love they can get done.
Well, the LA Thieves have really struggled throughout the season, but no doubt the fans are still there to support at the compound. The watch party ongoing right now. You love to see it. Fan involvement at an all-time high. Very keen to see how they're going to be doing here today. And the fans there supporting them. And they'll be able to hear them, right, Chance? There in the compound, right?
Hey, in the compound, everybody looking great. They got the good food. I know catering is sort of like a make and break sort of moment for the vibes in that sort of environment, but vibes are certainly what the LA Thieves are going to need. And again, if you're like in a situation where you are playing against teams towards the bottom of the league, these are the matches that will be the difference maker that you need to lock down the CDL points. So both of the teams going to be desperate for it. We're going to get to that first hard point shortly on Karachi, and obviously the hard point has been a theme for the LA Thieves the entire year. A 0% break percentage, 14.3% on the rotation. Granted, that is only from one map, but for the team that has a 1-13 record overall, they're making roster changes. They're looking for the adjustments, and the only hard point we've seen them play, it was simply not there. So you make two changes for a reason, to get back in the swing of things, but the player's going to have to fill into the slot very quickly. Obviously, Metals has been a fantastic performer overall on this year. Superstar performances at times as well. Certainly a force to be reckoned with if you're the new guys on the squad for a Nasty or a Kremp to deal with.
100% Metals really was. I remember years ago when a lot of the Spanish players started to break out. Metals was always the one that stood out within the European region. Now, I've had a cycle through, of course, of nearly every single prominent Spanish player in this roster at this stage. Of course, Real sitting there on the sub side of things as well. Interested to see if he does get a run in this team. But irrelevant of that, Miami Heretics have gone through a bit of a rough patch here, looking to try and change it around up against LA Thieves with the new look roster, looking to try and get something done themselves. Metals will kick it over the kill over towards P1. A little bit of control already for the side of Heretics.
Yeah, super strong opening break. Get effectively that 4-man wipe right about the same time. Get right back inside of the hills. So right now for LA Thieves, funnily enough, actually going on the flank. Nasty just took the wide route as well to try to pinch this time. So you see Thieves looking to fight for it, and the fight is going to be successful. The nade and the gunny on point. Ghosty actually just racking up the nice little kill feed. In the meantime, though, LA Thieves do the one thing they don't want to. Flip spawns, lose it for P2. They haven't yet figured it out. Now, as the gunfight's going to go through, they turn around, but they've completely bottled this rotation. They did not read those spawns at all.
An arrogance there from Thieves, maybe to push forward just a little bit too long. In the end, though, they're just going to find a break immediately, so it didn't really matter. 53 seconds remaining. It's a really nice break coming through from Thieves. 4 kills for Nasty to help that out. Spawns towards the back here for Heretics. Going to look for a break from this side, but it's going to be tough. Kills over towards the middle of the map, looking like Kremp's going to have to win an important gunfight. Goes on to lose it, but he's the only one to. His Metals will fall after that as well. Nice break back from Thieves, but yeah, for that rotation, you would have liked to see it look a little cleaner, and they were in a really good spot for it. In the end, they do win it back in.
I mean, it's for both the teams, right? Like, you had LA Thieves not block the back spawn. It opens up for the entire team, and then everybody on Miami goes and sacks the hill, and they leave up the back spawn, and it's the pinch that comes through for the player that just spawned in the back and broke it down. So yes, both teams not reading the spawn system, not an easy thing to do in this game, but certainly feeling the pain because of it. On the rotation, though, Thieves, very solid lead for the moment. Nasty is 7-2 start as well, so the gunny hot for Thieves, and that rotation maybe not the best thing. Eric Boom just gonna shut it down. Little bit of help from the third gunfight, but nice cruddy spot in the back. That is a clean 4-man wipe on a money hill. Heretics looking to get right back in the swing of things.
That's a cruddy spot that wins you the rotation and may well win you a good chunk of time. Oh, Ficol nearly found the second. Eric Boom will be there to clean it up. Ghosty firing a couple of shots out. Is all going to be on Krem to maybe find a break from the other side. Nobody really watching it here for Heretics.
Oh,
potential pinch opportunity. How on earth is he being able to get all the way towards that backside? Heretics now on a swivel. Have to turn around, have to deal with him. They do manage to deal with one of the players, and that's only Ghosty. After all, find one from the front, but it looking like a break coming through from Thieves, thanks to Krem just slipping in the net.
And that's like, you know, I might have had the same thing the players did. I took my eye off the minimap for just a second. By the time you look back, there's already a mistake rolling through. And I mean, Thieves end up turning that around. This could have been a full 60, especially for the way that hill started. But a little bit of luck, a little bit of magic, and maybe help from the other team sort of messing up just a little bit. So Thieves, instead of it being all tied up, have a nice little lead going into new. They don't have the power positions, though. Heretics, it's going to be lucky at pop and equal around for some errant kills as well. Looking to distract these Thieves players before they get to that new time, but right now it's a kill fest. Neither team collecting any time.
The Thieves, it's a nice break to find, right? We've seen their stats at the beginning of the game. I mean, it was off one map up against Optic Texas, but they've at least found some breaks in this game. Worked out for Thieves. 2 hills in a row. Healthy little lead. Gunfight that Lucky is going to win up against Nasty over towards the bridge side. Can try and control the map from there. But Eric Boom is going to be the real problem here for Thieves. You do getting somebody up top of the kills. Starting to go Thieves' way as well as some points, but free for Eric, and they need to get rid of him. Just playing his life up top. I say that as he just dives down. A little bit of time. Doesn't win the gunfight. Ghosty will now be able to pick up a few seconds, but for the side of Heretics, the rotation is in. Keep an eye on Kremp again. Seems to have slipped the net. He is going to get towards those back spawns, so get away for the rest of his team to come on through, and they need to get rid of Vehicle first, though.
And I think Metals might be the guy to pick it up, right? I think Vehicle's worried about the guys coming off rotation, but they turn around. So yeah, Metals actually caught completely unaware. Nobody on Heretics has kept track of this man. That is twice that Kremp has just found the way through, but he shoots his gun maybe a bit preemptively, but now it's a distraction. 2 players on Heretics stuck around the time, looking 2 different directions, and you got Kremp moving in for the break. Can't get it. You strip away a bit of extra time. And in the meantime, on the minimap, Afro's also sort of keeping players at bay. So you have Eric Boom right now and Metals just around the hill doing their dance to try to just stay as live as long as they possibly can. And frankly, doing a decent job of it. But eventually, the floodgates break. LA Thieves make their way through, potentially, to collect these final 20 seconds. Looks like those kills are going to put the stamp on it. A little bit of a mixy series of events there, ton. But LA Thieves, again, happy for the chaos, come out on top.
Took Thieves around 15 seconds or so to find that opportune moment. They will pick up the final few seconds and have themselves a nice healthy lead heading into the next rotation of hills. And I mean, for me, look at it. I mean, Kremp's sitting at 3 and 11, but a couple of these kills that he has actually found have been super important for Thieves to try and find a break. Specifically, you think back to P3. Bit for shooters to manage to find a route through anyway, but relevant of that, finds it. Thieves find themselves in the lead now. P1 control, though, here for the side of Miami Heretics. 20 seconds gone. Thieves just struggling to get some top 3 control right now.
Do they want to go?
Yeah.
I mean, look, this is just so slow. That just took them like 20 seconds to kill one guy top 3. Nasty made it to the bridge, but he hasn't even taken a gunfight yet on his life. Finally, he's able to win one, but that is honestly just like 2 passive play coming out to exchange away so much time. And for a team that had the lead for the better part of it, they're just going to get slammed, but like spent back to the spawn once again over by Coop. And I mean, that is a pace that is going to be maybe difficult to deal with, as obviously the game all tied up going over towards New, but this time no cheeky spawns rolling through. Heretics are going to know for a fact that this flank is coming in as they get set up on P2.
It is a weird one, wasn't it? You could see they were all set up and it's just like nobody was making the move. Ghosty gets himself in the top right, so maybe a break through his side of things. One player slips through the back alley though. Nobody watching here for the side of Heretics. Got on yourself on a spin. Need to find the gunfight. Afro just can't quite land the bullets. Nasty is here to pick up the back of Dyna, and all of a sudden the push can start to come on through, trying to stay alive. You are Heretics, bit of a mixy one here, and they've managed to keep a hold of it. Looked like Thieves were in a really good position to do something with it, but Heretics pick up the majority of the time. 2 kills from Metals will help solidify that. 24 seconds remaining here on P2. It's been on the side of Heretics, and they're going to be the first ones over towards P3 as well. Starting to heat up into this game. Thieves seem to be dropping off.
Yeah, and you see the value of sort of like leaving those back spawns open. At the start of the hill, big problem. At the end time of the hill, after like even the 40-second marker, you want to have that LA Thieves spawning on the deep left side, because that makes this rotation incredibly easy, incredibly clear. Nasty might pick up a kill over towards Junk, but you're getting a Coop side spawn. You know, all the pressure right now should be coming on the top side of the map, and you got Vehicle keeping things under control. So the Vamos right now on point. The rotation is solid, and we get a special treat going into a Miami Heretics. Listen in.
No le he dado.
Le voy. Traidor, muerto. No, baja por este tiro.
Aguanta,
dale uno menos. De cara. Tiro literal de pipa, muerto. Buena. Va para el fondo, Saidor. Está holdeando Saidor.
Tiene una piña, ha tocado. Yo también. Se cruza Nasty tocado.
Voy a echar por derecha yo.
Está más en pilares cerca, un tiro. Pilares
cerca. En el coche de parking, close, izquierda.
Sigue aguantando Eric, que no sumen ellos.
Basura Ghosty, te va a entrar close, ¿vale?
Voy a seguir para el anterior yo con Eric.
Simplemente Saidor toca Nasty. En el punto Nasty tocado.
Vamos a pulsar Ghosty, mercado.
Austin, deja su tío.
Estoy arriba del longi yo.
Vale, dos conmigo, un tiro.
Voy por abajo.
Dos anterior, dos palas.
Dos palas.
Abajo Crane,
abajo
para el medio.
¿vale?
Van a hacer Nasty con nosotros reloj, Alex.
Voy por delante.
No sé qué ha hecho el que habéis dicho del otro, bro.
Está flancando late parking, bro.
No,
Tiene reloj contigo, no sé. Arriba tercero no lo veo. Está nuestro del punto.
Tercera Agustín, tocado, estaría mercado, bro. Nasty, me puse abajo mercado.
Abajo reloj. Muerto.
de mercado.
Está en mercado, sigue en mercado, sigue en
Van
mercado.
hacia el fondo, creo ellos.
En el fondo cocina, a lo mejor han hecho un café yo en el puro.
Ya en un mercado, chavales.
Os pueden ir fondo Envy, yo tengo ladder.
Tienen de aguantar todo lo que puedan.
Está contigo en el scam, quiero abajo reloj.
Abajo reloj, muerto.
Tranquilo. Otro más medio uno.
Te tengo por encima, te tengo por encima.
Voy a colar.
Londri, Ghosti.
No hay nada fondo Envy, bro.
Nasty nace conmigo.
Con muerto.
Tengo uno en Londri conmigo.
Era aparecido atrás en oscuro, pueden no aparecer atrás.
Con metal, te chisea.
Estoy entre yo
muy cerca, lo tienes muy cerca. He salido en oscuro, hay gente por el siguiente.
Hay dos en siguiente.
Vete.
Afro Arcos. Va a ir a fuego abajo de cara ya al siguiente. Vale, abajo arriba uno, creo. Salgo en mercado contigo, Javi.
Creme está al fondo y otro más en siguiente,
Voy a
Nasty.
intentar pillar fuego arriba, ¿vale? O sea, perdón. Está el deep parking.
Hay que jugar para anterior, chavales. Hay que jugar para anterior.
Creme deep derecha, ¿vale?
I mean, the only words I understood there were actually nasty, and I think they're talking about their own hard point, not necessarily about this member on the side of LA Thieves. Looking good so far for Miami Heretics. 50 seconds out. This is going to be a potential hold, though, for the side of Thieves. They are set up nicely over towards Junk, but a potential pinch opportunity now being set up. And spawns an absolute Narnia for LA Thieves here. So far away on the alley side. It's going to be a break for Heretics. Can't quite win it here, but this is good time.
Yeah, and it's the pressure on the back that I think really opens things up. Lucky just drawing that attention and players getting caught unaware, but for all of that mixiness, LA Thieves just take it right back as the spawners get back over towards that new time. So final 30 seconds to scrap. Thieves very happy to collect it. Won't quite be back in the game, still working at a deficit, but as far as things go, it is going to be competitive as this new hill pops. Eric Boom maybe hunting down to try to go for the power position right towards top third is where he's going to make his move towards, and if Eagle's going to fall, you know he's taking the gunfight soon.
Eric Boom's going to be so crucial. Look, he's on his way over as well. Afro can find it. A little bit of control now. This is not what Thieves had last time around. The beamer coming in from Afro. Lucky will fall. Time now on the board here too. 15 seconds away. Had some bangers of Karachi hard points so far today. And can we get another on the cards here now? Nasty going to drop on down low. Try to find the kill on the vehicle. Stun out. Should be dead to rights. Bit of an ego child coming through. Nasty gets punished for it. Ghosty trying to lock it down though, and if he can stay alive up here, wait for the rest of the team to come on through. It's going to be P2 spawns, looking more likely for the side of Thieves, but it's going to be 50-50 the majority of the time. Now going over from P1 over to Thieves. For all that Heretics got the whole last time around, it's been Thieves this time.
Yeah, this is bloodbath time as well, right? 20 seconds left. This is great time to collect. And on the rotation, Heretics, I mean, I don't even know. The decision-making time is already passed. You might try to get these guys out of the old time, but that rotation to new is going to be a problem. Thieves are right now going to be, what, maybe 8 seconds away from winning the game, going towards new. You got a cruise missile out of Ghosty. Just to slow him down, you got to stay indoors, and everybody is going to fall. Heretics, it is 2 players up. Make it just 1 and make it none. You can't get through. And they started at the bottom, but now they're here. LA Thieves winning hard points.
Ghosty is absolutely gassed. The LA Thieves happy with that map number 1 win. The record improves. 2-13 in hard point, but the new squad getting it done at the second time of asking. And they will be so happy with that, considering how their record has been in hard point so far this season. First blood to the Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, that was a true roar that just came out of Ghosty as well as soon as they won that map, and for good reason. 5,200 damage, 32 kills as well. Got the cruise missile that was really just the stamp on the game on that final rotation, but yeah, we talked about the graphic at the start. That slide maybe continuing from Miami Heretics. I think certainly the talking point for the team. You want to feel the confidence and gas yourself up as we take a look for the highlights, but certainly Heretics are saying going in it is a bit like, hey, look, this team can't win hardpoint. We're feeling great going into the series, and immediately getting stuffed on map number 1. That is going to be painful, and especially some of these moments they had. I mean, initially the first 2 hills might not have gone their way, but you feel like a 3-piece on a money hill is going to set things up, and it immediately gets broken down. I mean, you had Kremp that started off like 3-11, 3-12, something along those lines, but literally just a moment like that to pierce the money hill. Obviously, it goes a long way to get that small victory in the end.
Yeah, I think he was, well, there you go, 4-13. You said, I think he actually finished 19-22, so definitely stepped it up towards the end, which would have been a huge catalyst for the side of Thieves. Ghosty, though, is really that guy when he needed to be. We said in the previous rotation, when it got to the first hill once again, after the first rotation of hills, Thieves weren't moving quick enough to try and get some control, but we've seen them get that top 3 control. You get Ghosty in that position, thanks to some good play from Afro as well. And he was just let fly from the side of Thieves. Very, very good to finally get themselves a good hardpoint win underneath their belts. And as said, Ghosty, very happy with that one. You see Avro's like, oh, we're celebrating that, huh? Let's go.
I was about to say, that is COD Champs, like, grand finals level of intensity. That man was yoked in that moment. But, I mean, hey, it's a comeback game. A little bit of a back-and-forth battle initially, but obviously you did have Thieves with that early lead. Didn't make a difference for the second set of rotations, but again, just the stamp on the game. That is 3 hills in a row. Rio to Heretics only able to secure 5 points on those rotations. So LA Thieves turned up when it mattered most. They got a hard point win, Ton. The monkeys off their back, they get a little bit more room to breathe. Maybe their chest able to expand just a bit more, but still a long series we're going to have underway. Search and Destroy staying on Karachi, but coming up shortly. Going to change up the pace quite a bit. Hard point on Karachi, very fast. Search and Destroy, slowest map maybe we have in the game.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I mean, for me, looking towards it, I think, does that now give Thieves maybe a little bit more confidence in some of the other modes as well, to get that off their back, to finally start rolling with the hard point? You sort of, I mean, you know yourself, you sort of sit there, the tension, I mean, you don't know yourself, we haven't been in pro teams, but you can understand kind of where it's coming from, in the sense that if you're not winning that map time and time again, the pressure then goes onto these other modes where you have to be winning them, and now all of a sudden, you let a little bit of that pressure off. We're heading into a Search and Destroy. The win is on the cards.
And stress is certainly not something that the Miami Heretics want to feel. Vico might start losing his hair again, but going into the Search and Destroy, again, only 1 series played out in the Major II qualifying stages so far from LA Thieves. So stat doesn't entirely look great. They were getting first bloods, but struggling on both attacking rounds and defensive. But of course, on the flip side, that 5-16 record on offense, it just looks painful. Admittedly, it can be a bit of a map-specific thing, but I mean, Tom, we're playing on Karachi, where offense is certainly a little bit more difficult. So that'll certainly be something to pay attention to, especially on the side of the Heretics straight away. They're going to need that bounce back because, again, hair's going to start falling out.
Damn, I can't believe you went after people like that. I suppose we can't joke about it, to be fair. Eric Boom is very much making up for it, though. He ain't losing that hair anytime soon. That is a thick head of hair.
Incredible. It almost looks fake how perfect it is.
Kind of reminds me of Miles a little bit. I don't know what it is. Not quite as frizzy, but it's along those lines. It's quite a quiff going on. Irrelevant of that, hairlines aside, they do need to turn this round fairly quickly. Losing a hard point to a team who are 1-13 overall heading into that map, on a map that you don't particularly mind. That's the first win for Thieves on Karachi hardpoint, full stop. And now you're heading into a Search and Destroy. You need to switch back on very, very quickly. 5 losses in a row for the side of Miami Heretics. Just to remind you guys at home, this is very much a battle at the bottom that if Thieves can try and find, could maybe get their season off and running. But now looking into the Search and Destroy, struggles for both sides here. Chance for LA Thieves, though, if you can find a second, you're absolutely cruising. Heretics tie the series up. Maybe we do have a series on our hands, but Thieves will be feeling nice about it. It's going to be an attacking side coming out from Miami Heretics, and maybe those attacking sides are a little bit rough because they don't use the bomb chance.
That is a pretty important thing in Search and Destroy. Nobody's even turned around to collect it, so maybe around a TDM or you got a vehicle that's going to have to retreat. But yeah, for a team that's struggling on offense, that is definitely not the opening break you want to see. Eric Boom, by the way, got in prime position to make a play, but gets absolutely hunted down. So a moment for Heretics where simply nothing is going right. A 3v4 on offense on Karachi. You're praying for a pick, and Ghosty not going to be the player that gives it to you, at least not yet. Nasty slamming the door in your face. That's going to be a 4 versus 2 now. Heretics trying to dig themselves out of a hole.
Oh, a bit of bad timing here, but look, the stun's going to come through, though. And oh, can't find the kill. Oh, Nasty will take him down. And now Vico left in a 1 versus 3, and around that, well, if they don't go on to win it, will feel very frustrating. Complete B control there, and no bomb to plant. It's a rookie error. And now Vico, I don't think Nasty and Afro will give this one to him, although he is just going to completely slip the net. Going for the kills? There ain't no way. There ain't no way. Turns the wrong way when he goes through the door, but Vico goes for it. I think honestly for me, that I wouldn't have hated him just going to plant the bomb at B. Oh,
I know. It, on the minimap, it might look open. I would have to imagine that if he actually goes for that call, you got one player that's looking out of bottom green over towards like the B bomb cross. If they don't see anything in 3 or 4 seconds, they're just saying, hey, he's not here. Let's rotate over. I would assume Vehicle, if he got the bomb off on the other site, would have just gotten like picked off as soon as that plank goes down, as long as LA Thieves are on top of their business. Either way, nice double stack coming from down low. I think Vehicle, that is a heads-up play, just a difficult situation. LA Thieves, by the way, learning from mistakes of their opponent. They picked up the bomb first thing and right to a bomb site. It is perfect search and destroy so far at the start of this round.
Got to get your fundamentals right, Chance. So far, so good. LA Thieves complete control over towards this A side. Krem locking down the middle of the map. No info on Eric Boom, but just trying to hold it down. 4 versus 3. Next kill is crucial for both these two teams. Vehicle's going to fall, and a 4 versus 2 sounds a lot better. Thieves now in commanding position.
Yeah, and I think Krem's going to be shocked that Vehicle was even able to approach him from that angle, just playing a game of peekaboo and surprise. But lucky last man standing, no surprises here. The trade instantaneous. Ghosty gonna wink for the camera just as his teammates get that final kill. But again, fundamentals, as you pointed out, you take the bomb straight from spawn, run it to a bomb site, get the first blood, and you plant it. It doesn't get better than that as far as search and destroy is concerned, but genuinely just an efficient round. Really not enough there on the defensive side of things. Whichever player got first blooded, just caught out. Too many players there for LA Thieves on the attack.
And again, not just to ride on it too long, but that first round, not having that bomb, how hard it is to actually get onto that B bomb site. They actually managed to do that. They had picked up the bomb this time. And the fact that they had that control and then just didn't have the bomb to plan, I think the round's just choked from there. Like, where's your mental line? You're like, oh yeah, great, we've done all the hard work. We haven't done the easy part. It's tough.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're joking around a little bit with it, just sort of cracking jokes, but it genuinely is like a tilting thing when you actually have to watch your teammate go back and like, you just know you're not getting the map control. It is an annoyance. But right now on the map, it's sort of the ever-present battle over on the A site. When teams like to take their time, they're waiting for someone to get in position. That's going to be Eric Boom on the mini-map. You see he's made it over towards red. But they're just waiting for the LA Thieves player to give away some sort of information. Afro might have found the timing. He gets down low because Ghosty is shooting the player up top. Vehicle not prepared at all. And you see Eric Boom, sort of that player getting active on the flip side, is able to trade it out. But with Afro behind you, you can't plant the bomb. And you got Metals with the bomb in hand, wrapping back just to look for him. But Afro, he's gone out of the picture. They're going to be chasing a Ghost.
Look at the positioning of Lucky, though. Yep. Finds himself up top, and all of a sudden things start to take the way of Miami Heretics. Afro now left in a 1 versus 3, making it a 1 versus 2. Gonna get caught out by Lucky. No, he is not. That bomb is now gonna go down over towards his B side, but Rival 9 buff be damned. This is still a difficult gunfight. Shots into Metals needed to make that count. We'll probably be expecting Lucky to probably be over towards the bridge side as well. I don't think he checks this. I think he pretty much dies as soon as he pops out. There you go. Heretics get one back. That's a tough one because honestly they were set up in an okay position, but it's just the movement from Lucky coming on through from top 3 to balcony, and all of a sudden finds a kill from behind, gets some control on the site, bomb goes down, round goes your way.
Yeah, no, I mean, good teamwork towards the middle of the map as well, just to make sure that I think it was Metals getting shot with the bomb as he was falling down from top 3, but his teammate picked up the kill just moments beforehand. So you did have good plays being made on both sides, but the round just falls into the Heretics' lap. And unfortunate for Afro, too, if that nade connects on that player or forces him out, he'd be on a 5 and, you know, thinking about a cruise, might be able to clutch the round, but the nades aren't on point. Can't always make some magic happen. And Vehicle does cross out. They're going to know he's by the bridge, but he has made it here safely. You see the power positions, though. LA Thieves, a little bit dominant. Players top 3rd, crawling around Coop. Vehicle might be the man they have to identify and eliminate before they can get this bomb down.
Thieves taking that time. Shots raining on through. The challenge starting to come in. I mean, did they have the info on Vehicle? I'm not sure, but relevant of that, Ghosty will survive and get out towards market. Has the smoke now. Made Miami Heretics just make a move over towards this side. Afro's ready and waiting for this gunfight. Krem's on the other side of things. Dead to rights is Eric Boom, and all of a sudden, that A site looking like ultimate control here for Thieves. Information for Lucky is going to be there. Over towards top right he goes. He's going to be able to stop this plan going down. Absolutely not, because he's had his head wiped off his shoulders. Metals now, can he do anything yet? No. Bomb down. 2v4.
might have a bit of a timing to find the kill. And there it is, able to pick up Kremp. Unfortunately, without a lot of time, they're going to have to start pushing the pace. Him and Viegel trying to work together. They have information on the player over by Ticket. They know Nasty was also over towards P2 last time they saw him, but he loses the first gunfight. It becomes almost hopeless. And LA Thieves, off the back of a very quick and solid rotation call just to make it back over to the other site, I think that might be credit towards Ghosty. I'm kind of surprised that they just, I guess, forgot that a player made it out towards Bridge, because Ghosty should have been a free kill for Viegel in that moment, back turn, but the smooth moves and the quick call on that reposition, LA Thieves able to execute in that round, and you can also appreciate the patience at the start. We saw Eric Boom in round one, players on offense. If you get an SMG into green, potential for some magic to happen. Afro was able to deliver from that position. So 6-1 start, frying for the moment, but the lone defender decided the bomb is not going to. It's going to be over towards B right now from Heretics, and, well, Nasty's made it to his home.
Great spot for an AR to be in. And now for Miami Heretics, how do you pick this defense apart? I'm just going to stay alive over towards the top side. Heretics working something through the middle of the map here. Kremp is really going to be the one that has to do something. He's going to find the shots on Eric Boom. Works out wonderfully. And all of a sudden, 4 versus 3 in favor of Thieves. Looking to go 4-1 up, but Lucky has made this move once again. Over towards Balcony, and all of a sudden it just makes it a lot easier. But now if you get beamed off Nasty, great shots coming through. And now all of a sudden, Metals has found himself in a weird spot with the bomb, but a 2 versus 3 in this position. Doable. Finds the kill.
And you see the play call too. Maybe just gonna hightail it over towards A. And interesting timing. Afro had the position over towards A, but gives it up completely to rotate to the site that they are not going to. And now you can see on the mini-map, now that Afro's cleared out his back spawn, it's, oh, they have to be over by A now. And in the meantime, Nasty hasn't budged an inch. And Afro might just do this himself. He's got a 1v1 around the site. Doesn't have a teammate that is anywhere near him. But he's got the player stunned and trapped. And now he's just playing the long game. Let Nasty come hunt him down, or let the kill fall in your lap. Afro, no help needed. Effectively 1v2ing towards the end. And I mean, he's what, 8-1 for the moment. He started off nearly getting, he started off 4-0. Now he's on another 4 spree, 8-1. Afro, who needs the help?
Heretics absolutely bleeding rounds here. Good reads coming in from Afro though. Charles straight around the back of Diner, stays alive, dips and dives, finds the kill, finds the round for Thieves. And I think you were right though, what he was doing was just playing it so well. You know, he knows in the mind of his opponent in that situation, he's going to be thinking about the other player as well, not just about Afro. It becomes a more difficult gunfight because of that. Thieves now absolutely cruising here in the search and destroy off the back of Afro, sitting at 8-1. Heretics just not anything going. Honestly, the worst possible start for them in that first round shenanigans. Now all of a sudden, you find yourself in this position. Need this round, really.
There you go. Kremp back to Old Faithful as well. So the round that you were saying Heretics need, not the best start. They get first blooded. You got Lucky half health, but he might be making the play to catch the guy off bomb. Trying to get out with his life for the reposition. They know that Afro's over by P2. He's going to get traded out, but Afro, he took one of the grave before he fell, which means Lucky in a 1 versus 2 bomb down, maybe caught in no man's land. Back down 1 HP. Man is twisted, but he simply just does not have time to kill 2 players and get the defuse. He's going to have to gun at least one of these players out of their socks.
It will be quite something if he pulls this one off. 15 seconds. Time just not on his side. Kremp going to go for the Charles. Shows the shoulder. Not much Lucky can do from here. Just no time at all. Made a really nice play around Diner, to be honest with you. I like the movement that went through. Finds 2, but needs his teammates to stay alive. But the fact that the gunfights are going on allow him to find those. At least a second kill. Thieves now. Just cruise control. Every single round has been pretty convincing from them. Hasn't been too many 1v1s or anything like that. Thieves just walking away with this one at a nice steady pace. Heretics just no answer. And I don't know. I don't really necessarily feel like Thieves are doing anything particularly special. Their attacks have been quite fast, but Heretics are just not dealing with anything that's being thrown at them.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple of freebie first bloods here and there certainly don't help your case, right? If you're starting the round off, feeding one to Kremp, fighting in a 3v4, not the most fun thing to have to do. So close but no cigar. There's the first blood that they are looking for, but it does get traded out. So Eric Boom made his impact, and that's enough to at least get this bomb plant down. So the easiest bomb site in the game to look over for the post plants. This is Heretic's opportunity to stay alive and keep the rounds going.
Pushing into place if you're LA Thieves. First pick is just going to be so crucial. Afro's taking a couple of bullets to the head. Kremp will fall on the flank. It should be a Heretics round unless Thieves can pull something from the fire. Lucky up top should find another kill. Yeah, Kremp isn't going to be able to do anything because he's dead, but it's Afro who finds the kill. Now Ghosty in no man's land with 15 seconds to go. Miami Heretics get one on the board again, but are they leaving it too little too late? But it's a nice round from them. Can they bring this back?
Yeah, solid stuff. Nice aggressive play call coming through as well, right? Eric Boom strikes in. Yes, he does get traded out, but these have stacked enough towards the middle of the map that you get the bomb plane down. And again, you get the bomb plane down on this site, you're feeling fantastic, especially if you get players out over towards the bridge. So confident round there on the attack. Now Heretics looking to clutch up on defense. I'd say the bigger problem is, though, like the A hits have been very clean from Thieves. They've just been able to bully you out, even when they like went over to double stack it. And now they're actually throwing a bit of a mix, 2-2 split just to make a little bit of noise, see if they can spread the defense thin. But in a play for pick style round, Heretics may be happy for the setup. Vehicle super aggressive through the middle of the map as well. He's going hunting, but he's only found death by the name of Dan Ghosty. Another first blood for LA.
Oh, it's been working out so well. Metal's trying to hold it down over towards top red, just trying to squeeze them in. Kremp's got him dead. Right, there's another one. Metals will fall, and Heretics have just thrown a couple of lives by the wayside. That LA Thieves start this one off quite passively, if anything. And Heretics have just fallen into their jaws. Lucky now left. 1 versus 4 to try and keep Heretics alive in this one. It's feeling unlikely. Creaks the door. They may well know where he is. The push comes through. There you go, Thieves. 2 to the good. And just waltzing through this series. Heretics with very little answer to what's been going on here for the New Look Thieves. 2-0 up. Cruising right now. It's their series to lose. Heretics need to turn it on.
I don't know, man. This is painful. I know the graphic was using the word slide from Miami, but that is, it's one thing to give away the hard point against a team that had a previous 1-13 record overall, but it was a competitive game. This felt like a bit more of a beatdown. Afro 10-3 overall. He literally spawned in, goes on a 4 spree, dies, immediately goes on a 4 spree again. I mean, he's effectively 1v2 retaking bomb sites by himself as well. So he's making plays on a first blood front. I mean, the entire team of LA, I think, was a contributor at one point or another. But I mean, a 6-2, that is a comfortable victory coming in there for Thieves. And I mean, really just making that look like light work.
It's kind of S&D you want heading into a high-rise control as well. 2-0 up in the series. You are vibing if you're on the Thieves side of things right now. And honestly, the streak for Miami Heretics has continued, though it's really not looking solid. But can they turn it round on control? I wonder. LA Thieves got to be feeling good about this series so far. Well, get your Barmasters in the chat because Miami Heretics absolutely need it right now. 2-0 down. Need the reverse sweep.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back into the series between LA Thieves against Miami Heretics, and it has been one-sided so far. LA Thieves putting the rest of them, and then Demons and Hardpoint specifically, but heading into Control, both these teams setting a 1-1 record on the map. We're moving over towards, but how has their attack been looking in Control? Both these two teams truly needing this victory, and can they manage to find it? It's going to be a hard one, but looking over towards the attacking side of things, as mentioned, 0-3, 1-4 in Control on the attacking side. Something that needs to work, clearly, chance for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, the KDs don't help the case either. Now, don't get me wrong, this is very much a map-specific thing, right? If you're playing on Invasion a lot, your like attacking round stats are going to be looking a little bit worse than a map, say, like High Rise. But that being said, High Rise is the map we're going to, and it was spoken about just, you know, maybe an hour or so ago. The difference maker on this map is teams that can string together offensive wins. That is where you can set yourself apart and like show yourself to be the better squad. So an opportunity for both of these teams to rise to the occasion, step up, and I'd say for LA Thieves, keep the ball rolling. Overall, 1-1 record for both of these squads. Heretics, again, the attacking rounds are going to be the focus point. Third overall for the two times they've played it. They've shown a great deal of success, but I think we've seen almost a tale of two different Heretic squads coming through. First stage versus the second. They've been on the downturn right now, but they're on offense first. The opportunity to move things up.
Let's see if they can get things going. Just speaking during the break there, so we're just seeing nothing from Miami. Heretics is making that, you know, you're going to find a win here, but yeah, running straight past there's a little bit of luck that Eric Boone would happily take. Nearly fell off the map as well, but they will start to find the kills, and all of a sudden a push over towards the B side looking likely here for Heretics. Find the majority of the kills, and all of a sudden Thieves could be potentially put in a blender. You do have Nasty out. It's going to be crucial in getting them, well, the hell out their spawn. B looking like it is going to go, but Thieves, a lot of damage done already.
I genuinely can't believe it took them that long to kill Eric Boone. That was actually kind of insane. He should have been the freest kill of all time. And I mean, granted, doesn't do a great deal of damage before he actually falls, but just a weird little Call of Duty timing type moment. Hit fire for the pistol kill there from Lucky, but unfortunately, if you're Miami, right back to square one. You're trying to get out of the windows, and you can see waiting for kills to fall into their laps. Shout out to the propane tank with one of the best KDs in the CDL. Going to get that first blood on the push, and Heretics for the moment taking full advantage. That's another few kills in their lap. That's almost all 4. It's one man behind you. Everybody else hits that go button. Metals looking for some spawn kills. Doesn't find a thing, gets dropped immediately.
Yeah, Nasty's been staying alive in and around that side of the map for quite some time. Eventually he does go down. He was the one that was slowing things down, stopping Heretics firing away out, but all of a sudden B does go over towards Heretics. Maybe something over towards this A side now to be worked on. Good start to their attacking round. Lives ever so slightly in their favor. Shots into Nasty, not good enough. Good shots coming back. Eric now going to try and put the pressure on himself. Needs to find maybe at least a second kill here. Just going to run straight into Kremp. Decent enough defense from Thieves so far. Lives now all tied up.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a stat that would not be possible to actually keep track of, but like the amount of deaths where you just sprint into it. Like getting caught sprinting is something you don't want to have happen often. By the way, Afro in the meantime doesn't actually get the cruise. I was going to say, I saw the ×5 pop up, but he died immediately in feed, so no cruise missile there, but nice little pop-off moment. LA Thieves currently trying to hold the line 3v4, successful at it as Afro continues to fry.
Look good in the search and destroy. Sending it 8 and 4 to kick things off here in control. Feels like everybody on Thieves is maybe having their moment here and there to shine, and well, also not so much. Ghosty's sitting in 1-6. But I don't think he'll care very much as long as the round goes their way. Afro trying to hold it down over towards this A side, but ultimate map control still the main factor here for the side of Thieves. Kills now starting to be traded. Kremp will easily find that one away, but Metals is able to find one back himself to jump off top. Great shots from Kremp. Metals is there to answer back, and all of a sudden it is momentarily only Nasty left alive, but a long way to go here for the side of Miami Heretics. One final push, 8 seconds to go. Ghosty trying to lock it down, can't make the shots count, and all of a sudden can the push start to come through here for the side? Heretics got to go, gotta make a move, gotta get a touch. Can't do that if you're dead. LA Thieves hold the first defensive side.
Yeah, just blendering them towards the end. Players trying to fall in line and just flood into the zone, but no open avenues to attack. And I think Dan Ghosty might have just been bait and fodder for his teammates to get all those trades. He might have only gotten a kill or 2 on the round, but Afro certainly thriving. Anytime you get double-digit kills in a round of control, you're feeling fantastic. Afro throwing up 12. That is, quite frankly, as good as it gets.
Thieves have got to be feeling good here. 2-0 up in the series, 1-0 up in the control. A much-needed series win on the cards. And how are the new look Thieves sounding in the comms? Let's go to a listen. Will LA Thieves.
Long dead, Eric. I'm on to mid. I'm Wood. He has one. Yeah, no, mid dead. Wood. Alright, 2 on point. They're both double pushing blue. They're double pushing blue. Try to push up, guys. Push up, guys. What's I need blue? Left plot. I needed it. I'm stunned. Give me a second. Nothing in blue. Out of blue. In blue. In blue. Outer one shot on a vehicle. One shot on a vehicle.
He didn't push out blue. Closest to me. Give me mid.
I still in blue. One shot Lucky in blue. On a one shot Lucky.
Okay, then he stays there.
Top heli. One shot B. One top heli, guys. I'll get a little bit.
Hey.
Gonna push up on the gate. I'm up 2. More was long. Front paper.
Don't pay Lucky, one shot, one front paper, okay?
Just playing spawners. We double check. I'll paper. I kill long. Stay down. Paper dead.
Oh shit. Almost hit top heli. Lucky.
Long. Some blue. Go left. They want some blue.
Nothing else to speak of other than some crispy shots coming in from Thieves. So far, so good on the defensive side for Heretics. Attacking woes continue for both of these two teams, but a push over towards B. Maybe something can be formulated here from Thieves. So far, so good for Heretics. Can they close this out?
solid by the defense on the point. I mean, one guy behind the radio tower, enough to bait out the players to go for the child that they're going to fall. So Heretics are pushed up quite aggressively on the map. Vehicle trying to make that aggressive play, but he gets caught along the way, making it to the tarp. 10 seconds left on the clock, though. These are the moments where you flood into a blender, but the trades are enough to get you to time and then win the extra gunfight. Ghosty picking up 2, but now Ghosty is the lone man on point. Maybe a team kill gonna help him out just a bit, but you still have to flood through blue into death. And just no time left on the clock. LA Thieves cannot get it done. So we are all tied up 1-1. The offensive struggles of both of these teams in control are going to continue. And I gotta say, Ton, we were laughing about it just a bit during the listen-in. I think if I'm JCap or Shane, I'm just throwing Afro into like Semtex throwing training. He's sort of he's been off a little bit this series, but if he dials that down, let me tell you, the boy can shoot. If he can throw Semtexes, ooh, how good he'd be.
Yeah, that was it was a tough watch. In fairness, always at the Semtex, then didn't spot the player and gets killed by the barrel up top alley. Just one to forget for the side of Afro, and a defensive round to forget, or to remember, I should say, for the side of Miami Heretics. And it makes you think as well, with a couple of ticks going over towards Heretics on their attacking side. Not much to speak of for the side of Thieves as absolute hell breaks loose over towards A. Makes you think for that round number 5, it could be influential with both these two teams. Defensive records looking maybe a lot better than their attacking side of things, but it's been a great start to this defensive side for the side of Thieves. Afro, as said, absolutely frying. If the nades were on point, this boy would be scary.
I was saying, like, God, if he could just throw a Semtex, like, he is a monster. Like, keep that ball rolling. But no, that is a perfect open break coming out of LA Thieves. I mean, they just jumped all over the A pressure. Don't want to give anything away for free and continue to apply the pressure. Moving back to the point. Kremp is here. Got Afro around. Pistol shots. Pretty clean, enough to do some damage. And there's the teammates coming through. Ghosty, you know the nades are going to be landing near teammates. That time he places a peach on top of the enemy. Tries to do the jump spot, but gets caught. Heretics players consistently working this underground zone, but yet to get a tick of progression on either side. Metals, who is behind enemy lines, is going to fall. Afro again, as snappy as you want him. This man is slinging bullets down range. He almost simply does not miss.
22-11 from Afro. Now they've got them forced into their spawn. It's been a really good hold here from Thieves. Miami Heretics really haven't had a sniff, and I would have thought that Afro might have presumed that push was coming on through. There's only one way for them to go if they're not coming out the windows, and that is underground. Eric Boom did get himself out, but well, has found himself now very dead. 5 screen now from Nasty. You wouldn't hate to see a cruise missile if you're a Thieves fan. That is as convincing of a defensive round as you're ever likely to see. 2-1 now for the side of Thieves. I know the attack has been very, very hard, so Heretics will be looking to close this one. But when you're thinking about ticks, that's a good round from Thieves. We'll keep an eye on how it is going because, well, I mean, clearly both these two teams very, very solid on the defensive side of things comparatively to the attack. So that round 5 might be very important if Heretics can force us there.
Well, I mean, even if they force us there, again, that defense, as you pointed out, that final kill we just saw in that kill cam there from Nasty, I'm pretty sure just earned him a cruise missile. So they've already been thriving on defense. Now you got the extra utility. He's even shooting out some windows for his teammate just to get the trophy out a little bit quicker. So a little bit detailed LA Thieves right now in their opening breaks. You saw when they were on defense shooting out the barrels top helicopter as well. So they're certainly doing their due diligence and maybe something we can all learn from when it comes to ranked play. I know I'll be using stuff like that later, but opening salvo underway. LA Thieves at least have made it to the point. The 2 bodies here and no trophy just yet, so it's not going to be easy to survive, but the kills right now are flowing.
All the small things working out for the side of Thieves right now. Locking in over towards the B side, looking like the second tick is about to fall in. The third, not far behind it. Looks like Heretics are going to have one more stab at this one. Eric Boom inside the point, no shot. He should be finding these kills. All of a sudden, Kremp's left all on his own. Can't lock it in. The radio tower saving Eric Boom's life and all of a sudden saving the bushes of side of Heretics. They're now forced to push themselves forward. LA Thieves trying to fight out. He managed to find a couple of kills. Good shots coming in from Vehicle. And a potential spawn trap maybe on the cards here for Miami Heretics. A much needed defensive round to force us to that round number 5. The kill's starting to flow here. That will be B gone. And maybe a little bit more. All of a sudden you are 4 dead for Heretics. You need to get yourself back into a good position very, very fast.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You were saying like a potential spawn trap. It wasn't potential. They had it, but they let it go immediately. And they haven't gotten a kill since. They are getting wiped off of the map, pinned back in their spawn. Metals for the first time actually strikes back, and some very clean shots coming out of Eric Boom. Maybe just enough that you can stabilize 2 players right now from LA Thieves circling around this A zone, but not a lot of pressure on the map right now. And if you don't have any trophies out and take that momentum right back.
I was about to say, Thieves looking good on the lines front. Plenty of time to make it work too. That changed in an instant. Vehicle now will find a kill on the Ghosty, and now the push up coming in here from Lucky. We can see this side of the map that Thieves are trying to work on. Lucky just trying to pick them apart where he can, getting himself into these advanced positions. Nasty up top. It's a hard gunfight, but he'll find it. Threads the needle, and all of a sudden he's in their spawn. If you've got somebody blocking the spawns over towards underground, then all of a sudden this becomes a very, very dangerous push out now for the side of Thieves. They were leading on the lives front very, very convincingly, but eventually they're being pushed back. Still time here though, chance 40 seconds.
Yeah, Lucky didn't really slow them down too much, only able to pick up 1 extra kill. So right now the rest of his teammates feeling the pressure. So yeah, double trials coming in on Vehicle. The players on Heretics not really buying anybody else too much time, so the opportunity has at least been created for the Thieves, but a gunfight like that from Eric Boom gonna slow you down that much more. But it looks like a bit of a battle on the map. Players scattered all over the place, unable to step on this time to stop the clock with 14 seconds left. You're gonna have to do it. Eric Boom though getting it done once again. The flank for Nasty. I mean, his teammates have to get out to time to stop the clock before he can do any damage, and Lucky has it under wraps anyway. Final slide out to the zone. It is every single gunfight you think would be easy for the Heretics. You gotta clean them out. 5v3, 4v3. The lives are falling, and everybody on the map is. 2 players left from LA with 0.3 seconds left on the clock. There's simply no way.
2v3. Nasty holding it down now. Contestant needs a help out of hand very, very quickly. Not gonna happen. Heretics forcing around number 5. I think it's going to be Thieves with the defensive side. They make that very, very close. And defense might be the big difference maker here. It's only been defensive wins so far that have led us to this 5th round. And Thieves should be in prime position for the 3-0. Be a hell of a comeback from Heretics if they can start it right now. But they need to find an attacking round first here, Chance. Surely it's a step too far, but you never know. You never really know. Thieves, can they hold on?
Yeah, well, and keep in mind for the LA Thieves, they have the cruise missile in the back pocket. They never felt the need to invest it in that round. They don't have to force anything through on offense. That might have been a situation with the life count that close that maybe the cruise missile could have been a dagger, but Nasty saving it because they knew they're getting the guaranteed defense. They're trusting themselves. So if you're Miami, you need to make a play where you burn this cruise missile very early in this round, or you're going to get punished. Maybe the type of play you're trying to make is a little hop up. Nasty just reads it. Great awareness there in that moment. So you got a 4v3 to try to swarm this B site. Good news for Heretics, though. They're winning some of the gunfights, keeping that pressure on. Afro by that magical radio tower can't get it done, and this is a nice stack coming through on the B zone. Exactly what Miami need.
Should be gone. I think Nasty is probably giving up the ghost in the sense of using his cruiser missile to stop this from happening, with B-Tix now starting to come on through B. Locked in. Heretics in a good position on the map. Next wave of kills, super important. Eric Boom will find Ghosty. It's a good way to start things off. Feels like Thieves have their backs to the wall just a little bit for the first time on one of these defensive rounds. I mean, very convincing so far. Metals now finding himself in a position to find 2. Can he find the 3rd here over towards the back spawn? Eric Boom has found Ghosty, and all of a sudden, the floodgates have opened for Miami Heretics onto the A zone. You've got to invest that cruise missile if you're Thieves, but you save that 2 kills come in. Heretics still, though, with a bit of map pressure here. Can they do something with it?
Oh, there comes the cruise. Doesn't find a thing. It forces them inside, but they are right back to this A zone for the capture. They are still in position to go for the spawn kills as well. So maybe a botched cruiser a little bit too late just to keep the pressure on. Eric Boom wins the extra gunfight before that godforsaken propane maybe ruins everything.
How does that come to the rescue of LA Thieves? Well, not quite. Vehicle still putting the pressure on. Metals is here as well, and all of a sudden, for what Thieves have looked absolutely flawless on these defensive rounds, has it fallen apart at just the wrong moment? Is this tick coming on through? Nasty and Cram finding the kills. They need to find the contest. It's a 7-life difference now as Vehicle just starting to heat up, and it's just too easy for Vehicle. Contestant comes in, but is the damage already done? The answer to that question, not quite. Thieves hold on by the hair on their chilly chin, and they will just about clear them out, but the life difference is maybe too hard.
17v10. You've been getting slammed. You at least decapped the tick of progression as well. So now LA Thieves, they want to slow this game down as much as possible. Eric Boom, other ideas. His teammates are there for the coverage. That's 3 in the feed, and now you're getting spawn killed. You might have Fecal call game. The stack is there. The Vamos out and abound. This series isn't done yet.
And there we go. Some life in Miami Heretics. Things have been looking very, very slow over these last 2 maps. It was looking likely the defensive rounds were going to make the difference. LA Thieves losing that one at the final moment. Miami Heretics forcing a map number 4. Things were looking good for Thieves, but let's see how that hardpoint record's looking now again. The map number 4 coming up in a second. Miami Heretics do well to bring that one back. It just rolls on from the good start, doesn't it? They just keep the pressure on. They keep that map control. Plenty of real estate on the map to play with. Really good job from Heretics to force this map number 4.
Absolutely. That final round, again, like that is a situation where you need a couple different puzzles, or puzzle pieces rather, to fall into place, but they got it done. They got the B zone captured before the cruise ever actually came through, and it is a little funny. If the cruise is going to get called in on B, you're going to die, but if you're by A, very quick to get back indoors. So a lot of love there that we get to see again in some of these highlights. I know in round 1, absolutely the Afro show. I know Nasty started to pop off as well. He turns a nice little stretch and actually earning the cruise, but all the utility, all the pop-off plays that you had, just not enough in the end. I know for Afro, certainly slowed down quite a bit in the final few rounds. He had 18, 19 kills after 3. I mean, he's got 25 still in round number 4, and he finishes with 28 on board. So Afro slows down just a touch. Heretics take full advantage.
I think it is such a momentum game mode, it can be. You know, when you start to get a little bit of control, especially in these attacking rounds, if you have anybody in and around Heli, start move forward, do a lot with it. And now for Thieves, the question is, was the hardpoint map number 1 a fluke, or are you going to continue that spree? And look, I mean, they got a helping hand as well at one stage in that round, but damage already done. Even at this stage, when you know it gets contested, they get forced away, Thieves are still a good 9-10 lives behind. And that really could make the difference when it does come down to it. But Miami Heretics secure the point, secure the map. Don't necessarily look too enthralled yet. But Thieves now have got something to think about, and we have a series on our hands. Map number 4 is going to be Invasion Hardpoint, and if we need it, Terminal Search and Destroy will be map number 5. I mean, I think if you're Thieves at any stage here, you will feel good about the game anyway, because the Search and Destroy was so convincing. The closest 2 maps, obviously, coming in the Hardpoint and the Control, but Search and Destroy was very, very clinical from the side of Thieves. So they'll be feeling good about map number 5? Or, I mean, look, they want to close it in 4, no doubt, though.
I would say there's going to be a seed of doubt in the back of their minds, whether they want to admit it or not, just for the fact that you're going into a hard point. I think Thieves just are not a team that's like capable of having confidence in, like, yes, the first S&D looked great, but there's no, like, if you're losing the momentum in a like reverse sweep potential, it does not feel good. So you don't want to see the distant maps. You absolutely want to close it out here. So LA Thieves playing with fire. Of course, Invasion Hardpoint. At the start of the year, like, Invasion was that go-to map for Miami. Major II Qualifiers a little bit different. Obviously, Invasion now a very different map, the way it plays out on Hardpoint with the new hills, but it's still the same situation for Thieves. It's just been their pain point game mode. We've only seen 2 maps from this full team in this stage so far, so they do have a win. Already more optimistic than we ever were throughout stage 1, but they still have so much they need to prove.
I mean, if it's any consolation for the side of Thieves, the only hardpoint win that they did have before, of course, the map number 1 in this series was on Invasion. So some experience to rely on in that one in a certain sense, but this all new look roster, we want to head into this with the same confidence they had in map number 1. And I'm just like, I'm always one of these people who like to look at the player cams and kind of get a judge of how things are feeling. I feel as if Heretics look still very, very disappointed in the position that they're in. I don't know if you can read.
You're the one with
the
degree in armchair psychology. Unfortunately, I do not have mine. I do like to dabble on occasion, but tough conversation between a look of stern focus versus maybe qualms within the camp, but certainly focus within this series is Ghosty. Map number 1 dropped a 1.6 KD. He was feasting, able to get the cruise missile that was the stamp on the game towards the end. And I do know for the side of Ghosty, I think he only had 2 assists, so he wasn't even like crazy involved with his teammates the entire time, but a lot of times he simply didn't need to be if he's just winning all of his ones. And certainly on a map like Invasion, you want your main AR to be performing well, so keep an eye out for Ghosty the entire time, but off the opening break, starting things with Vehicle, got the intel, got some damage, but doesn't have his life. Nasty, able to get that first pick.
Which way these fights going to transpire early doors. Decent time for Thieves already, and Lucky will shut that down, and shots coming through from Mel, so maybe a little bit of wind in the sails here for Heretics as we head into map number 4. Rotation over towards P2. Not a bad spot for the side of Thieves so far. Heretics trying to fight away from that. 25 seconds over towards P1. Gunfight going on. Crep will win it up against Mel, so that time potentially going over towards the side of Thieves, although the gunfights then go the other way. A couple of big gunfights coming through, though. Eric Boom could do with surviving. Big win coming in from Afro. LA Thieves needing that one.
Yeah, you see he's trying to be aggressive and maybe slow that push down as you hit Thieves with the Palisade spawn. So they're going to be much quicker over towards P2. Lucky 4 no start, by the way, so we're not there yet, but maybe a cruise missile on the cards. It can be devastating on this map, but it's him versus Ghosty looking for it. Pulls out the Rival 9 to try to get it done. Slammed. Ghosty wins the gunfight, secures that rotation, and maybe now even potentially looking for some spawn kills. The Pal spawn still coming through, though, for at least the Thieves. So all guns forward, no cheeky flanks off spawn coming through. But if you're spawn on the front side, you might just end up in a blender. Nobody right now winning gunfights for Heretics, and this is looking like a great full 60. And surprisingly, the Palace spawns never actually came through from Heretics. You don't see that too often, but they're just gonna be fighting off the back foot, maybe free and clear on the rotation, but on the scoreboard, might end up down by a ton if Thieves can get this final bit of scrap.
Spawn's predictably unpredictable. Thieves, though, works out for them, irrelevant to what happened. 10 seconds there to go. Nobody jumping on the time. It could be crucial towards the end. Yeah, somebody get on that. We have complete control here as we're trying to force our way out. 5 seconds to go on this hill. And they start to make their move now. Rotation deemed more relevant. Good start here from Thieves. Ghosty trying to work on a bit of a spree here. Cruise missile wouldn't go a miss if he can continue to survive, and well, he's the only one who can do for the side of Thieves now. Good hold so far from Miami Heretics. 15 seconds or so gone. They lock down every single one of them, but there's the cruise missile in for Ghosty. That could make a difference later on.
I was about to say that's a bit of a pain point as well, because you have to imagine in the Heretics comms, they're calling out Ghosty. If he gets one more, he's got the crew. So they were trying to hunt him down, but in the meantime, Lucky actually gets one of his own. So all's well that ends well. Lucky shooting missiles as well. So maybe he's the kill streak himself through the wall, getting some tags in, but a near perfect full 60 so far. So maybe the only small mistake that they've made on this hill is giving away the crews, but again, maybe not a pain point long term. That was a beautiful hill on this P3 there from the Heretics. Obviously, they've taken the lead and given Lucky that hot hand. 11-2 start. You love to see it.
Heading over towards the next hill. I mean, rotation's never a bad thing to have. And cruise missile on this hill, we'll call it in. Sure. We'll get them off it. Yeah, we go for it. Heretics now. 12-2 from Lucky, make it 13-2. He's having a hell of a game here. A little bit of time on the cards now for Heretics. I know this one's not particularly the easiest one to find it on. Is that Ghosty calling his cruise missile in as well? I'm not too sure. Yeah, it is. There you go. We'll clear it out. Well, even the odds. Heretics, though, with the lead. Nasty and Code just trying to get some control once again. Heretics just soaking up a little bit of time here and there, though, chance, but nothing to write home about just yet.
Yeah, I feel like these are almost like momentum cruises, right? Lucky's feeling great, getting the comms going. This is a 10 spree, by the way. I didn't even realize he still hasn't died. Finally, he's gonna fall. He takes one step onto the objective, immediately gets his head ripped off. If I'm lucky, I'm never getting back on the hill. But in the meantime, Beagle, nice little 4 spree, going for some spawn kills. And I mean, that is 2 effective hills back to back where Heretics completely on point. They never once lose the spawns for the rotation over towards New. So Lucky picked the right time to go on a 10 spree. He's just set yourself up for 3 hills in a row. Meadows pushed out to a nice angle outside Treehouse. Vehicle obviously with the flank under lock and key. Wins the gunfight, now picks up the cross. Vehicle man in the perfect position. No, kill still going his way. Now LA Thieves, this is the hard point we're used to.
It's looking a little more like it, isn't it? Afro and Co trying to find a push here, and it just really hasn't been any rotations went the way of LA Thieves. They've got an Elliott full 60 over towards P2, and have had absolutely nothing to speak of since then. 20 seconds to go here. Over on this hill specifically. Heretics, though, have got to be feeling good. 2 back-to-back good holds. They get broken there, but they're trying to tie the series up and send us to a map number 5. Let's go for a listen with the Miami Heretics.
Está close izquierda muy tocado detrás de la puerta. Uno puerta, uno wideband y otro más en SND. Intentar holdear la izquierda del mapa, bro, y jugarlo por uno safe ahora.
SND está holdeando tight, pero uno carretera, no puedo hacer el chal. Me mata desde front hookah, lo voy a buscar en serio. Voy a quedar
me mata desde el punto Ghost y la basura a la derecha.
En la izquierda del medio, punto muerto. Otro más after front hookah.
Derecho conmigo, tío, yo tengo pedomo. Estoy contigo.
Debo de Samfro, yo tope 3. Hay 3 está en coche negro.
No, Hookah está muerto, falta el de punto, bro.
Haz collo en palacio, no hacen gas.
Un tiro, DVDs, hay DVDs. Negro no veo, hay que acercarse un poquito más al punto, va.
El Kerem estaba por coche negro, bro.
Algo al fondo, palacio yo. No lo veo.
Están DVDs de punto y otro ascendí, creo.
Va por el de ascendí.
Ascendí y otro punto.
Voy para DVDs yo.
Punto detrás del Gojedi, son dos en el Gojedi, punto. El Gojedi los saco, está para derecha y
me mata, yo no mato. Bueno, suma tú. Me puso hookah, bro.
Eso es for. Van
a hacer gas conmigo. Ghosty queda conmigo, son 2.
Uno te ha saltado, entra por el side, otro más. Dípeme un tiro.
Hay uno arriba, Ghosty.
SND ya nasty, va para con.
SND 2 de cara, SND 2 de cara.
Ve la espalda, tengo el con, estoy dando el con yo.
Yo tengo la espalda.
Tengo el punto abajo.
Arriba uno solo, que hay un
dos izquierda al punto.
El otro está en B2, B2 muy flip. Vale. B2 muy kebab. El de B2 era creme.
Muerto.
Bueno, otro más de cara. El último.
Sumo yo.
Están quedando
Ese que va muerto.
Medio Ghosti muerto.
Vale, chicos, otro más en el ali. Hago echarle al ali. Están abriendo medio, creo.
Estoy mirando al ali.
Coche blanco.
The Heretics' lead continues to be around 60 or 70. LA Thieves were starting to bring it back, but a good hold over towards P2. It's going to be pretty much a perfect hold. And the rotation is there as well for Lucky, who's just been absolutely indomitable on this map so far. Had slowed down, but finds a few more. The AR performance from the side of Heretics is really getting things going now. Looking to get another rotation underneath their bots. 200 points about to be broken. Lucky here, ready and waiting. The rest of the Thieves don't have managed to find a couple of gunfights through the middle of the map. Need to find this kill as quickly as they possibly can. They need to get him out. They need to get some time on the board.
Oh, that's perfect right though. I mean, that's the one they needed to get, right? It was a full 60 last time on this hill. LA Thieves break it as soon as the hill pops. Maybe not a clean break though, because obviously Heretics with mostly closer spawns, of course, Invasion, impossible to predict. One player ends up spawning out, but Lucky's going for spawn kills. Now the swarm is on the hill. It's going to be Kremp by himself, dealing with 2 more players. The front entrance, he ends a Semtex for a player to catch, but the trophy there to save your life. So you do get the break that Thieves needed. They don't really hold on for too much time, and even fighting for it now, it's only going to be for those final 20 seconds that even Vehicle might not want to give away. So maybe one final gunfight, or actually based on the way Vehicle's setting up, he's just playing for these guys when they push out. So they're trying to trap the map. You've seen the feed, Vehicle picks up 1. And on that rotation, a little bit of spiciness. And again, it's a coin flip. 2 players right there, now 3. Everybody is just spawning up at Palace. Kremp, though, heads up. He knows you got to be fearful when you get the Palace spawn. Able to take 1 to the grave with them. This is a map where, and then, yeah, that's insane, dude.
Wow. Oh, and Kremp's done so well with it. Spawn gods be damned are not Kremp. A little wry smile on his face as he finds a couple of huge kills. And can he get this on Eric Boom? Not quite. Health regeneration coming through. Knows he's probably dead to rights. Just going to try and slow them down if he can. But some good time on the board now for the side of Thieves. Thanks to Kremp, who just continues.
Kremp, dude, he has the golden ticket. This is his, like, Willy Wonka factory. Just getting free kills off spawn. And for a team that you're only down by 40 points in this moment, this has been a wonderful P4 hill for you as the Palace spawns just continue to be ever present on this map. Again, unreadable, even at the professional level. But if there's any opportunity to get back in the game for LA Thieves, that is absolutely it. Now you're only down by 40. I say only, it's not easy, but you do have those spawns from new. A good hold here, you are right back in the game.
How do you say losing my mind in Spanish? LA Thieves. Managing to be handed a couple of opportune moments that may well get them back into this one. Kremp, though, is he going to be able to find a second here? Can't quite snap on to Vehicle in time. The spawn behind again, though. Nasty's going to be down the long street, and if you can hold on to it from Thieves here, you may well have them in the blender. Ghosty's going to have to try and stay alive. The spawn's towards the back. If he can continue to farm kills off here, things are looking good. 15 seconds or so away for the side of Thieves. A couple of kills now start to come through for the side of Heretics, though. Afro needs to go big. Can find one. Heretics players all around him. They will find the break back. Nasty is there. Very contested hill so far. Eventually, Heretics starting to get some time on the board. 15 seconds to go on this hill, Chance. Big moment.
Yeah, and you got Nasty fighting too. Eric Boom gonna drop him, but maybe toying with the idea of stripping away that scrap. But you are back to P1. Heretics can win it on this time. Technically, Thieves can as well, but on a P1 time, it is not likely. That is a hell of a start, though, for the Thieves to try to pin these players back. But this game might come down to a P2 rotation. That means spawn management, good luck with that, and just keep these kills flowing. LA down but not out, and the kills continue to fall into their lap.
Every single second that goes in makes it harder for Heretics to just stack their point and go for the scrap time themselves. The grenades coming through just about the right time. Afro needs to make these shots count. Can only find one in that position. It was looking very, very good. Now Heretics are there and around the point. It's looking that way. Metals, he can find two. Metals can't find the third. Nasty shuts him down. Still only 5 seconds now, and Nasty, you just need to hold on tight, and hopefully the rest of the team can start to pick up the points. Crab falls, and here come Heretics once again. It's a 3-man wipe. You need to do something. If you're ghosty, it's not going to land. Map 5, here we go.
Vamos, they get it done on Invasion. Estoy perdiendo la mente, I think is what these guys are saying. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I gave it my best shot, Ton, but that is an insane Invasion. That is a map that continues to provide just... It'll throw you in a blender. Looking at the mini-map for that like hard point will absolutely throw you in a blender, but Heretics, they take full advantage of it towards the end. The reverse sweep is on the cards. And I know throughout stage 1, we had like 2 reverse sweeps over the entire course of the stage, but I think the theme almost of Major II qualifying stages have been reverse sweeps. We've had quite a few, and Heretics maybe adding one more to the pile. Lucky had an electric start, right? 15-2, goes on a 10 spree, lights it up in the damage category. The non-tradeds were absurd, but Vehicle also plays catch up, gets right back to his boy, and steps up towards the end when they needed him most. So those 2 players popping off for Miami, but looking at the game flow, again, a little bit of a back and forth battle, but when Miami got the lead, they simply never looked back.
Under point difference at one stage. Thieves did bring it back into contention on a 25-point game in the end. Let's have a look at how things have broken down in this series. Thieves break the hard point loss spree in map number 1. Map number 2 looked nice and simple, a 6-2 comfortable search and destroy. But Heretics slowly clawing it back. The only attacking round in the control came in round number 5. And an evasion hard point back and forth, but Heretics comfortable all the way through. We are heading to a terminal search and destroy to end things here on the night and in this series. Can't believe we're here again. Chance 2 reverse sweeps in a row. Okay, we'll take it all day long. Let's see how this one's going to go, though. Thieves, can they break the duct, or can Heretics break their losing streak? We'll find out right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
5. Here we go. LA Thieves taking on Miami Heretics. It has been a back and forth battle. Thieves come out the traps absolutely flying, but Heretics bringing this one back to force this game number 5. But the record is very different on either side of things here. Chance, LA Thieves with their 1-0 record in game 5, but Heretics yet to find one.
Yes, everybody knows LA Thieves perfect when it comes to game 5s. No, really just one map, not too much to be gleaned, but this is a moment where you need all of the ice, and so far, Heretics in the game 5s, a little bit of a struggle point. And it cannot be understated how important this matchup is. Again, CDL points are not easy to come by. You have to get wins against the lower tier teams. So a loss here for either side. Again, the long-term implications when it comes to champs, making the top 8, it can be devastating, this type of game. Devastating on the front for LA Thieves to get reverse swept. Devastating for Miami if that slide continues. Terminal S&D, though, fairly comparable stats. Heretics not exactly enjoying the first blood battle, but overall, the record is perfectly fine. You know, it can be a defensive shootout on this map, and LA Thieves so on point with grabbing that bomb on spawn.
Let's see if Afro can be as fortunate with some of these first bloods as he was in the previous Search and Destroy. Very different prospect when it does come down to terminal, though. Hands out. A little bit of a push over towards A, looking likely. Heretics set up very tight over towards both these two bomb sites. Of course, no trophies available, so you want to make sure you use your utility well. Yes, especially from the side of Thieves. Try and find a break here. Oh, Mel's going to go for the challenge. Afro says thank you very much. And there's the first blood once again. Make that 6-0 in map 5 opening duels for Afro.
Yeah, no, that's an... I don't know what kind of call-out he just got if Eric Boone was getting tags from the mid-hallway, but he just hit the go button on defense on terminal. Doesn't pan out. We'll see what kind of timing Lucky can get. At least gets guy off bomb and gets out. Doesn't get traded because he gets you the 2. It's a day 1 spot, but that's because it's effective. Lucky in the back right now, just playing with his food.
25 seconds remaining. They need to get rid of Lucky, who now has a little bit of help in Vehicle as well. And it may well just be Lucky that wins them this round. Nasty now, not going to find anything. Lucky goes huge for Heretics. In round number 1 defense, that, I mean, Metals just looked like he wanted to throw away straight from the get-go. But here we go. Lucky checks the bomb carrier. Afro just at the wrong time. Can't pick it from that angle. It just sets it up wonderfully. And the third coming through from Lucky. Big run from him. Big map number 4 as well. Miami Heretics were slow to get into this series, but they are very much here now.
I say that's painful for LA Thieves too, right? That was a 2 versus 4. You just got handed a first blood, and you just don't really effectively check the back of the plane. I mean, it was literally yesterday where we saw Shotzi make that exact same play. So maybe just getting a little bit too far ahead of yourselves and not staying calm in the pressure moments. And LA Thieves, a decent bit of real estate on defense as well, right? Couple players pushed up towards Eskies. Afro might be stunned, but he's certainly not going to fall anytime soon. B does not look open at all. That plane, though, is absolutely nobody inside. The A site just being left. If Heretics ever want to take it, it's there for him.
The nade from Afro wouldn't have tickled over towards Berger, but Heretics do get out unscathed for the most part. Pushing over towards A, starting to come on through now. Kremp just maybe playing for information on the outside pool. Playing pool? What map are we on? Terminal, that's right, playing. Pressure coming in over towards the Berger side, but for the Miami Heretics, this is pretty free. They can find this push over towards it. Lots of bullets going into Eric Boone, but he will survive. Bomb carrier still not in there, though, and all of a sudden LA Thieves have had a moment to find themselves a position where they can defend this. Shots in towards the bomb. Kremp will find it. Stops that going down 20 seconds. Heretics need to move.
All right, Ton, honest to God, I have no idea if you're still here. I can't hear you, so just in case, I'm going to commentate it. 4v3 now after the wall bank comes through on the bomb, and speaking of wall banks, Kremp able to get number 2. And Kremp, man, shooting straight. 1 shot on that player just above him, but Afro can't get the trade because he's getting shot in the back, but all the damage being done for a 1 versus 3. Bomb still down, but Vehicle, it is all about sort of those cheeky spots right now in this moment, but bites off a bit more than he can chew. Teamwork on point there from LA Thieves, and Ton, can I hear you?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, that was very weird. Technology, what are you going to do? That's a great round. Great round there at LA Thieves. Got the bounce back they needed.
It worked out quite nicely because as I stopped talking, you started talking there. That was quite...
I was trying to get the timing right just in case you come back because you dropped out for me before. But yeah, that is almost as wild as this first kill from Kremp. Again, the wall bangs completely on point. This one may be a little bit easier than the last, but that is still some devastating work being thrown out by the young man. Not his rookie season, but still a little bit fresh to the CDL. Kremp rising to the occasion there in that round. Gotta keep that ball rolling. And again, 2 for 2 on the defensive side. I know these rounds have been spicy, but still taking care of business. And this might be the aggressive play call you're looking for. Smokes out on B, full steam ahead, and only 2 players here from Heretics in the obvious places as well. You just bully out the site. I gotta clutch up in the 4v3 with the bomb down, but for LA Thieves, this is looking sweet.
You've done it before. On these defensive rounds, you've clutched up, but this is a different story. Lucky now up top is going to be looking to try and find a single pick here, but Thieves not offering anything up. But well, if he jumps on top of there, then he can find something. But here we go. Is the trade going to be there? No, it's not. Kremp goes to get aggressive. 3 versus 2 in favor of Heretics. Ghosty, Nasty combining though. And Lucky now left in a 1 versus 2. 20 seconds to play with here, so still some sort of time. But Ghosty, is he surely going to get eyes on? No, he isn't. Shots in. 1 versus 1. 14 seconds goes for the child. Nasty says thank you very much. And LA Thieves just about get it done. Not a single one of these rounds chance have been clear-cut whatsoever. But Thieves get the better of them that time.
Yeah, no, that looked absolutely wild for the retake. Just because, like, the jump-up spot, if he had just seen that second player in the corner, I don't know if Nasty ends up getting that extra kill. And obviously, that's the player that wins the 1v1 towards the end. So a little bit of luck double-stacking that corner and not getting punished for it. But either way, it is an aggressive round that pays off. Again, the 4 hit out of sight. Obviously, you're going to have the man advantage if you want to be aggressive over in either direction. And funnily enough, at Heretics, maybe roaming back over towards the A side or playing for picks. The wall bangs not quite as effective on the flip side. Kremp does get back down, but with the nades rolling through, nobody making moves except for Afro, who's just claimed like prime position. I feel like Afro's in a spot that this is almost a guaranteed first blood. If you're Nasty, you don't even necessarily need to help him. If the pressure's ever towards A, Nasty can wrap back. Afro is just, again, prime position to get it, but can't quite get it done. Now forced to back down.
Yeah, but gets out without giving anything up, at least. The opportunity was there, wasn't able to take it. Keeps his life irrelevant of that. Still looking like an air push going to start coming on through. LA Thieves holding it down. You feel like a first defensive round would be a nice way to continue the search and destroy. Kremp's gonna have to give this one up, but Ghosty finds the first kill. We'll take down Lucky. The nade through will slow Heretics down. Kremp has played around this, playing very, very well, but the shots in from the library side of things from Vehicle are quite exquisite. It backs him down. Thieves are here in numbers, but the bomb goes down. 3 versus 3. Next kill's gonna be huge.
It's all about the timing too. I think they might be waiting for Nasty maybe to get a little bit of intel as he's working through the hallway. There's the gunfight ringing out. Afro knows he can jump. There's the kill you're looking for. Shout out to the intel from Nasty. And now the other 2 players in sight in Afro. That snap and reaction time is absurd. It didn't even seem like he had time to shoot 5 bullets. Did he actually just snipe them?
I wonder if Eric was maybe a little bit weak from shots through the plane, potentially from Ghosty.
I would hope so.
I really hope so. Let's have a look at that one once again. So finds the first kill. So sees Eric when he sees the bottom of his boot. Flies through, finds that one. Eric, has he taken some shots? I mean, yeah, 100% he's killing him with a bullet.
Yeah, had to, right? Yeah, that's insane. Afro, by the way, it always cracks me up with the player cam. He saw that first player and started licking his lips as he figured out what the play was going to be. So, yeah, it turns it into a big 2. I know Afro absolutely popping off on map number 2 as well. So, his search and destroy has been fine today, exactly when his team needs it. 3-1 lead, and I mean, this is not as aggressive. The bomb's roaming over towards A. So the smoke is just a distraction, but you can see Heretics don't actually fall for the bait, and that smoke grenade doesn't help you. Actually, excuse me, the stun, yes, it does. Metal's getting forced to jump down to the bottom of the plane. Lucky gets traded out in the meantime. That's going to be bombed down from LA Thieves, then they lose the gunfight over towards B. Heretics might have bounced back on defense.
I've got no clue how Metals is alive. That stun goes out, checks him. There's 2 members of Thieves there, and neither one of them can finish it up. Bomb now in a really awkward spot. Metals watching it, shout out to the observers, keeping an eye on that one. Nasty He's trying to get a hold of that. But I think if Thieves are going to try and do anything here with 40 seconds remaining, is maybe try and find a pick to make this maybe an easier situation. I'd be very curious if Eric Boom and Metals even make a move here.
I mean, no, they absolutely should
Surely
not, right?
not.
Perfect
Yep.
position. You can see both the windows on either side. So Eric Boom and Metals, again, just calming to each other. No one needs to jump on anything. And really, the only person that can make a play maybe is Nasty to open it up, or Ghosty might find the timing. There's a free kill, but 15 seconds left on the clock, but you catch the other player down low, and now you know Vehicle's position, but for a 1 versus 1, Ghosty, not enough time to go pick up the bomb and plant, has to go for the kill. And with 2 seconds left, I don't think he's gonna get there in time, but how close he was. Hide and seek champion, but not enough time to work with there in that moment. A smile on his face, but a big round from Heretics. The sort of setup they had does get broken down, but it was just too good of an opening break. They put themselves in too good of a spot. And a lot of players from Miami, big kills in that round, Vehicle included. Just that extra gunfight he wins over on the B side of the map. Well, clearly paid off long term.
Strange round. The side of Heretics, they just start that one tight. Really good play coming in from Thieves to make that somewhat of a contest, but Metals and Eric not really getting things going right now, and still Heretics are finding themselves into this game. Challenge comes through from Eric, who should be able to finish this one off, and does. It's a bold shot. The Thieves can do nothing about. Afro is here to try and help out, but he's about to get child. Stun's going to come on through, and there's no way that they don't push this. Metals, Eric, if Afro can get anything here, it will be a bonus. Doesn't find a thing. All of a sudden, it's starting to fall apart for the side of Thieves. Nasty is left all on his own over towards this B side. Bomb is surely going to go down at A. Should be a Heretics round.
And Nasty, the only hope here is, again, maybe some cheeky wall bangs, but aggression has to isolate these gunfights, but that is up to Miami to make these mistakes. Eric Boom, by the way, I know he doesn't have the high ground, but those boxes can be lethal. He absolutely delivers, and that is an aggressive bounce back round. I mean, you would like, what, the smoke bang out B bomb site from LA Thieves a few rounds ago? That's how they got their offensive win. Miami Heretics forced to respond. You got to get an offensive win of their own. Well, there you go. Eric Boom soaring for the first blood, and obviously seals the deal with the final one as well. But it's not just those entry kills. Really just the kill on Afro. Probably the one that sets you apart. Great stun usage, great coordination on the teamwork there from Miami. So got the fight in them for the game 5, all tied up 3-3.
Eric and Metals get themselves on the board there as well. Good for the confidence. Heretics tying it up, the grenade through the library, not finding anything yet. Slow and steady. Now for Thieves. They're going to try and find a pick, maybe anticipating some aggression. That hasn't come to fruition though, and all of a sudden Heretics have a lot of map control. It's going to be the A push where they only have one member. Mel's going to have to hold it down. Some shots into Afro. Eric Boom's going to have to back on down here. Dangerous spot. Shimmies away from corridor. Still yet to find any kills on either side of things, but LA Thieves posturing towards A.
Yeah, you see Eric Boom with the step-by-step retreat, just baiting out some nades and tacks. So LA Thieves a little bit less utility to work through for the break. Afro, we've seen it, doesn't need utility. That man is all gunny. He does get traded out for the first blood, but that plane is open. That bomb has made its way over towards the site. You've seen Lucky in the first round, right? Has that cheeky play from the back of plane, so they're not planting just yet. With 30 seconds left on the clock, they got to make this move soon.
Bomb going down. Lucky can't quite get the angle. Nothing poking out from Ghosty. So bomb down. Pressure now invited for Heretics to come on in. Elliot Thieves, can you hold this down? It'll be a huge attacking round. Heretics now getting themselves into position to try and find the break. Any utility on hand would be welcome. Lucky just come through straight through the front door and dealt with immediate vehicle towards the back plane, and that is a very quick hold from Thieves. They line him up, they bat him down. LA Thieves back into the lead.
And how quickly they get that offensive round right back and turn that pressure up. Really just great work from Afro. Again, just the first blood to get into the plane to begin with. I know he instantly gets traded out, but as soon as Ghosty makes his way onto that bomb site with the bomb, things look a little bit better from LA. And again, no overcommitment, not in a rush to go for the plant. They wait till the timing's right. They wait for everybody to get in position. And as you called on, just like that sort of perfect plant spot from Ghosty. Wallbang's coming through, can't quite spot him. So we talked about Afro. Well, how about Ghosty? 9 kills already. Maybe on the flip side for Miami, bang out over towards B, but Afro, as S&D has been on point, does some extra damage. It is gunfight on gunfight, and Nasty gives you the highlight reel.
Oh my word, Nasty. I think he finds the third there, but Afro with another first blood sets Steves up. The hit comes through, 2 kills from Nasty. And he'll finish off Lucky with the last bullet of the Renetti as well. 3 kills just like that from Nasty. 9 and 3 from him. LA Thieves now getting themselves a gap. My word, that round lasted 7.5 seconds from the first bullet to the last. That one ends so quickly. Shout out production for the quick bit of info. That one ends fast, and all of a sudden, Thieves are 1 round away from stopping this reverse sweep from happening.
They've been on point on offense as well, so make no mistake, they could end it right here, right now, kill that reverse sweep momentum, and feel good about those extra CDL points. And it is a pretty similar setup, right? Coming in on the side of Miami Heretics, Eric Boom, playing that sort of stepladder setup over by the bathrooms. Normal stun checks, everything else standard right now on this A approach. But this time it's Metals not Lucky in the back of the plane, as the pressure on cannot deliver, doesn't give you a kill. And Lucky playing from the new spot, well, he executes, gets that first kill. You do have a 3 versus 3, plenty of time left on the round, and Ghosty back into his home.
I'm going down. Lucky not in a position to stop it from happening. And again, last time around this didn't work out well, but Lucky with the beamer onto Kremp. 3 versus 2, you've got the numbers. Do Heretics just take their time here? They know at least one of them was in towards plane, but Ghosty, he's found himself out, and as he found himself a free kill on Eric Boom, not quite. The trade comes through. Heretics with a wonderful retake, but Afro now left in a 1 versus 3. The kill from behind. Heretics perfect retake. Couldn't be any more different to the previous. 5-4. Still game on, and Heretics over towards the attacking side. Still Thieves game to lose, but brilliant retake from Heretics.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a 4-leaf clover or rabbit's foot or what he had, but Lucky in that moment, just great reads. Not just the first gunfight he gets on the player inside the terminal, but he's going for the same jump up spot. It is a dangerous thing to do if your teammates haven't cleared the map for you. You see where that next gunfight might happen. A player in library can just shoot you in the back for free. He reads it, guns that player down, survives with 1 HP, and ends up getting 3 in the same round. Lucky right now for MVP in this game 5, but still a few more rounds Miami need to go. He gets the intel. Afro moved up to the default spot, so you know it's roughly standard stuff coming through. Ghosty, an interesting angle too. Could have been a nice gunfight battle to the players in Library, but can't find the pit. Ghosty gonna reposition. And once again, LA, they've left the plane open. They still have the crosses covered. Kremp can see if they go down low or cross on the top side of the plane. So you'll have the information. But if Miami hit this site, it's almost going to be for free. And LA Thieves are going to be playing for the retake.
Eric Boom just looking for a little bit of aim assist help. Pushing towards A. Needs to be good here from Heretics. Shot's going to go through this small little gap. Eric Boom, 63 HP. Relatively healthy still. Lucky takes a couple of bullets as well. Ghosty's just going to have a peek over the top. Going to take a couple of bullets himself as well. Vehicle's going to go for the lineup. Ghosty will quite happily take this gunfight. Metals finds first blood though. But here comes Afro into the plane. There's one. Dips out. 23 seconds now. Bomb going down pretty much immediately from Heretics. Heads up play coming in. 3v3 retake needed here from Thieves. Afro has this gunfight in his hands and finds it. Lucky will fall. Heretics need to hold this down. Do they know the position of Vehicle though? Is he going to catch some good timing? Eric Boom all on his own. Vehicle, he didn't see him. Nasty doesn't spot him out. There should be a free kill coming in from Vehicle. And now do you know where the rest of Thieves are? Is round 11 beckoning? Afro pushing through. Eric Boom finds one. Ghosty with another. Now left in the 1 versus 1. Vehicle chasing down. Ghosty's not going to find him. He has to go for the defuse. It's not going to happen. Vehicle with the gunny. And there we go. What a crazy, crazy round. It's Vehicle to find a minimum of 3 in that round to send us to a round 11.
All right, I mean, here we go. Ain't no time to waste. Cheeky Vehicle, he sends us to the round 11, but this is the stakes, man. I'm telling you, the CDL points in a game like this, these are the matches you need to win. You got to beat the teams that are lower in the standings if you want to try to crack that top 8. It all comes down to one final round. It is Heretics back on the attack. And a little 2-2 split as well. So no aggression off the rip. Playing it safe, playing for picks. Fades and stuns, trophies, everything for the moment getting baited out. Waiting for the first blood maybe to come through. Lucky in a dicey spot, but forced to back down. It's been the plane almost every time. Heretics moving right back.
Is it passive or is it tentative? Are they a little bit nervous about the situation? They know themselves how big of a game this is, and it boils down to one round of search and destroy. Ghosty playing this one very, very safely. Will just pop up when he feels like the time is right. Push is coming through. Do they know that Ghosty is here? Pops up in the right moment, finds the shots on Terry with the second as well. The third doesn't come his way. Lucky is there to find the kill. 3v2 in favor of Thieves. Lucky and Vico still with a lot of work to do here. Vico finds a kill on the Nasty over towards the B side. And Lucky now with the bomb is going to start heading over towards B. They've got eyes onto Afro. What's the play going to be? Vico in this position is just throwing a cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. Bomb's going down at A. Vico's going to get picked apart here, though. Afro will find him, but the bomb is down. Lucky now with a nade in his hand. Little bit of information. Krem towards the back. Has he spotted him? He hasn't yet, but the shot's going to come in from Lucky, and Krem guns him. LA Thieves find it in round 11. The defuse will come through. The reverse sweep will not happen. And LA Thieves will close this one out 3-2. A massive win for the Thieves side.
10 CDL points, ton on the board. LA Thieves get it done in the stress. Big sigh of relief. It goes away. LA Thieves, they can sleep peacefully tonight. They showed up and did their job. By God, ton, they got a hard point win, and if they can win hard points, they can do anything. Game 5 secured. The ice is there when you need it. Nice luck of the draw for the Game 5, and so much credit to Dan Ghosty. He got traded once that entire map, and it was his final death, but it was after he picked up a 2-piece. And 3K damage for Search and Destroy. I don't know if that's the record, but that is certainly close to it. So one hell of a performance there out of Ghosty. Obviously, Afro feasted in Search and Destroy. Map number 2 had a very strong game number 5 as well. And even Nasty throwing up a nice little highlight play in the middle of that game. So a couple damning rounds there from LA Thieves to get it done. The stay of execution continues. They survive just another day. Game 5 win. That is going to be a good feeling in the LA camp. Again, just the fact that they're winning a hard point. Already, you're feeling better about this team.
And on the other foot for Heretics, that's 6 losses in a row. That has got to feel terrible for them, especially with you forcing your way all the way to that map number 5 and you can't get the job done. It's got to sting. It's got to really sting. I don't know what the guys on the desk think. Ali, Nameless, that is a banger of a series, but devastation for Heretics. Huge win for Thieves.
Hey guys, great cast. That was a great series. I mean, we go all the way the distance, and you know, LA Thieves are able to win a hard point finally. And what does that lead to? It leads to success, a Game 5 victory in an absolutely insane series. What are your high-level thoughts on this one?
I mean, it leads to a really stressful success. We saw 2 reverse sweeps yesterday, and I thought we might be getting one today as Miami Heretics looking to push that Game 5. But LA Thieves, I think the most impressive map for me, obviously, we have to talk about the hard point. I mean, their player counting was not on par in that map number 1. They kept losing Eric Boom. I feel like LA Thieves should have won that map 1 by way more than they did, but they kept losing where he was on the map control, so they would have map control without actual hill control. So Eric would pop up as soon as that hill pops and get a 1 or 2 piece, allow the LA Thieves players to be like, what the heck, we're missing a guy, and allow his team to collapse on the rest of them. So a lot of bad review to happen for the LA Thieves.
I will say this is a very entertaining series.
Yeah,
like even that control, like Nasty has a streak going into the last round. He doesn't use it early enough, I think. Use it a little bit too late, and then Heretics are able to clutch up. And then we get to this Game 5 where LA Thieves, I mean, their retakes on plane were just beautiful. I mean, they're throwing different looks on offense, but really the retakes on plane on defense were beautiful. And you saw the adjustment that Heretics made later on. They started sending Vickle to plan an island by himself, picking up some kills to alleviate that pressure. But in the very end, I mean, it's just Ghosty. He finds 2 kills here, which pretty much just destroys the round. Your man advantage is gone. Despite Vickle being out of the plane and finding a kill in that round, it's just not enough. But yeah, man, I think Heretics, They've been improving a little bit. Still, they have to go back, watch some VOD. But let's get into the scuff play of the game, which I'm assuming is going to be that first hard point. Allie, we were going nuts.
Yeah, the first hard point was everything. And obviously, it was off the player like Dan Ghosty, who was put on a team like Optic last year. And now the scuff play of the game is him kind of almost having to be the veteran, the in-game leader for this squad. That ending is a banger. So basically, Ghosty gets a cruise missile. They head into P2 gas here. Well, we're not there yet, but at the end of the map, he heads into P2 gas. He gets 2 kills in the back, and now LA Thieves have been behind on Rotos the entirety of this map. He pulls out the cruise missile. He gets another kill, which allows the rest of his team to be able to flood into the time and play out these trades.
Yeah, I mean, really, like, this play of the game is like 3 hills, so they get a majority of time. Ghosty breaks into junk, finds 2. They get all that time, and what happens is the team's just spawning back Diner Alley, so they're just frying them as well. Afro rotates 3-story early P1. They get all that time, and then they're able to combo that into a P2 rotation, just putting them in a spawn trap for basically a minute and a half. That was absolutely insane. Yeah, these guys, they've improved, Allie.
Yeah, and I think for LA Thieves as well, when it comes to hardpoint, there's a lot of moments in this match they can go back and watch in VOD review and be able to pick up exactly where they messed up. Because on that invasion map 4, like, I feel like LA Thieves could have taken it. They understand the map, but their situationals just needed a lot of change because they weren't able to adapt mid-game.
Yeah, we're going to have our Monster Winter Spotlight here pretty soon. I'm hoping it's with Dan. The guy was just absolutely frying. But yeah, for LA Thieves, man, it's just going to be their hard point. If they can improve their hard point, this team can make some runs and move up our ladder. But we got to recap the day. We had some really good matches today. First match, we had Toronto versus the Vegas Legion. Vegas Legion making some noise. I feel like that's like more so the story than just Toronto being dominant. Vegas Legion had a really good performance against them.
Yeah, again, we talk about Toronto Ultra and Atlanta FaZe kind of being the 2 titans of the league right now, and not a lot of teams coming close. And for the testament of Vegas Legion, them even stealing a map off of Toronto is extremely impressive. It was at map number 2. I mean, it was just a 6-0 bopping. Geo didn't even die, and Nero seems to maybe continuing to be a little bit consistent. I was worried yesterday because he popped off. He said, I'm back, you know, lock it in. And then they have to spawn into Toronto Ultra first thing this morning. So a good match out of LA Thieves. Are able to keep both hard points within 20 points, but Toronto, honestly, not much more they could clean up when it comes to series like this.
I just feel like we got robbed of a game 5. You know, that 3-point Karachi hard point. If they were able to close it out, we get a game 5. Who knows what could happen with Dylan attached. But now we got to talk about Optic Texas. I mean, they've just had some ridiculous maps lately. Like crazy control, nail biters. They're able to just get it done again, Ellie. Like they lose that first map, and they're able to just win 3 straight. Trying to work on their map pool, but still getting match victories.
And what's crazy is like they keep having these weird slow starts, and then they just start slamming people. Like they got blown out of the water on that Karachi hardpoint. DiamondCon goes 32-19. Texas lose by over 100 points, and then it's a 6-2 Rio. It is a round 5 Karachi. That one was a little bit close, but then it's a 251-78 Skid Row hardpoint. So for up to Texas, like what's with the slow starts, guys?
Absolutely. Well, there's a recap of the day, guys. That's just day 2. We have a whole nother day of action. But before we let you guys go, we have the Monster Winter Spotlight with Dan Ghosty. We had to get that interview in. Obviously, these guys just had a huge W. And Dan, I want to ask you, you know, in that series, you guys won 2 S&Ds. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but you guys, 15-4 was the first blood count. That's absolutely insane. How have you guys improved so much in S&D over the last week?
I mean, we've just been really grinding. If we have to play extra S&D, quote unquote, we will. And honestly, I've just been really proud of the work we've been putting in. We've been putting in a lot of time out of the game to make sure that we're prepared for all of our matches. And I mean, I'm proud we denied the reverse sweep.
Oh, heck yeah. And Dan, I just wanted to say mostly you had an incredible series, but I do want to hone in on that game 5. Obviously, it goes to round 11. You're in a situation where you might get reverse swept, and you are the lone player at the A site, even though throughout that entire map, Miami kept sending players through Terminal as their last-ditch effort. What was kind of the call, the play call from your team in those situations?
We obviously planned like kind of around that they're going to end A. They haven't really tried to finish B one time. So we knew that they're probably going to end playing. And honestly, the last time we scrimmed them, I actually used the same spot in the Terminal S&D, but I sat in the other chairs. And I think that's what they were wall banging. And, you know, I was able to play spoiler and deny the plant. I should have stayed for the 3rd, though.
Well, can I ask you, though, like, why didn't you guys put another body in the plane if you knew that that's where they were trying to get the bomb down?
So our thought process was more so to play contain and then retake with utility. Okay. It was just to make sure that they're trapped like old P2 and then in the plane. So then we can come up, nade, and then they're literally trapped in there.
Dan, talk to me about this roster change. You know, we haven't interviewed you guys in quite some time, but you got a W and now it's time. Tell us a little bit about why you guys made this change and what you're hoping for in the future.
It was very clear that we needed a change. We just really weren't performing as a team. That's nothing against the individual players, obviously. Just sometimes the team doesn't work. And we knew that we wanted to make a two-man change. And Kyle, he stood out as the clear #1 player from that Boston event. We were like, all right, we got to scoop that guy. And who are we going to look at for ARs? And Marcus has chemistry with him, has good comms. Yeah. I'm talking about Nasty here. And he's always going to do the right play on the map most of the time.
Well, Dan, congratulations on the win. I hope you guys continue to get those hardpoint W's. It's nice being able to get you an interview, man. Take it easy.
Thank you. Have a nice night, guys.
All right, well, great day. I mean, we got to check out the standings. I'm sure LA Thieves moved up a little bit.
Oh, yeah. There's got to be a couple of shakeups. And what's so scary about the right side of the screen is the fact, again, Boston Breach is looking better with their roster change now. LA Thieves are starting to win hard points and series. Even the Carolina Royal Ravens put teams to the wall. And so there's got to be a lot of teams put on watch, specifically Miami, LAG, Seattle Surge. Like, y'all better watch your back.
And don't forget the points you can get on land, right? Yeah. You can get some big dubs when teams get eliminated. But let's check out tomorrow's schedule. We got some more bangers. That team that you saw sitting all the way in 12th, they play first tomorrow, Ali. You think they have what it takes to beat the Surge?
I mean, to beat the Surge, honestly, I think so. With the way they've been looking lately, again, that's another team that made a couple roster changes. But then we have Boston Breach versus Minnesota Rocker and the monster matchup, New York Subliners versus Atlanta FaZe to round out the weekend. Now that one's going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely nuts, especially with how New York's been looking.
Oh, yeah.
But all right, thank you guys for watching. This was day 2 here at week 2. We got one more day, and as you saw the schedule, there's some bangers tomorrow. Everybody wish Puckett to get well. Hopefully he can come back strong tomorrow and we can have a full squad. But good job today.
Thanks.
Thank you guys for watching and take it easy.
Yeah. AK, let's go. Family to think about. No, I don't need no clout. Game that y'all talking about. I've been doing late night, just trying to look into something that'll get my kids paid. Killing every verse I put my voice on. The jokers come out here to play. Guarantee y'all slept on me for too long. I've been known to just rip shit. Optimist in my prime. Oh, Bron in Miami. I'm fired up, bringing the heat. It's time to show y'all the new vibe. Show y'all this new wave, this young cat, this my time. Let's go. Los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control. Tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control. El rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control.
Cubby, I'm Sean. Stay up, bro. Man. Nice, man. Stay down, just lay it. Live. I can help. I can hold the front. Hold the front. You're good. Stay down. Stay down now. Already front. Let's get in time. Bust up dead. Absolute front. I'm dead. Nice. Boys, holy that P5 was so me neither. That P5 was no.